Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, he looked around the strange room with Naya thought in his brain. It was as though he had achieved the meditative state of zero thoughts, free from errant thoughts of worldly desire and 100 things to worry about. Or, as in his case, no thoughts at all. His eyes wandered around the lecture hall with a pitched floor and tiered seating, so those in the rear were seated higher than those in the front, allowing them to see the lecturer, a man standing behind a podium, facing the blackboard, writing in chalk that made tapping sounds every time the hard chalk stick hit the coarse surface. Given that there was a teacher in the classroom, it was natural there were students as well, sitting at their tables, and he sat alongside them. They looked young. He couldn't tell how young from the back of their heads. He was quite far and above the blackboard, sitting near the back. He didn't know if he was part of the backbenchers, for he didn't know what was behind him. His neck didn't seem to work, nor did he want to turn back to see. Only his eyes moved, allowing him to perceive the strangeness and unfamiliarity in front of him. Shuffle. There was a movement beside him caught in his periphery. His body as a whole twitched as he jumped in his spot on the long sitting bench. And that seemingly released the lock that was binding his body. Suddenly, he felt his clammy palms, the clothes sticking to his soaked back, the back of the head where the hair felt drenched, and his legs were shaking as if hell-bent on causing an earthquake. It was thanks to the sturdy furniture that no one noticed. His heart seemed to take inspiration from his legs as it then thumped like a junkie on adrenaline. And when he raised his hand to wipe a sweat drop trickling down his brow, he noticed the labored breathing on his palm. The mind followed the body, and suddenly the dam opened, and hundreds of thoughts rushed in. Where was he? How did he get there? Why couldn't he remember how he got here, where it was? Who were all these people? He seemed to be in a classroom, so why couldn't he recognize anyone? Where was he before this? Why couldn't he remember? His breathing hitched in the back of his windpipe as the question pushed through all the others. Who was he? He felt hot, like he was set on fire, his head felt heavy, and his eyes burned. Sitting straight felt uncomfortable, leaning against the chair's backrest felt even worse, and putting his head down on the table made breathing difficult. The large classroom felt small and congested, and all he wanted to do was to run outside and get some fresh air. Takuma. The voice cut through the ringing in his ear, and suddenly everything torturing vanished like it never existed. He looked up and saw the teacher looking in his direction. No, the teacher was looking at him. He realized that the teacher was speaking to him. What did he call him by? Takuma. That sounded familiar. That was his name, wasn't it? Takuma. 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 No. That wasn't his name. That most definitely wasn't his name. Then why sounded so natural? Why? Then the curtain was pulled back, and everything hidden behind it was revealed. The memories came rolling in. He knew who he was. The horror of remembering anything receded, and yet, the fear of the unknown still loomed over his neck like a sharpened guillotine ready to lop his head off. He wasn't supposed to be here, where his current location was supposed to be. Takuma. Finally, he reacted and jumped up and stood straight. Yes, he said. He didn't know why, but the name instinctually made him respond, even though it wasn't his name. The teacher stood frowning with his lips pressed into an unhappy white line. He could feel and see the eyes of other students on him. Some were snickering as if his situation was humorous, while others just observed the show. "Were you sleeping in the class, Takuma?" said the teacher, not pleased. A voice inside his head whispered, "Kaibe-sensei." That was the teacher's name, he knew instinctively. "No, I was not," he said. Wait a second, he thought. The words that came out of his mouth wasn't correct. He knew 2 languages, but the one he spoke was neither. He gulped and could acutely feel the tongue in his mouth that had formed the words with such ease and natural form, without a hint of awkwardness, as he was a native. "Then you won't mind coming here and solving this question," Kaibe said, slapping the backboard lightly beside the problem written in pink chalk. There was something that was forcing guiding propelling him from within, something just at the edge of his attention, there but out of reach. Stopping him from giving up the pretense and giving into the bubbling pit of sheer force of emotions building in the space between his heart and stomach. He couldn't put his finger on it as his gaze went to the writing on the blackboard for the first time. For a split second, he didn't recognize the characters, but before the panic could set in, suddenly, he knew what everything on the board meant well. There were a couple of characters he was doubtful about, but they were resolved through context. The characters on the board weren't alphabets, they were ideograms, another thing foreign to him, yet it seemed so familiar. He stepped out of his desk and began climbing down the steps on the pitched floor. Thankfully he was sitting on the corner and didn't have to face the awkwardness of pseudo-asking the person or many on the long table's edge to step out so he could move out. His heartbeat spiked up with every step he took to move closer to the front of the classroom. He kept his gaze focused straight ahead on the blackboard, noticing it was more green than black, in fear that if he made eye contact with anyone, they would realize something was amiss. He also didn't dare look back in fear that all the eyes were on him, looking at him. Looking at him with eyes full of suspicion. The floor pitched up around the front, creating a shallow stage with a podium and the 2 blackboards making one long one. He arrived at the blackboard as Kaibe stepped aside, inviting him to solve the question. Taking a second look at the question on the board, he found one thing he clearly recognized with no accompanying internal conflict. The ideographic language was accompanied by Western Arabic numerals. It was small, but seeing the digits provided him comfort. He picked up a white chalk stick from the lipped sill beneath the board and stepped back to study the pink question in its entirety. It was a problem that could be solved by division. It was nothing but simple. Feeling confident for once, he stepped forward and began writing the solution. It was easy enough that with some time, he could solve it mentally, so it was easier to solve in writing. He showed complete work through the long division method as he was in a classroom setting, and showing the work was expected of him. Or at least that was the convention taught to him. "That is correct," Kaibe said as he saw the complete solution, sounding narrowly surprised. "Good work, you may return to your seat." He gave a quick nod to Kaibe and was more than happy to return to his. He turned back and was about to move when he noticed something. It was all automatic, subconsciously out of his control, and before he knew it, his eyes had widened, and he was looking back at Kaibe. Kaibe wore a green flak jacket with a blue full-sleeved vest with a round neck underneath and similarly colored pants of 3/4 length with a wrapping of bandages covering the rest of the distance to open-toed sandals adorning the feet. But the attire wasn't the thing that attracted his attention, it was the thing of metal attached to Kaibe's left sleeve, and on it was an engraving of a leaf, a stylized leaf. He would have dismissed Kaibe's outfit as cosplay, if not for the fact he found himself in a strange place without the memory of getting there, where he could suddenly speak and read an unknown language he previously didn't know, and that somehow, without knowing, he knew who exactly Kaibe was. A dreadful thought formed in his mind as he knew what the facts of the situation were pointing towards. He didn't want to look down and check, for he didn't know how he would react if his suspicions were correct. "Is something wrong, Takuma?" Kaibe asked when he continued to stare. Takuma. Just hearing Kaibe address him with that name was like a battering ram against his psyche, trying to force him to accept the situation. "Can I go to the washroom?" he asked, his voice breaking in between. He thought Kaibe's gaze lingered for a moment too long. Was he found out? But then Kaibe nonchalantly said, "Go, but return quickly." He didn't know how he got to the washroom. He just followed his feet, and they walked him through the unknown corridors that seemed familiar to a part of his mind until he stood in front of large mirrors over the sinks. The reflective surface of the mirror showed a sight that he feared. The reflection showed a young boy with black hair and eyes, and yet again, he felt the awful sensation of his mind split between registering the appearance as familiar and unfamiliar. The boy in the image wasn't him, and yet he knew who it was. Takuma. But who was Takuma? He had no clue. He turned back, walked to one of the toilet stalls, bent over one before hurling his stomach's content into the bowl, and then did it again the second time, completely emptying whatever was inside his body. He would have sat there beside the toilet in stunned contemplation if not for the smell and the taste of vomit in his mouth. He cleaned up and without thought wandered in the hallways of the buildings, numbly taking in the environment he was in. He came across a large bulletin board with a lot of papers thumbtacked upon it. Every paper had messy calligraphy on it as though written by a child. A shinobi must see the hidden meanings within the hidden meanings, a shinobi must prepare before it is too late to, a shinobi must never show any weakness, a shinobi must follow their commander's instructions. He stared at them for a moment before moving on until he somehow made it out of the school building. He found himself staring up into the distance at four faces carved into the side of a large cliff. It was as if the faces were looking over the city and its inhabitants. There was no more denying the fact where he was. There were only two places he knew that had faces carved into a mountain, and the faces in front of him were in no form presidents of a certain country, so by the process of elimination, only one place remained. Hidden Leaf Village, the village hidden in the leaves, or simply the Leaf Village. "I'm in Naruto," he said to himself, savoring how wrong the words felt in his mouth. He looked down at the young hands, which already had calluses forming, they were so unlike his own. He recalled the image he had seen in the mirror. "I am Takuma." He didn't know how or why this was happening to him. He only knew two things: he was in Naruto. His name was Takuma. Chapter 2, finding himself in a fictional world without any warning or reason wasn't the toughest part of the day for Takuma. After he had calmed himself down and had accepted the situation on the surface, there was still a part of his mind that wanted to believe that this was nothing but a lucid dream. He made his way back to the classroom, once again bewildered by the fact that he somehow knew how to return even. He entered the classroom and made a split-second eye contact with Kaiba, who didn't address him and continued to teach the class. Feeling lucky, Takuma climbed up the steps to his seat on the last bench. On his way, he roamed his eyes over his classmates who were of similar age to his current body. He recognized none of them. He swallowed the bitter feeling that rose up and sat down on his seat with his head down. He wasn't unfamiliar with his current circumstances. Transmigrated to another world, he had read enough light novels to recognize the situation, but that didn't make his situation any better because of the world he had been transmigrated to. Naruto. The world of constant war and strife, fought with element-wielding super soldiers, each one with the potential of becoming a weapon of mass destruction. The cherry on top, there existed monsters, each capable of destroying countries on their own if they felt like it. Not to mention, there was even a godlike existence sealed away, whose release would spell the end of civilization and life on the planet. Why Naruto? Takuma lamented inside. He was well acquainted with the Japanese media of anime, manga, and light novels. He would go back to it from time to time when something caught his interest. Yet, Naruto, one of the so-called Big Three, wasn't one of his interests. The first time he had come across Naruto, he was intimidated by the length of its anime and had chosen not to commit to such a long show and had left it to the side for a rainy day. It was long after he had gotten into manga that he had chosen to indulge in Naruto through the original media, the manga. It might have taken a week or so for him to complete whatever many volumes and chapters there were. It was easier that way, much less time-consuming than watching hundreds of 18-minute-long episodes. And that was it. He had read the manga once. Nothing more and nothing less. It was an enjoyable read, but it wasn't his cup of tea. Maybe he would have enjoyed it more if he was younger or had picked it up when he was still new to the Japanese anime and manga scene. The result? He didn't remember a lot of it. Takuma grabbed his head and pressed it hard against the wooden desk. Binging was terrible for retention, especially when interest levels weren't at their peak. He was in an extremely dangerous world and he didn't know anything much about it. He couldn't even recall the names of the characters outside the main cast. Shit. He closed his eyes and tried to focus. Try to find out more. But after a few minutes, he couldn't deny the second outrageous problem that had presented itself to him. He had no memories of Takuma. The boy, whoever he was, had left behind no memories of himself or anything of his past or even basic general knowledge. He looked at Kaiba teaching in the front. Kaiba was the only one whose name he knew, and that too had popped up in his mind. Was Kaiba special in some way? Why did he know Kaiba's name, the language, and the way around the academy, yet he couldn't recall anything when he consciously tried to remember? Takuma sighed. Without information, he was like a man on a wooden plank in the middle of the ocean with heavy rain making his life miserable and possibly short. Let's start with what I know. Takuma looked around his desk for a bag, but he couldn't even find a notebook or even a pen. Did the boy not bring any stationery to the lesson? What was this, college? He sighed deeply. Academy students graduated at age 12. Given that information, Takuma needed to figure out how old he was so that he could find how many years he had left in school, how many years he had left. Safe. Takuma patted himself down for any form of identification and found empty pockets. He clicked his tongue. The child had come out with nothing but clothes on his back. Next. He had seen 4 faces on the mountain, which meant 4th Hokage had taken office. What was his name? Takuma frowned at his failure to recall the name of such an important figure. He then wondered how long it took to carve the face on the mountain. Was it done manually by hand, or did they use Chakra to speed up the process? The presence of the 4th Hokage's face on the mountain meant that the 3rd Shinobi War was over, which was good for Takuma no war participation in the near future. But was the 4th Hokage alive? If he was dead, then for how long? Was he closer to Naruto's birth or to the 3rd Hokage's death? Or somewhere in between? Takuma sighed he had no way of knowing. Yet. The clock on the wall showed it was already past lunch that he had emptied out, but he didn't know how long a typical academy day ran. He couldn't wait to leave the academy and return home. Home, Takuma sucked in a cold breath. He didn't know where home was. How would he make his way back when he couldn't remember a dime worth of memories? What about parents? Will they come looking for him if he stays put somewhere around the academy? Once again, his head began to feel heavy with all the problems surrounding him. It wasn't even an hour since his arrival, and he already felt like he was drowning. Okay, class, Taibe clapped his hands to gain the students' attention. Let's move out to the training yard. I'm going to test your shuriken jutsu today. I hope everyone has been practicing. I would be very disappointed if you have not. Takuma's heart leaped into his throat. He looked around, and everyone was already getting up from their seats. He followed suit and walked as part of the crowd as the students followed Taibe outside to the backside of the academy building. The training ground was devoid of grass except for some weeds popping here and there. Wooden stumps stood on the edges of the space, some thin and others thick. Some looked like they had been slashed, others looked like they had been bashed in. Taibe gathered the class in front of 5 stumps standing adjacent to each other in a line. Every stump had 4 bullseyes drawn on them with white paint. Some were painted right in the middle, others were skewed some measure to the side. You'll know the drill, Taibe said. Split into 5 lines and line up in front of the targets. You throw 5. The first row throws at the target and then sprints to the target to retrieve their shurikens and sprint to the back of their line. He gave his students a stern look. Only after the first row has run back would the second row throw their shuriken, not a second back. Break the rule and be ready for hell. Do you all understand? The class chorused with a yes. Good, Taibe smiled. Before we start throwing practice, I want all of you to give me 20 rounds around the ground to get the blood pumping and sweat dripping. I told you last time, today's going to be tough, he grinned. Now, what are you waiting for? Run. 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 The students didn't need to be told twice as everyone took off running around the grounds. Takuma followed after them and placed himself right in the middle of the pack, letting the group decide his pace. He didn't know the body's physical condition. He assumed since the boy was studying in the academy, he should have enough physical endurance to not embarrass himself. Takuma was all but lying on his back, wheezing his life out. His lungs were on fire as he stood with his hand on his knees, looking down at the ground wet with the sweat that dripped from his nose, chin, and hair. He was wrong. Sure, the boy's body had been conditioned enough to complete 20 rounds, but not enough to hold a middle off-the-pack pace. He looked at others who were running behind and slower than him, and even they didn't look anywhere near as taxed him. Form the lines, quickly. Taibe barked an order. Takuma, still heaving, positioned himself at the back of the line. There were 5 wooden crates of shuriken, 1 for each line. The glint of the sharp metal made the panic from earlier come back, and without the running distracting him, it rose up like a tsunami over the shore. He didn't know how to throw a shuriken, he could barely throw a baseball properly. Throwing carriers of sharp death was out of the league for him, not even in the same stratosphere. Next. Takuma's eyes bulged when Taibe's voice snapped him out of his spiraling trance. He looked and found himself next in line. He watched as the girl in front of him picked up her shuriken and threw them 2 at a time and 1 solo towards the stump. They weren't dead center, but they weren't far from them. Very good, Taibe said with a smile, praise not hidden in his voice. He looked at Takuma, and the smile vanished. Next, he said. Takuma bent over the crate and carefully took out the shuriken to not cut his fingers on the edge and make a mockery out of himself. But he didn't need to worry about that as he made sure it happened a few moments after. Takuma stared at the stump several feet away from him, and he swore it didn't look that far when he was looking from behind. As he was looking, the others in the row all began throwing. Takuma panicked when he saw the others thrown and haphazardly picked a shuriken in his throwing arm and awkwardly threw it. And didn't even make it to the stump. The snickers and laughs from behind made Takuma flush like a boiled lobster. He was the only one who had failed to cover the distance, even those who had missed the target had at least thrown it far enough. He glanced at Taibe, who didn't look shocked at his performance. No, The teacher looked like Takuma's abysmal performance wasn't anything special. "What are you looking at?" "Continue throwing." Kaiba frowned with his arm crossed when he saw Takuma looking at him. Kaiba offered no advice or input. Takuma straightened up immediately, and after 4 more throws that each failed to reach the stumps, he wanted nothing more than to be like an ostrich and bury his head in the ground to escape the mocking laughter from his classmates and a look of harsh disapproval from Kaiba. It was even more embarrassing when only he had to cross halfway to recover his shuriken and come back quickly when everyone ran all the way to the stump to retrieve theirs. The same humiliation was repeated multiple times over, and between the physical exhaustion and the red-hot shame, Takuma felt tears trickle down from his eyes. For the rest of that day, even after they returned to the classroom after another long set of laps around the training ground to finish the shuriken jutsu training, Takuma didn't raise his head. He kept it down until the end of school, until he was left in the classroom. Alone. Even with no one remaining to judge him, he couldn't raise his head. Chapter 3. The sun was setting by the time Takuma trudged out of the academy. His eyes were red and puffy as he looked at the street outside academy grounds. A caretaker had found him in the classroom alone and had asked him to leave as it was time for the room to be cleaned and locked for the day. Takuma walked around the block to see if he could find a park where he could sit and wait for the boys' parents to arrive. Fortunately, there was a park beside the academy. Takuma picked a bench directly visible from the park's entrance and sat down. He watched children play in the sandbox, on the swings, playing chase with each other, carefree from the realities of life. As the sun pulled further down, some children left the park on their own while others were picked up by their parents. Takuma waited, and soon, the red in the sky was replaced with blue until the moon climbed up high, and as he saw the stars glittered against the black backdrop, Takuma knew no one was coming to pick him up. It was a half-deduction, half-gut feeling. He stared at the sky and gazed at the stars. He hadn't seen stars so clearly in a very long time. The cities he lived in always had pollution obstructing the stars' light. It seemed he would need to find his own way back home. Or he would have to spend the night on the bench. I can find another bench somewhere, why not give it a shot? As he stepped outside of the park, Takuma frowned at the street. He looked left, and a street light illuminated the path. He looked to the right, there was no light on that side, but he felt a strong feeling from the direction. Like something was calling him. He looked between the two paths, light and dark, before pursing his lips and walking right into the darkness. He kept to the side of the road and walked like a jumpy rabbit, ready to jump on any indication of any nearby presence. Soon, he arrived at a fork in the road, and once again, he felt a sensation towards one side. He took it. And after following the path indicated by the gut feeling for 15 minutes, he arrived at an old apartment building standing 5 stories tall with watermarks dripping down the sides from exposed pipes that had algae growing on the walls. Ignoring the logical part of his brain, Takuma entered the property and found himself standing in front of a door on the 3rd floor. This was his house, he could feel it. The boy had left something behind, not exact memories, but there was clearly something that had guided him here. It wasn't him, so it could only be the boy. I don't have a key, Takuma squatted and pulled up the floor mat to check underneath but got dirt instead. There was a bulb with a cover up top near the door. Takuma jumped up and tried to reach around to find a key, but again he came down empty-handed. He sighed each time in the day and closed his eyes, trying to keep the frustration down and away from showing. He was exhausted, and his stomach had started protesting from the lack of food. Takuma leaned against the door with his forehead, feeling the cracks in the paint due to the shoddy paint job. He grabbed the doorknob and was about to turn it violently to release his frustration when the first turn made the door open up. Takuma watched with a dropped jaw as the door swung open slowly with the loudest creak he had heard from the door. The stupid kid hadn't locked his door. Takuma entered the door and entered the dark apartment, only to be hit by a wave of a heavy and hot smell that bogged down the entire apartment. Takuma groaned. He knew the smell. It was the same as a boys' dorm room when they kept the room closed with no ventilation. After spending minutes fumbling around for a light switch, Takuma turned on the lights to find himself horrified at the state of the apartment. It was a small studio apartment that opened up to the lounge/dining room. Upon entering, he saw an old dirty 2-seater couch with laundry piled upon it. On the side was a round dining table with 2 chairs that had eaten ramen cups and packaged lunchboxes lying on the tabletop as if the concept of a trash bin didn't exist in the house. Even though he was wearing shoes, Takuma could tell by eye how dirty the floor was and didn't want to think when was the last time it was cleaned. Behind the dining table was the kitchen, and he was expecting a pile of dirty dishes in the sink, but all he found were some dirty glasses and mugs, and then it dawned on him the kid didn't cook. The mess on the table was how he ate. Takuma sighed. Beyond the living/dining space was the bedroom. It only had 2 things: a closet and a single bed. The closet was open and half empty, not surprising seeing that half of the clothes were on the couch outside. The bed was worse, there was no sheet on it, and half of the space was covered with miscellaneous junk that Takuma couldn't be bothered with. He pushed the mess aside as much as he could and fitted himself into the narrow space. He was worn and weary and was in no mood to clean the house. Future Takuma could handle that punishment. Right now, all he wanted to do was sleep, and hopefully, when he woke up, he would be back in his home world. And not here. Alas, fate was a cruel mistress. Takuma looked at himself in the bathroom mirror that 1 week ago used to be so dirty that it took a complete hour just to get it cleaned enough to see a decent reflection. Getting it spotless was a mess of another magnitude. He lightly touched the small bruise on his shoulder from the taijutsu spar in the academy earlier in the day. Just like Shuriken Jutsu, Takuma was abysmal at best in hand-to-hand combat and kissed the floor in every sparring match he had been a part of. Takuma now knew he was 10 years old from his date of birth on his Academy ID card that he found in the corner of the closet and the date of the latest newspaper he saw on a newsstand. Even though he was sparring against similar 10 years old, they were 10 years old who had been learning how to combat since they were 6 years old, some even before, and he was a bum who had never picked up a fight in his life and only knew to haphazardly throw out punches. He was terribly outclassed by literally everyone among his peers. It didn't help that the majority of the people had a weight advantage over him. Takuma was above average in height for his age, but the boy must not have liked eating, for he was so skinny that even a shirt on a hanger would feel good about itself. Takuma had ribs showing, slightly sunken cheeks, and limbs with no meat on them. Takuma narrowed his eyes on himself in the mirror. His hand moved up the new bruise, tracing the almost invisible scarring on his clavicle. The cut that caused the scar was either not deep, or the wound had been healed exceptionally well and had only left behind a white line on his medium fair skin. A scar wouldn't have been out of place, given that he was enrolled in a shinobi academy, but when a 10-year-old's body was riddled with faint scars that could have been made through cuts, Takuma couldn't help but wonder where they came from. As he was tracing his fingers on the scars, a horrid pain erupted in the back of Takuma's head as if someone was slicing his brain with a hot knife. He choked on the air in his windpipe as an image flashed through his mind of a blinding light with shadows looming over him. The pain eventually left, leaving behind a throbbing sensation in his head, and Takuma was left in a coughing and wheezing fit as he used his hand on the mirror to prevent himself from ending up on the floor. It took a minute for Takuma to come to his senses, and the first thing he saw was his reflection in the mirror. For some reason, the scars seemed deeper and more visible. What the hell was that? Takuma wondered with his hand over his chest, feeling his racing heart. He had no idea and could only associate it with the boy's poor health. In the past week, Takuma learned a lot about his situation. Firstly, he was now a 10-year-old orphan living alone in a state-allotted home on an allowance also provided by the state. It seemed in the Leaf Village, orphans who enrolled in the Shinobi Academy left the shelter of orphanages at the age of 10 and were made to live on their own. They were still available for adoption, but when the children were not living in an orphanage, the chances of getting adopted were close to zero. From the documents he had found lying about the apartment, the boy had been living alone for about 4 months. And that's all it took for him to trash the place. Takuma was still resentful because it took him 5 days to clean the place from top to bottom. But Takuma couldn't blame the boy. It was tough to muster enough energy and will to clean up after being beaten up and humiliated in the academy. Takuma had visited the orphanage once to see if he could find more about the boy. It was interesting since he didn't know the way to the orphanage, what it was called, or what it looked like. But somehow, he was able to get it anyway, and that without asking for directions. Takuma had realized in the last week that even though he hadn't inherited the boy's memories, he had inherited something to a gut feeling, a special sense that communicated the boy's experience to him. Directions to frequently visited locations? His body would tell him where to turn. Names of people the boy knew? A whisper-like thought would inform him of their names. He didn't know when the special sense would come to him or how to invoke it, but he was grateful for it because he would have been dead without it. At the orphanage, the matron was surprised to see him. It seemed the boy hadn't visited since he had been made to leave. Takuma had spent some time talking to the matron before leaving. He wasn't able to find much about the boy. He couldn't broach the topic of the boy's parentage. But he did came to know that the orphanage was relatively new and was made after Kibai's attack on the village, which had left many children without families, and thus the majority of children in the orphanage were victims of the aforementioned attack. Takuma assumed the boy was just another one of those unfortunate children. Kibai's attack. A piece of information that had cleared a lot of questions for Takuma. He knew exactly what time he was in. Or he knew exactly how far he was from the main story. 7 years, Takuma thought bitterly. 7 years from now, the main cast would turn 12 and graduate from the academy, and that would mark the start of a particularly dangerous time in an already dangerous world. Currently, he was 10 years old, and the main cast was 5 years old, a 5-year difference, not that it meant anything. They must have entered the academy this year. There wasn't much interaction between different years, so he hadn't seen the main cast. Takuma was tempted to go have a look, but he couldn't find the time and energy. Takuma groaned as he made his way out of the bathroom to his bedroom. He pulled a tracksuit out of his closet and pulled it on. It was time to go running. He had 7 years left, and only 2 more years in the academy, and he was already running late. If he wanted to increase his chances of living, he had to make use of every second of his time. Because when he turned 12, he was going to be put on active duty, and it was only time before he would be in situations where his life was in danger. Chapter 4, for Takuma, the academy had turned into a place of learning, and the classroom was where he learned the most. He looked up at Kaiba teaching the class, but Takuma had no idea what was being taught. He had gotten used to tuning out the class. Takuma was years behind the curriculum, and listening to the teaching did no good to him. There were subjects like mathematics, fundamental physics and chemistry, and finance which he knew better than his classmates, but subjects like history, politics, strategy, and war tactics, he had to learn from scratch. He wasn't even mentioning subjects like basic chakra theory, introduction to ninjutsu, introduction to genjutsu, and their subsequent advanced modules taught through the years. To catch up, he needed to learn faster than his classmates. And that meant learning at his own pace at an accelerated pace. Sitting in the corner of the home was every book, scroll and resource material the academy had provided the boy, and that he had kept, who knew what he had discarded. Takuma had dug the pile and started at the bottom. Even though the academy was trying to create competent soldiers by age 12, the material for 6 and 7 years old was still a breeze for Takuma. He aimed to cover the first 2 years of material in a month or 45 days before moving on to year 3, where Chakra was introduced. As for physical, that was a different ordeal altogether. The academy truly trained its students to be soldiers. Takuma had found that the first year had a lot of physical activity disguised as fun games and exercise. The goal was to lay the foundation for teaching the children to appreciate training for training's sake. In the second year, the physical aspect was phased out a little for classroom time, and with each year, a little more physical time was phased out in favor of theory and practical skill classes. But each year, the students were encouraged to continue physical conditioning and skill training on their own time. The system apparently worked as each year had a certain physical standard that students were expected to meet, and in the last test, most of the class had passed the test. Takuma had, unfortunately, failed the test miserably. Alas, physical conditioning, taijutsu, and weapon skills weren't the same as theoretical skills. Physical conditioning could be built consistently throughout the year through an arduous process of following the plan given in the academy manuals, but taijutsu and weapon skills like shuriken jutsu and kunai handling had to be mastered through repetition. Takuma wasn't sure he would be able to match the average of his peers in the 2-year time he had till graduation. That'd be all for today, Kaiba said as he rubbed down the blackboard with a duster. Now, this is your last year in the academy. Takuma, who was hunched over his book, suddenly looked up at Kaiba with eyes threatening to pop out. Last year of the academy? What was Kaiba talking about? Academy cadets graduated at 12, that was common knowledge. Common knowledge, blood drained from Takuma's face as the thought struck him. Common knowledge. Where did common knowledge come from? Naruto and company had graduated at 12, that must mean the rest must also graduate at the same age. Takuma's eyes fell down to the history book he was reading. The page was about the Third Shinobi War a few years back. Takuma closed his eyes. He realized why the academy was graduating students at age 11. During times of war, the academy would streamline its curriculum and cut it down to as short as a year, getting rid of all fluff like etiquette and proper handling of clients and focusing on creating shinobi ready for war. But Leaf Village wasn't at war. No, they weren't, Takuma sighed. But they had suffered something as terrible as war they had suffered through the Kyuubi attack. The Third Shinobi War made a deep dent in the shinobi reserve, and before the village could recover, the Kyuubi made the dent even deeper. Takuma grabbed his head as the thought completed in his head. It was only natural that the village was trying to recover its numbers by pushing more people out of the academy faster. Takuma felt something bubble in the pit of his stomach. He felt sick and both hot and cold at the same time. He didn't have 2 years as he had thought. Now apparently, he had 1. Just the thought of his time cut in half was almost enough to send him hyperventilating. The graduation test is done thrice in the last 6 months of the program, Kaiba continued. Passing any one of the 3 tests will see you passing graduation. But I want all of you to do your best in every test, even if you do pass the first time, because your best grade will be considered in the end, and scoring high is important without me needing to tell. Because this is a test. The most important test of your life till now. Takuma gulped. 3 tests meant he had 3 chances to clear the academy. Wait a minute, Takuma frowned. He looked up at Kaiba and raised his hand. Yes. Kaiba asked when he saw Takuma. What happens if we fail all 3 tests? Takuma asked. One of the students laughed. We? Some chuckled along, and some seemed genuinely interested in the question. What happens if I fail all 3 tests? Takuma asked, reiterating his questions. He couldn't blame his classmates for laughing. He was the worst in the class and would seem more at home with a 6-year-old who had just joined the academy, and Takuma couldn't agree more. The thing he wished for the most was returning to his world, but after that, it was to be transmigrated when the boy had just entered the academy. Kaibe narrowed his eyes at Takuma before turning to the class. Takuma learned in his time at the academy that Kaibe had no love to spare for him. If you failed to pass even a single one of 3, you will be held back at the academy, where a committee will decide what to do with you, Kaibe announced. You might have to repeat the year, Takuma sighed in relief, or you might be forced to leave the academy outright. Takuma paled when he heard that, and gasps sounded in the classroom. Takuma had thought that if he failed the graduation tests, he would get 1 more year, bringing his plan back on track. He had no qualms about repeating a year. Yes, it would be humiliating and always be on his record, but that was something he was willing to go through when his safety was concerned. But now, a committee was involved. Several thoughts went through his head. What would happen if the committee made him leave the academy? Takuma didn't believe he would be allowed to be free after that. The administration wouldn't let someone with shinobi training, even if they weren't incompetent, just go out of their system so easily. What if they were pretending to be incompetent and were simply using the academy as a way to learn or gain how the Leaf Village train their shinobis? Takuma didn't want to go down that future, for he didn't know what lay there. The class soon ended, and as everyone was getting out of the classroom, Kaibe asked Takuma to stay behind. You have not been performing well recently, Kaibe said with his hands crossed as he looked down at Takuma. And I'm not talking about your usual bad performance, you have been worse beyond your usual terrible self. Takuma kept his head down. Again, there wasn't a thing he could say to refute it. If the boy was a lousy student, then Takuma was straight up illiterate. You're not going to pass like this. You haven't won a single spar, hit a single target, or been able to perform a bunshin, not even a fault one, and the only class you answer is maths. If you continue on like this, they won't even let you repeat the year. Kaibe's words realized Takuma's worst fear. Being kicked out of the academy. He would rather be a chakra-wielding shinobi and go into a dangerous situation on his own accord rather than be a civilian and not know if tomorrow was going to be the last day of his life. What should I do to get better? Asked Takuma, his head still bowed. Study and practice. Takuma wanted to scream that he had been doing so day in and night out, but knew that throwing out his anger wouldn't do anything. Kaibe was a strict teacher who took no disobedience against the rules he set. He had regularly kicked students out of classes at the slightest peep out of place, made them run laps or other punishment exercises when they disturbed his class. Takuma barely ever spoke in the classrooms, so he never got into trouble. For when he couldn't perform in the field, the most Kaibe could do was to force Takuma to practice at the thing he had failed, as there was no parent to complain to. Yes, sir, Takuma said. From Kaibe's answer of study and practice, he knew asking Kaibe for guidance wouldn't help him, as the militant teacher wasn't going to hold his hand and spoon-feed him basics this late in the academy. As Takuma walked home alone, he finally had a quiet moment on the empty streets. Kaibe's classroom was silent, but there was something about the classroom ambience that made Takuma concentrate better even though he wasn't listening to the lecture, and he used all of that time to catch up on the theoretical knowledge from books and scrolls provided by the academy. He had to wrap his books in old newspapers so no one could tell what he was reading by the cover. It would be embarrassing if his classmates found that he was reading first and second year material while being in the 5th year, and while he could bear the humiliation, children were particularly mean, so he would rather not attract attention to him. But things like weapons handling and taijutsu weren't something he could learn on his own. There was no one who would tell him how to properly hold the kunai or correct him when his taijutsu katas weren't correct. Takuma looked around as he entered the district he lived in. It was a civilian district with negligible shinobi presence. However, it wasn't a good civilian district with clean and flat roads, regularly maintained street lights, and properly painted walls and buildings, which made an area look and feel like a desirable place to live. No, Takuma's home was in a place with roads filled with potholes, where every other streetlight was shot and those that worked flickered every few seconds, and every building looked like it had been maintained for a decade. It was a place where the bottom dwellers of the society lived, people who worked in unorganized industries with low pay, unemployed workers going through tough times, people who screwed up their finances. Anyone who didn't have enough money lived in the district. And that included orphans like Takuma. The state only had so much money they could spend on orphans like Takuma, especially when there were so many of them after the war and Kibai's attack. Every orphan was a drain on the budget, especially orphans like Takuma, who lived independently and required separate housing. Housing in the cheapest district was what the state deemed Takuma worth. He smiled bitterly. Just like his housing situation, his financial situation looked dire and decrepit. He was provided an allowance every month, but it was only barely enough to cover his meals, which Takuma prioritized over everything else. He wanted to put some muscle and fat on his bones, and it took nutritious meals to accomplish that. He couldn't even eat out as it wrecked his budget, and he had to cook every meal in-house, which was a problem as he didn't know how to cook. He had gone to the academy and public libraries to get recipe books and created the cheapest 3-meal menu he repeated daily. Every night, he would cook 3 meals in meal prep form, put 2 in the fridge and eat the third. Take the breakfast out after the morning workout and take lunch with him to the academy. The rest of his money went towards thrifting and scavenging used tools that he could use after school hours in practice. Tools weren't cheap, and because he wasn't a shinobi, he couldn't use military garrisons where shinobi got supplies at discounted rates. He had to go to blacksmiths who supplied the garrisons and choose from the recycled piles that shinobi returned for refridging. None of his shuriken and kunai had an edge that wasn't chipped, most of them had cracks of varying degrees. It hadn't been even a month since Takuma had been in this world, but he was sure he would have no money by the end of the month, and for the foreseeable future, he would be living from allowance check to allowance check. Takuma sighed as he showed his hands into his pants pockets. He frowned as he felt a hole big enough for 2 fingers in his right pocket. He looked up at the sky and wondered if the boy had a sewing kit stashed somewhere in the house and then chuckled. Of course, he wouldn't, and it wouldn't help. He didn't know how to stitch. Ah. This sucks. Absolutely everything sucked. Chapter 5, The Academy's training field number 2 was Takuma's least favorite place in the world. Even the lush and soft mat of cleanly cut grass that covered the entire field that had given him the best nap of his life and the best sleep he had ever since arriving in the miserable world of shinobis didn't give the place a higher rating in his mind's internal review system. Hideaki, Kaibe called from his place in the middle of the wide circle formed by his students sitting beside each other in a single line of the perimeter. A tall and wide 11-year-old got up from his and lumbered his way to the middle of the field like a fat bull. Kaibe looked around in the circle before calling, Takuma. Takuma, sitting with crossed legs, had an old and frizzy jute in his hands. He was working on practicing the sheet bend knot when he heard Kaibe call his name out and flinched. He looked up from his lap and found that he hadn't misheard and Kaibe was indeed looking at him. And the sight of Hideaki picking his ear made Takuma pull a face. Get up, quick, Kaibe said, his voice sharp and snippy. Takuma reluctantly made his way to the center of the circle as he pocketed the length of the rope he had stolen from the side of a shop that was using them to hang potted plants off the ground. Coming to training field number 2 meant that the class was going to practice taijutsu, and sitting in a circle told they were going to spar, and Takuma hated nothing more in the world than taijutsu sparring. Running butt naked through a street was better than sparring in front of an audience he saw daily. Let's start, Kaibe said and stepped back near the perimeter. Takuma saw Hideaki raise his right hand and form the seal of confrontation and quickly copied him to do the same. Every taijutsu spar in the academy started with both parties with the seal of confrontation. He didn't know its significance, but it just did, and Takuma followed it. Kaibe looked at them for a second before he signaled, start. Hideaki lazily raised his arms and crossed them over his chest, forming an X. Then straight up charged towards Takuma like a raging bull. Takuma bit the inside of his cheek as he raised his hands up in guard. There was no academy taijutsu kata that involved crossing arms and charging at the enemy, not even close. And even though Takuma was in no way an expert at Akimaki clan's taijutsu, he was sure there was nothing like this there as well. Hideaki was making fun of him. It was no secret that Takuma was the weakest in the class at taijutsu, well, at everything, and even those who were weak at taijutsu could wipe the floor with Takuma. Hideaki Akimaki of the clan that prided themselves on their strong bodies could send Takuma to the next year if he wanted to. Takuma clenched his fists and shrunk his body as he saw Hideaki close in on him. He was supremely tempted to pull a kunai and drum it into Hidekai's face, but knew that taking out a weapon would be an open invitation for his opponent to pull out his own weapons, the last thing that Takuma wanted. He had no confidence in blocking or parrying a blade and was no fan of getting himself cut. That was not considering that if he pulled out a kunai, he could get a hit in the first place. So, he waited until Hideaki was close enough before jumping out of the way. Alas, Hideaki uncrossed his arms and spread them wide, and in doing so, hit Takuma's shoulder with the side of his fist. It hurt. Takuma winced. He staggered a few steps back before getting his balance back in control. At the same time, Takuma and Hideaki faced each other. Hideaki once again charged at Takuma without his hands crossed. Takuma held his arms up in a boxing guard. Hideaki, despite his size, was faster than Takuma and was inside the latter's personal space in a jiffy. Hideaki made a fist and punched Takuma's guard. Takuma clenched his arms, but Hideaki's punch split his guard and dug into just below the chest. Takuma didn't feel the pain until his back hit the ground. He coughed. The punch had knocked the air out of him. Takuma was barely red when he saw the sole of Hideaki's sandal coming down at him and narrowly missed him as he rolled out of the way. Hideaki humpered as he firmly dug the foot that had missed the stomp and used it to pivot his chunky body and kick Takuma's back with his other leg. Gah! Takuma was centraling on the ground with a force that he dragged chunks of grass with him. Alright, that's it, stop. Kai ordered, and Hideaki stepped back, returning to the middle of the encirclement. Takuma stood up with pain both in his front and back and wondered if any of the pain was worth it. He walked to the center and faced Hideaki. Even though Hideaki hit hard, he was one of the easiest to fight. The Akimaki member was lazy and always wanted to end the fight as soon as possible and would move into disabling the opponent at the quickest, even if his methods to do so were crude. There were others total peasants who would drag out the sore, those were the hardest and would sting the most in the aftermath. End it, Kai said. Takuma and Hideaki put their hands forward and joined their seals of confrontation to form a seal of reconciliation that marked the end of every spar in the academy. Takuma had seen it done many times, some did with grace, some looked like they despised each other, and even the thought of touching each other when it wasn't fighting revolted them. But he didn't know what it meant and doubted Hideaki knew either. If he had been told about it before was another matter all along. Kai called another pair as Takuma returned to his spot and continued with his knots on his frayed ropes. There was no rest for the wicked. And even less for the weak. Takuma stood in front of a thick wooden log on the side of a field. The log had several spots that looked like they had been kicked in, so much so that the dark bark had been stripped away, revealing a curve in the lightened sides. How much did one have to kick and punch to cave in a tree trunk, and how did their limbs not break before? He couldn't imagine. The sun shone orange over the many training fields littered across the village. Being the shinobi village of the Hinokuni, the land of fire, the village had many training fields of various sizes. However, with the number of shinobi active in the village at any time, those fields were in use or reserved by others, and an academy student like Takuma couldn't get in. So, he had to use small makeshift clearings with logs made into unofficial training fields by other people with similar problems. The same people who had kicked in the log. Takuma traced his finger at the writing made with a kunai over one of the curves in the log. Every curve had a name carved around it, marking the ones who had made it. A common thing perhaps, Takuma didn't know. He had no desire to do the same. Who knew if he would be using the same log the next day? The academy had reserved fields for student use, but Takuma rarely used them. He suffered enough embarrassment during school hours and didn't want any more afterward. So, he used these unofficial fields and would switch around if anyone else was around. He preferred to do his taijutsu kata alone, away from judging eyes. He began using the log as the heavy bag. It stung every time he hit the tough wood. Apparently, the concept of hitting pads didn't exist in this world, and no protective gear was used during spars. Every punch and kick hurt against the wood. You are not going to improve like that, child, a voice sounded out in the silence. Takuma was in the middle of a kicking kata when he heard the voice. He kicked the log and then lost his balance to the ground. Hurriedly, he turned toward the voice. A gangly old man stood with a slight hunch in his back and dark wrinkled skin from too much time in the sun. Takuma didn't say anything and stared at the old man with a vigilant look in his eyes. You're pulling your moves, that's no way to improve, the old man said, pointing his bony finger towards the wood log. Takuma narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He asked. Isn't introducing yourself first before asking for someone else's name a common courtesy? Smiled the old man. You talked to me first, so you say your name first, Takuma said. He observed the old man, and one glance at his thin chainmail shirt, the brown vest, and the tapped ankles over shinobi sandals told Takuma that the old man in front of him was a shinobi. He is old, thought Takuma. He hadn't seen such an old man since his arrival half a month ago. This humble one goes by the name Kusagakure, said Muraboshi and then looked at Takuma expectantly. Takuma. Mubashi smiled, accentuating the lines collected through the years on his face. It's commonplace to go light in training and sparring, but the way you're pulling your moves is inviting a bad habit to creep into your form. You won't be able to tell, but your opponent will see openings to exploit, which they will do mercilessly. You need to be firm and confident when performing your katas. Takuma frowned. It hurts if I completely commit to the moves. He was constantly scared that the wood would splinter and stab into his limbs. Hurting is necessary if you want to temper your bones and muscles. Mubashi assumed the same kata that Takuma had been practicing before, but unlike Takuma, he looked stable, as if he could maintain the form for hours as easy as standing. You expect the pain, your fear builds it up in your mind, but when it arrives, you find that it was nowhere near as bad as you thought. Moreover, using the correct form hurts less. He cycled through the katas with a smoothness and a ferocity so unlike a weak old man. Now, you try it. Takuma's brows furrowed together. He pursed his lips before asking, I want to see it again, do it again. Mubashi complied with a smile and performed a short cycle of basic taijutsu kata. Takuma watched intently. He had seen his classmates, those best in taijutsu in class, and even his layman's eyes could tell they were nowhere as good as Mubashi. Well, he is old, Obviously a shinobi, and they're academy students, of course, there's going to be a skill difference. Takuma rolled his eyes at the comparison in his head. He took a stance and did his best to copy Mubashi. Takuma's imitation was leagues apart, it didn't even look the same. But Takuma felt the difference from before. It was minute, but he could tell from the way his boy moved that the movement flowed better, and he felt that if he hit someone now, it would do more damage. Good job, Mubashi said before giving further tips. They spent the next half hour together before Mubashi said, "Remember well, young Takuma. Repetition doesn't make one better. It's using repetition to hone one's technique like sharpening a blade against a whetstone." Takuma nodded and said his thanks to Mubashi, who waved it off and went his merry way, leaving Takuma alone in the field. Takuma watched Mubashi's back until he disappeared from the field. He was grateful for any little help he could get. He turned towards the wood log and sighed. Hitting it still hurt. Chapter 6, Lower your hip more when you're preparing to launch forward. It will help you project ahead with more speed, and the closeness to the earth improves stability, allowing you to control your direction, and it takes a lot of weight off your ankles in case you need to stop. Takuma furrowed his brows but lowered his hips anyway and repeated the kata he was practicing. He launched forward and found him getting to point B quicker than before, and his foot skidded less when he made a stop. He eased his stance as he turned to Marubashi and gave him an appreciative nod. After the day Takuma had met Marubashi, the aged shinobi had always found him during the evenings while he practiced his taijutsu. He would come and advise Takuma as he cycled through the academy kata. Takuma was grateful for it. There was only so much taijutsu one could learn from still images on a scroll, and Marubashi's adjustment instructions helped tremendously improve his lousy skills. They were still pathetic even when compared to his classmates, but he thought that he saw some improvements when he was able to sidestep an attack even though the next moment, he had been kicked in the gut hard enough to end up on the ground with a senbon each, inches away from his eyes. "How young are you, young Takuma?" Marubashi asked. 10, said Takuma as he attacked the wooden log. Even though he had came to terms with the fact that he was now a 10-year-old boy, it still felt strange to voice out the reality. What was he doing when he was truly 10 years old? Whining to parents about wanting more toys, spending time outside with friends doing absolutely silly things, or whatever your run-of-the-mill 10-year-old did on a daily basis. Now though, Takuma sighed. He was learning how to turn his body and mind into a weapon and doing so very badly. He guessed at least that was typical of an average 10-year-old. That would put you in the last year of the academy. Your taijutsu skills are poor, very poor for someone in their last year. Marubashi's voice suddenly snapped Takuma out of his wandering thoughts. Takuma froze up. He turned to Marubashi, who had been sitting on a nearby rock with a kunai and a wood block that he had been carving. He stared at the old man for a moment before asking, "What are you trying to say?" Takuma was surprised at how guarded he sounded. The academy's curriculum is formed in such a way that the last year doesn't involve much new learning. The last year is dedicated to strengthening the learnings from past years and ensuring that the student can utilize the learned skills smoothly on missions. The teachers schedule lots of spars, survival outings, and classroom simulations to prepare the children for what they might face when they become geinins. I don't understand. Young Takuma, before you told me, I thought you were a tall child in the second year of the academy. Which meant he was as bad as a 7-year-old. He should have known that a shinobi who survived to such an old age must be very skilled. I should have lied about my age, Takuma thought, but he had no such foresight beforehand. He looked down at his body. Fixing his diet was definitely the right step. He already saw an improvement in his complexion and felt more energetic in the morning. But it was too early for it to take total effect. He still looked like a thin twig. Most girls in his class had more meat on them than he had. Is taijutsu a weak subject for you? Marubashi asked. Takuma nodded. But then he bowed his head and muttered, I'm bad at everything. I'm sorry, I missed that. Marubashi chuckled, my ears must have gotten weak. Would you mind repeating for this old man? I'm bad at everything. Takuma said and then glared at Marubashi, daring him to try and make fun of him for it. It wasn't his fault that he was awful at shinobi skills. I'm not even terrible, I just started out. He thought furiously. Everything? Everything, and that somehow broke the dam as Takuma's frustrations poured out. I can't beat anyone in sparring, I can't hit the targets, I can't perform jutsus, I can't even mold chakra. He had tried to follow his learning plan and go by the years, but the temptation of harnessing chakra had beat him, and he ended up reading up on it, but just like everything else, he was awful at him. He couldn't sense chakra in his body. I can't tie the knots fast enough, or start a fire, or hunt, or build a shelter in the wild. I don't understand ambush strategies or tailing tactics. Everything's confusing, and there's no one I can ask for help. I have less than 1 year before graduation. I will fail like this. I don't want to fail. I do not want to fail. Takuma breathed out deeply to calm himself because he would have broken down into a hyperventilating mess if he didn't. It had happened before, it wasn't something he wanted to experience again. "Calm down, little one," said Maraboshi in a soothing voice. He sat Takuma down and handed him a canteen of water. "I'm sorry, that was unsightly of me," said Takuma after he had settled down. He couldn't look at Maraboshi as he apologized in fear he would see mocking in his eyes as he had seen in everyone else's. "I shouldn't have reacted that way. It's okay. There's nothing for you to be ashamed of. It happens to the best of us," Maraboshi said with a soothing smile. "Even you?" Maraboshi's eyes glazed over for a moment and a faraway look appeared on his face before a brief bitterness flashed in his eyes. It was gone in an instant as Maraboshi focused back on Takuma. He nodded. "Even me. I have found myself lost one too many times. And I believe I have found my way back every time. What should I do? I will truly fail if I continue on like this." Maraboshi didn't reply immediately. Instead, he took away the canteen from Takuma and put it back. He kneeled on both his knees and sat down facing Takuma. "Do you truly want to pass and graduate from the academy?" he asked seriously. Takuma was confused, but he nodded. "I have to pass at graduation. I'm an orphan, but because I'm in the academy, I live alone in an apartment. They give me an allowance, but the moment I'm out of the academy, pass or fail, that will end. If I don't have a good job, I won't be able to pay rent. And I can't go back to the orphanage. I'll be an adult at 11, regardless of whether I become a shinobi or not." It was the harsh reality of the situation. The moment the boy Takuma stepped out of the orphanage and into the apartment, he had no way of returning. An 11-year-old with no trade skill training wasn't going to get a job with an income high enough to afford rent, even in the cheapest area of the Leaf Village. His tradecraft was supposed to be a mercenary for hire, for which he had been trained for 5 years. But now, that seemed like an impossible dream. If I offer to train you, will you train seriously?" Maraboshi suddenly asked. Takuma's confusion turned into a startled shock. He looked into Maraboshi's eyes, trying to figure out where the offer had come from. He then snapped out and realized he had been silent for a moment now. "Yes," he shouted. I will train seriously." Maraboshi frowned deeply. The kind man looked unkind for the first time since Takuma had seen him. "You had 5 years to learn. You didn't learn then, why should I believe you will change now?" Takuma wanted to scream that it wasn't him who didn't learn. He had seen how Kaiba and his classmates treated him. The boy had no friends. The only figure of authority in his life had deemed him worthless. Yet there was no animosity against him. His classmates didn't hate him, they simply ignored him. It couldn't be more clear that the boy was a bad student, someone on the lower string of the social ladder, someone who was forgotten and unseen because he had nothing special or of interest. His reputation wasn't Takuma's fault. He had been trying his best since he had come here. But he couldn't say any of it, so he clenched his fist as an outlet. "I can't give you money, for I don't have any," said Takuma. "I don't, but I will give you my life. I can give you my mind, body, and obedience. If you can teach me to be a shinobi, I will do everything and anything you say. Your words will be commands, and I will be yours to order. You say jump, I will ask how high." Takuma matched his eyes with Maraboshi and said, "You asked why you should believe me. I'm desperate and in a corner. There's nothing I won't do to get out of it. I can see my life about to be destroyed. It already had, and I will do anything to get it back on track." His life had already been taken away from him. He had no choice but to build himself a second one. And he would rather be a safe one than one of endless misery. "I don't have a devil to make a deal with," Takuma looked up at Maraboshi. "So, I will make this one with you. Teach me and I will owe one with no questions asked." "You don't need to owe me. I have already offered it. If you don't want to, then it's your choice to not claim it." "It's the only thing I can offer," Takuma said. He felt better knowing that he was offering something in return regardless of how small it may be. Maraboshi didn't reply. Instead, he stood up. For a moment, Takuma thought he would back out, and his heart sank deeper than Tartarus's depths. Maraboshi stared down at Takuma for what seemed like an eternity. "I will teach you." Takuma's heart sang songs of heavenly joy upon hearing Maraboshi. "But at any point, I feel that you're not putting effort, our agreement will end," said Maraboshi, and it sounded solemn when coming from someone as elderly as him. "But if you give me your all, I shall do my best to reciprocate to the best my old bones can manage." Takuma hurriedly got off the ground. "You won't feel the need," he said resolutely. He had been in the world long enough to observe some of the culture, so he bowed deeply to Maraboshi. "Thank you for this opportunity." "Thank you." Maraboshi patted Takuma on his shoulder. "It's too early for you to be thanking me. If you want to thank me, do it after you graduate." "I would gladly accept it then," he said. "How much time till your graduation?" "Less than a year," Takuma said. He had been in the world for 3 weeks, and the school year had started 2 weeks before that. Meaning that 1 month had already passed. An academy school year was 11 months long with no summer break and only a single month respite between years. I have roughly 10 months until the last test. 10 months. Maraboshi squinted as he said. Is that not enough time? Takuma asked, knowing well it wasn't enough. It is not, Maraboshi said. We will have to work long and hard every day. I will guide you best, but I can't promise progress. It's only you who can guarantee that. I understand, Takuma nodded. If he screwed up, it would be all on his head. That's what it sounded like to him. And he didn't like the sound of that at all. When do we start? Tomorrow. Meet me here in the morning at 5. 5? Takuma blinked. He repeated it, hoping Maraboshi would correct himself, but the old man just smiled before vanishing in a whirlwind of leaves. Takuma stood alone in the field, wondering the last time he had been awake at 5. He had stayed awake through the night playing games, but it had been a while since he had done that. He looked up at the sky and wondered what the sky would look like at 5 in the morning. Chapter 7. The sky was blue at 5 in the morning, with a tinge of orange and yellow peeking at the horizon. The air felt cool with a hint of dew suspended in it, bringing a slight weight to the lightness of the early mornings. Takuma stepped out from between the trees into the clearing. He hadn't spoken much last night, mostly thinking about his first official session with Maraboshi. Yet, he didn't feel a single wink of drowsiness. Maybe it was because he was now a kid, or perhaps because he was simply excited. Walking through the dew-laden grass made him sigh. He didn't like walking on wet grass. The boy only had 2 types of footwear, 2 pairs of open-toed shinobi sandals and 1 set of indoor slippers, none of them providing full coverage. His feet always ended up wet no matter what. He would need to save for a while to afford a good pair of shinobi-grade close-toed boots. I am not late, am I? Takuma asked, shaking his feet by the ankle in hopes of getting some wetness out. He didn't own a wristwatch, so he woke up at 4, got ready and was out of the house, knowing that even if he strolled, he would reach on or before time. Maraboshi sat on the same rock he had been on yesterday, wearing the same style of clothing, working on the wooden block with a kunai. The carving, whatever it was still in its carving stage. He wore similar clothes to the day before, only in different colors. Takuma wondered if Maraboshi's old age was why he didn't wear the traditional leaf shinobi gear like most of the shinobi population did. Maybe it was a generational thing, Takuma thought. Aren't there wood carving tools better suited for the job? Takuma asked. Good morning, Maraboshi said and smiled. There are indeed better tools, but I will never be as used to them as I'm to this one, he said, raising up the standard issue leaf kunai. And that's the first lesson we will learn today. Know your tools well. Maraboshi put his carving aside and stood up from the rock. He played with the kunai in his hand, spun it by the ring on the end, twirled it between his digits, balanced it by the tip of the blade on his finger. He handled the kunai with such dexterity that it was fascinating to watch. On the field, in dangerous moments where life and death are on the line, your tools will save your life, he said. Knowing what they can and can't do is of utmost importance. Knowing the capabilities within your reach will allow you to plan and adapt to the situation. Adapting is what will allow you to survive. Tools? I thought my mind or body would be of utmost importance, Takuma questioned. Why yes, your body and especially your mind are things that will keep you alive. But just like your kunai and explosion tags, your mind and body are tools for you to utilize. Maraboshi straightened his back. Everything is a tool, even external entities such as the ground beneath you, the sky above you, and the trees around you. Everything within reach is a tool. It's the ability to utilize them that separates a shinobi from a roadside bandit. The words made sense to Takuma. It sounded similar to what he had heard once before. Complete knowledge of the situation allowed one to make the best decision possible. Did you bring your arsenal with you? Asked Maraboshi. Takuma nodded, bringing the backpack to the front. He set the freight bag with considerable weight down on one of his feet in the hopes that it would not touch the wet ground. He would hate if his only bag got wet. He used the same bag for fetching groceries. Show them to me. Takuma promptly unloaded enough weapons and gadgets to cover up the ground between them. He had half a dozen kunai, a dozen shurikens, a bow of senbon, a survival knife, a thick jute rope, and half a pack of flash bombs. The kunai and shurikens were old and chipped, the senbon were all different lengths, the survival knife looked like it had seen better days, the rope was frayed and bent as if it had been tied and untied 100 times, and the smoke bombs looked as cheap as they could get. Maraboshi was frowning as he looked down at the weapons. Why, because they're old? Takuma asked, frowning as well. No. Not because they're old. I'm frowning because you carried everything in a backpack. You will be dead before you unslung your bag, forget about ever getting to the zipper. You need your weapons ready to be used at the twitch of your reflexes. This bag of yours, he picked up the big double-shoulder strap bag, is too big. If you wish to carry a carrier, It needs to be smaller and lighter and easier to access. Opt for multiple ones that can be attached around your body without hindering your movements. That also eliminated the risk of losing all your supplies all at once if you lose your soul big carrier. Takuma's frown eased for a moment before coming back up again. I don't have the money to buy them, he said. He was going to make sure that Marubushi knew he had no money to spare. It matters not, Marubushi waved him off as he squatted to get a closer look at Takuma's equipment. You will make them on your own. Repairing your equipment is a skill every shinobi must know. You will learn it by making your own equipment. You will use ones you make until you can afford ones made by master craftsmen. Always take the best equipment you can procure to the field. Oh, okay. Takuma didn't think something like stitching would be added to his curriculum on the very first day. What else? I need to know your height and weight, asked Marubushi. I don't know. Takuma hadn't had the need to measure either. He looked down at himself, and he had no relative sense of measure to make an estimated guess. I would say 150 centimeters and... I would like to say less than 35 kilograms, Marubushi said after staring at Takuma for a moment. I think the Academy's medical room will have the scales in there. Get yourself measured the first chance you get. All right, off with your shirt. Takuma pulled off his shirt without a thought, but only after he realized what the situation looked like. He was a shirtless miner in front of an adult. The picture shouted misdemeanor from every angel. He looked at Marubushi with hidden suspicion and brought the shirt clutched in his hand a little close to him. If you don't mind, may I ask what happened? Marubushi said. Takuma was confused, but when he looked down, he realized Marubushi was talking about the scarring on his body. He had forgotten about that for a second. He looked at Marubushi and shrugged. They've been there since before I can remember, he said. He didn't have an excuse for the scars, and this was better than coming up with one on the spot. Marubushi stared at the scarring before he finally moved on. You've not been eating properly, said Marubushi. We will need to put some meat on your body, or you'll be too weak. Muscle not only gives strength, but it grants speed and stability as well. What do you eat throughout the day? Takuma proudly told him his new diet plan was full of protein. When Marubushi raised his brow suspiciously, Takuma said as he put his shirt back on, I just changed it a couple weeks back. Marubushi nodded and told him to add a serving of fruits somewhere in the middle of the day. What followed was a series of questions about Takuma's knowledge. What he knew, what he didn't, what were his expectations from the mentorship, and so many pointed and specific questions that made Takuma feel nervous, as if all of his secrets were being unfolded. By the time the questions were done, Takuma was sure Marubushi knew him better than anyone in this world. I fear we have our work cut out for us, Marubushi sighed and looked at Takuma with what he thought was pity. Child, it's as if you know nothing taught in the academy. As though I will need to teach you everything academy students need to be taught. Takuma gulped, for those words were the real truth. He needed to be taught everything from scratch. At least he was older and would learn quicker than children who weren't even 10. Or that was what he hoped for. Did you know? My parents were one of the first ones that settled in the village who were not from a shinobi clan. My father was a humble woodworker and my dear mother was the best seamstress in the land of fire. Marubushi softly smiled as he recounted memories. My parents didn't need me to help with their work or wanted me to learn their craft, so I was one of the first civilian children to join the academy, which had been only recently founded by Lord II. There were only 3 of us in my year, the rest were from shinobi clans. Takuma didn't know why Marubushi was sharing it, but he listened with great attention and interest, as the only history about the academy he knew was that Lord II had founded it to standardize the shinobi training for children to strengthen the village's military strength. In those days, the academy only used to be 3 years. The new piece of information overwhelmed Takuma's fascination with history. That was 2 years off the current curriculum was a huge difference, especially when the children hadn't even reached puberty. And we have 10 months now. I don't know what has changed since my time and now, but I believe what I learned in the academy was enough of a foundation for me. So, here's what I propose. I will base my coaching on what I learned in the academy and modify it using my life experience as a shinobi and what the academy teaches currently. For that to happen, you will need to bring me your academy books and scrolls. What do you say? Should we go ahead with this? Having no opinion on the matter, Takuma was ready to give his agreement. But he reined in that impulse and gave the proposal some thought. Takuma didn't know how old Marubushi was, but it must have been at least 3 or 4 decades since he was in the academy. What all could have changed in that time? He doubted the academy had stayed stale for such a long time. What if things were done differently now? But he did say that he will include his experience as shinobi, so maybe it will be alright? Takuma thought. Do I have something to add? No, he did not. He was going to take anything provided to him. I will follow your lead. As for the books, I'll have them here tomorrow, he said. We meet once a day in the morning. I will instruct you in the mornings. I believe you'll have time after school, In that time, you must complete whatever I ask you to do, said Maraboshi. As for theoretical knowledge, I read those during the class, said Takuma. He shrugged. I don't listen in classes because I don't understand what's being taught. Lately, I have been reading from books and scrolls. I will cover subjects such as history, mathematics, finance, and physics on my own, but for subjects like politics, strategy, and tactics, I hope you'll instruct me however you see fit. While they could be learned through books, Takuma believed that someone like Maraboshi could help him understand the realities related to applied subjects like tactics and strategy. There was a point where ideal theoretical knowledge needed to be translated into executable practical stratagem. That's where actual field experience came in handy. Maraboshi looked suspicious and unsure. You can test me if you like, Takuma said, taking no offense. He hadn't given Maraboshi any reason to trust that he could handle his studies without supervision. Trust needed to be built, and Takuma was ready to build it from the ground up without complaining. Maraboshi agreed to let Takuma study things independently if he passed regular testing. Enough talking and planning. Let's train. We will discuss more when we take a break, said Maraboshi. What are we doing? Takuma asked excitedly. Maraboshi beamed his usual kind smile. Why, conditioning, of course. By the time they were done, Takuma had added conditioning to the list of his most hated things in the world. Chapter 8. One thing Takuma disliked about the schedule Maraboshi had put him on was that he went through 3 sets of clothes daily. And for him, who didn't have a washing machine in his house, it was extra work after a hard day of exhaustion. He had to change clothes after his morning session with Maraboshi because he didn't want to enter a classroom full of people with dirty and sweat-stinking clothes. Takuma and Izumi. Come up. Takuma stood up from the perimeter circle upon hearing Kaiba's command. At least he didn't have to change the clothes he wore in the academy, because even if they got dirty in a taijutsu spar as they were about to, he could still wear them in his evening session because he was alone in the evening. He arrived at the center of the sparring circle and faced his opponent. Uchiha Izumi, a girl with large onyx eyes who wore her brow hair in a ponytail. Takuma was pleased with his opponent today. He would get out relatively scot-free from the spar. Uchiha Izumi was the best at taijutsu in his class, but unlike others of her skill who would strike vital points and aim to cause the most pain, Izumi's hits were softer, and she hit at points where it didn't hurt much. And he knew it wasn't because she was weak. Takuma had seen her make a Kimiki Hideaki clutch his fat gut after a spar. And she didn't even leave bruises. Takuma would happily came to the academy with a smile if Izumi was his opponent in every spar. Start. Takuma dropped his seal of confrontation and immediately jumped back just in time to dodge the sweeping kick by Izumi. He ducked down to dodge another kick from her and rolled back to get out of her range. He had improved. Takuma truly thought so. For 3 more seconds before Izumi took a deep step and got Takuma into her hitting range. Takuma couldn't even raise his hands on guard as Izumi got 3 hits in. The first kick went to the side, making him curl his body to the right, and the second hit followed immediately after to the other side. Before Takuma could even process it, Izumi elbowed him in the thigh, making his feet quiver in a sudden bout of weakness. The Uchiha eased her stance and stood relaxed in front of a half-crouching Takuma. She pressed her foot on Takuma's before then gently pushing his forehead with her fingers. Takuma leaned back, and because he couldn't move one of his feet, he lost balance, tumbling down on his butt. And when he looked up, Izumi had a kunai pointed at him. She didn't look pleased or otherwise and simply gazed down at Takuma with a passive expression. And, that's it, Taibe finished the fight. Takuma sighed. So much for improving, he got his ass handed faster than he could have gotten in a hit himself. He looked up and saw that Izumi had 2 fingers pointed at him. He realized what she meant, grabbed her 2 fingers with his 2, and let her pull him up. The seal of reconciliation was complete, and the spar was officially over. Ah. I really want to win one, Takuma sighed as he returned to his spot. You got better. Takuma was distracted away from his note-taking by a soft voice beside him. He looked up to see who it was with the intention to immediately return to his work. No one in the class would speak to him. But he suddenly found himself staring into a pair of deep onyx eyes belonging to one Uchiha Izumi. Startled, Takuma jerked away and bumped his knee into the downside of the bench. His face scrunched in pain as he furiously rubbed his knee in an attempt to soothe the pain. Is it fine? She asked. Why yeah, it's fine, he said before looking around the classroom. No one was looking toward them. He turned back to her. Do you want something? You got better, Izumi repeated. You were better today than the last time we fought. That hop back in the start was the right move. Yet the end result remained the same, Takuma sighed. Of course, Izumi said as if the result of their fight was as natural as the air they breathed. Such confidence could very well be annoying, but coming from Izumi, the girl who didn't bash his body blue, it seemed endearing. It made Takuma chuckle. Why do you laugh? She asked, a slight frown appearing between her brows. He shook his head. You wanted to tell me that I got better, that's it? He asked. Should I've come with something else? She asked, tilting her head. No. Thank you for the compliment, though. I've been working hard to get better. Hearing that it's paying off from someone else makes all of it worth it, Takuma said with a smile. What have you been doing? Getting hit mostly, said Takuma, nodding. Izumi returned his nod in understanding. It wasn't a joke, Murabashi had Takuma learning how to take hits. Learning how to block, like how blocking with the shoulder hurt the least, how to reposition the body to take the impact away from its intended target, the correct way to fall and retreat, and how to dodge whenever possible. In his efforts, he had been hit more than he had been in his entire life. That counter had been broken on the very first day. How did you get so good at taijutsu? He asked. She was his peer and leagues better than him. Murabashi might be experienced, but he wasn't 10 years old, he hadn't been for a very long time. Another perspective might do him good, Takuma thought. I practiced, Izumi said after a pause. Is she one of the instinctive types? He thought. What kind of practice? I don't know when to switch between defense and offense. When do I know it's the right time to move in for an attack and not get my face bashed in while doing it? He asked. Offensive striking for Takuma was a tricky topic. He had at least one spar every day in the academy, maybe even two when Kaibe thought he hadn't fulfilled his quota of daily humiliation. In every spar, he had to pick his chances to try to hit his opponent. Every opponent he faced was more skilled than him and physically stronger than him. Even the shorter and leaner girls with the same weight as him were stronger and faster than him. He suspected Chakra. For most of the fights, he was on the defense, trying to dodge and block attacks, and every time he tried to switch to offense, he had been soundly made to smooch the ground. I can't explain that here on the spot, said Izumi after some thought. One of the times to hit someone is right after they've launched an attack. They're vulnerable to an attack as their body is in motion, and you can find an opening to exploit. There are many other opportunities where your attacks have a high chance of succeeding. I learned all of them one by one during spars, some I noticed on my own, others were pointed out to me. You have to spar again and again. Until your mind stops looking for openings and your body takes over that job. Takuma narrowed his eyes. It made sense. Murabashi had told him that combat was more about honed instincts than active thinking. Maybe her eyes helped her with taijutsu, he thought. When one heard of the Uchiha clan, the first thing that came to mind was their Kekkai Genji, one of the 3 great Dujutsu Sharingan, the copy wheel eye. The infamous red eyes with commas enabled the Uchiha reading lip moments to copy ninjutsu and taijutsu. Nothing was safe under the Sharingan's gaze, all secrets were laid bare for the Uchiha to exploit. The Uchiha who had awakened Sharingan could copy any taijutsu they liked and execute if their body allowed the moment. Sasuke Uchiha had done so with Rock Lee, copying the taijutsu prodigy style like a mirror, and then had trained his body until he could imitate the absurd moments that could only be performed after hours over hours, day after day of grueling practice. As part of the story flashed through Takuma's mind, he felt a little cold as he looked at Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke copying Lee wasn't the most terrifying part of the story. It was how it had been achieved. Sasuke wasn't there to see Lee perform his entire breadth of taijutsu against Gaara. It was Kakashi Hatake with his transplanted Sharingan who had copied the movements, who then taught Sasuke, making Sasuke's learning from a second-hand source. And yet, the moves had come out to be precisely the same. A thought emerged into Takuma's mind. Sasuke was barely 6 when the Uchiha clan was wiped out by his brother, Itachi Uchiha. A child as young as Sasuke wouldn't have spent much time training with his clan, learning from teachers who had seen various styles of taijutsu, fought a diverse range of opponents, and had copied all of their moves, thought Takuma. Teachers who could give so much to their students. The Uchiha clan hadn't been annihilated yet. Izumi Uchiha was the proof of it. It was not only her, Takuma had even seen shinobi from Leaf Military Police Force patrolling market streets. All of them sported a fan symbol that resembled the Uchiha clan symbol. Some of them even had similar onyx eyes to Izumi's. He couldn't exactly recall when the Uchiha massacre occurred, but the clan was alive and thriving now. Which meant Izumi must have learned from an Uchiha, and he felt both terrified and envious. Terrified that she could do much worse during their spars, and envious that he didn't have the superior genetics that would have made his life a lot easier. But then Takuma frowned. Did Izumi even have Sharingan? He thought about it. Given her age, it was unlikely she had awakened her bloodline. Which meant she had gotten good through plain effort. He felt ashamed. The only way to get better is to keep doing it until you are good, is it? Takuma sighed. He didn't have a Sharingan lying around in his eye socket or any KK Genkai. Meaning if he wanted to get better, he needed to fight more so he could learn more. What do you eat? He asked, leaving the Uchiha line of thought behind. It only served to make him feel pity toward himself. Everyone was stronger and faster than him, Maybe the kids these days were eating something that he and Maraboshi didn't know. She shrugged and said she ate whatever her mother gave her to eat. Izumi listed off the things she ate, and they matched the home cuisine of Leaf Village. She even listed plenty of sweets that she got after dinner as dessert. Takuma was envious he could only have fruit as sweets, and that too never after dinner. That was bad, Maraboshi had mandated so himself. How are you so flexible? I can't get my kicks to the head, Takuma said with a wrinkle between his brows. Maraboshi was an empathetic person and teacher, but he had openly shown his displeasure with Takuma's inflexibility. I don't know. I was always flexible. Fucking talented people. Takuma cursed in his mind. But I stretch every morning. Oh. What do you do? Show it to me someday, yeah? I'm more rigid than a steel pipe. Izumi snickered and chuckled behind her hand as her big eyes turned into crescents. What's with that? That's funny. Well, at least his worries have the use of making others laugh, thought Takuma. Cheers for self-deprecating humor. He hoped he could enjoy it one day. And wished that day would be close by. Chapter 9, Juro shifted her diary and folder of documents onto her right forearm with her fingers curling inwards to clutch them in place as she straightened the pleats of her long white skirt and tucked the strands of hair falling on her face behind her ear. She straightened her back and pressed the white doorbell button that had turned yellow from the elements with time. She stepped back and waited for a dozen seconds or so before she heard footsteps behind the door with cracked sky blue paint that had once contrasted beautifully with the gray walls that had now faded away. The darkness inside the spy hole in the door lit up for a moment before the darkness returned. The door opened a few seconds later, showing the boy that stood half hidden by the door. Yes? Asked the boy. Juro gazed at the boy and matched the face in her file with the one in front of him. Hello, Takuma. It is Amida Juro. Don't you remember me? We met when I showed you the apartment on the day you moved in. I even visited you a few months back. The boy narrowed his eyes as if doubting her words. I see. And what brings you here? He asked. I came for a scheduled home visit, Juro said. She wasn't fazed by the doubt from Takuma. Orphans studying in the Shinobi Academy were sometimes more guarded and suspicious than their civilian counterparts. She had met a few of them through the years. She was going to make sure Takuma here felt comfortable with her. Scheduled visit? Takuma frowned. I wasn't informed about any visit, scheduled or not. I'm sorry, who are you again? Juro took out a laminated ID card from the slit in the cover of her leather diary and held it in front of Takuma. My name is Amida Juro. I'm from Leaf Child Welfare Services. I'm here for a scheduled meetup with you. You weren't told because we like to keep them secret and give people a pleasant surprise, she smiled. I'd like to have a short talk with you, get to know how you are doing, and just ask some questions that are part of the procedure. It's nothing serious. And she was here to assess how he was handling life living alone after having lived in an orphanage where children were never alone. Juro was about to pull back her ID card when Takuma suddenly snatched it out of her hand. He looked at her and said, This is a sketchy neighborhood, and while you look like a lovely person, I hope you don't mind, and began intently reading her ID card. She was a little taken aback. She hadn't had her ID card taken from her for observation. Usually, people gave it barely a glance before looking back at her. Of course, she said with a strained smile. This looks right, Takuma said as he handed the ID card back to her. I apologize if I came across as rude. I couldn't recall seeing you before. I'm bad with names and faces, you see. He opened the door and stepped back to invite her inside. And yet you want to become a shinobi, Juro thought as she entered the house. Takuma messily kicked off his outsider slippers beside his dirty shinobi sandals. One of them was lying sideways, and she could see mud caked inside the grooves of the sole. Takuma asked her to wait before running inside the house. When he returned, he had a pair of indoor slippers in his hands. Please wear these, he said. Juro noticed Takuma wasn't wearing any. He has appropriate house manners. Till now, Juro jotted a mental note as she removed her short heels and slipped on the indoor slippers. She had seen shinobi orphans who wore their outside shoes and sandals inside their house, bringing in dirt and mud along with them. Takuma next guided her into the house. By guided, she meant she followed him into the small studio apartment, and her eyes widened for a moment as she took in the inside. The last time she had been here was nearly 5 months back, and at that time, like every other orphan, Takuma's place was a mess. Clothes lying everywhere, weeks' worth of trash accumulated on the table unthrown, walls and floor that looked like they hadn't been dusted and cleaned in months. It was filthy and messier than an adult bachelor's pad. She had filled it in her report and had advised Takuma to clean up. It wasn't a concern at that time. The orphans who left their orphanage because of the academy rule had dirty homes, but they usually got better with time as they became shinobi and learned to be organized from their militant life. She wasn't expecting to see a clean home today. At least not this clean, she thought. The house was spotless. The living area looked empty, but that was because there wasn't enough furniture, But whatever there was, it was tidied. She could see the kitchen, and it looked hygienic, and used, with clean dishes in the dish rack. The floor beneath her was old and had long lost its shine, but it looked like it was dusted and moped. Maybe he stuffed everything into his bedroom. She had been on visits where the children had tried to make their home look clean by shoving everything into a room or closet. She was going to check it later. If not, then at least fortunately after being a slob in his newfound freedom he has now adopted an eater way of living, probably to have some structure to cling on to. Orphans generally had one neat aspect: their life is chaotic, so the one thing they do to feel in control by keeping one thing in control. Please take a seat, Takuma pointed at a small two-seater table. I hope water is fine with you. I have fresh milk with me if you want any. Water will do, thank you, Juru said as she sat down. The table had a small potted plant on it. She touched it and froze when she felt the plastic leaves. It was fake. As Takuma was in the kitchen, Juru let her eyes roam around the house. The decor was simple, and while she couldn't recall the furniture at all from her last visit, she felt it hadn't changed much. The heavy gray sheet on the couch did seem odd, but it didn't look like he was hiding something underneath it. He seems to be handling his house well, Juru thought. That was a good sign. She was facing the small balcony with large half-glass sliding doors, the only natural light source in the room. Outside, she could see clothes hanging on the wire. Juru turned away from the window and towards another wall when she jumped in her seat because of surprise. There was a white wall behind her with no decor. It would have been empty if not for the vast amount of paper stuck to the wall. Clusters and rows of full-sized, half-sized, and even quarter-sized sheets of paper were attached to the wall with tape. Every page had something written and drawn upon it. Juru couldn't read it from her spot and was about to get up when she heard. Please don't look at it. Takuma had returned with a tray in his hand. He set it down on the table, and it had a glass of water and a mug of steaming milk. What is that? She asked. My notes. I like it when they're in front of me, it helps when I'm trying to remember and memorize things. Takuma smiled abashedly. It's not usually this messy and full. I just got lazy and didn't pull down topics I was already done with. Juru stared at the notes. This didn't seem right. So, you said you wanted to ask me some questions? Takuma asked. She looked back at him. After a pause, she nodded. I just wanted to know how are you doing? I know it can be tough living alone. There's so much to do around the house, and it can seem like a lot, especially when you're attending the academy. You must be busy. Takuma shrugged. It was difficult at first, but I got used to it. Things settled into a routine, and nothing gets piled up as long as I do the chores on time. Juru opened her diary and uncapped her pen. How are things at the academy going? I hope everything's well. If I recall correctly, you are in your last year. She clearly knew Takuma was in his last year. Things have been going well, Takuma nodded. I have been learning a lot. Some of it is interesting, some other is boring. But you know, that's normal. Lots of spars. We even spent the night in the forest the other day. It was fun. I'm trying to do better and well, looking forward to becoming a shinobi at the end of the year. With your grades, that's not going to happen, Juru thought to herself as she took down her notes. The scheduled visit was indeed scheduled for every orphan in the last year of the Shinobi Academy. But usually, they would be informed about the visit beforehand. Takuma's case was entirely different. Juru looked at the boy, who according to his file, was dead last in his class with grades and skills so bad that many second-year and most third-year students would do better if they were dumped in the last year. Takuma hadn't won a spar in 3 years and had barely scored passing marks since he joined the academy. But things had gotten worse recently when Takuma had suddenly gotten progressively worse. Which prompted the appropriate systems in place to alert the authorities about the situation. Juru's visit was a result of that. She was here to find out the reason behind all of it. She was then to compile her findings into a report which would go to Shinobi administration authorities, who would then take them into account while deciding if Takuma was fit to be a Leaf Shinobi. Or, in case he fails the graduation test, is he worth it to keep in the academy or to be enrolled into a program like the civilian spy program where Takuma would have his identity erased and sent to places of importance as a spy for information for a very long time to build an identity that would stand even the strongest checks. That kind of false identity took even decades to build, and sending a shinobi was a waste of resources. Thus, a civilian was sent. And who else better than a failed academy graduate? Even though the boy in front of her didn't know, this meeting was extremely important for him. What about money? She asked as the conversation continued. Have you been spending your allowance properly? Yeah, I think I've been, Takuma said. The month ends usually end up tighter than I would like, but what can I do? He shrugged before leaning forward and asking, is there any way I can have my allowance increased? You see, I'm sorry, everyone gets the same allowance, and increasing it doesn't happen if not very special cases, she said, ending the turn of conversation before it could even start. Takuma sighed as he leaned back into his chair. Thought so. No harm in trying, though. How do you usually spend your allowance? What do you usually buy in a week? She asked. Takuma stood up and walked into his bedroom, and soon returned with a file in hand. Here you go. This is my budget and expenses for the last 3 months and the current month, which is still going. You can see my expenses on every day I spent money since I started this record. Receipts, whatever I could get, are attached for reference. Taken aback once more, Juru received the file and opened it to find a very detailed record of Takuma's expenses. Every expense had been mentioned clearly where, when, and how much. She flipped to a random part of the file and saw Takuma had bought groceries. You cook? She asked when she saw what looked like ingredients. I do, it's cheaper that way. That was another positive point for Takuma. And yet it only served to confuse Juru more. She flipped to the last page and saw Takuma's last purchase was leather from a fabric store. When she asked him about it, he responded. I have been learning how to repair my equipment for a couple months now. The best way to do it is to make your own. And then Takuma leaned down to pull up the legs of his pants to reveal a leather ankle holster. He pulled a small knife out of it and placed it on the table with the blade facing Juru. She looked at the gleaming knife and then at Takuma, who simply smiled as if proud of his skill. Hey. I wonder if that, Takuma pointed at the file in front of Juru, is about. Hey, can you show that to me for a moment? Takuma reached out, but Juru pulled the file back. I'm sorry, but the file is for official eyes only. I can't let you see it, she said with an apologetic file. The file didn't have anything in it, but it made a good tactic for making the person nervous and distracting them away from the conversation, which made them slip out answers without meaning to. Is that so? Takuma hummed as he leaned back into his chair. He looked like he had lost all interest in the conversation. What are your days like? Juru asked. Tell me, after I leave, what will you do next? Take it from there. Takuma picked up the knife and began twirling it with his fingers. Today's Sunday, so I don't have to train. I will go shopping for groceries, then clean the house, then start making dinner, tomorrow's breakfast, and lunch as well. I will wash clothes while it's getting cooked. Have an early dinner because I skipped lunch. Then spend the time until bed studying, practicing secondary skills, and just relaxing a little. That was a normal Sunday, too normal. Juru thought a kid of Takuma's age would like to go out and play. Tomorrow, I will wake up at 5, take a dump, get the clothes down from the wire, Takuma said, making Juru hold back a frown. Was he wasting time by going into such detail? She didn't need to know when he got his clothes down from drying. Then I will leave home to go train with Marubushi-sensei. Marubushi? Juru interrupted. That was the first time Takuma had mentioned a person. He hadn't even mentioned his academy teacher, the primary adult figure in his life. And did he say sensei? Who was this Marubushi-sensei? Takuma suddenly stopped twirling the dangerous knife. He looked at her and stayed silent for a good moment as all sound died down in the house. She didn't speak, didn't even urge him to continue. A shinobi, he said simply, and only that. And why does this Marubushi-sensei train with you? She asked. Takuma shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know, he just does. You never asked? Why would I? A shinobi offered to train me, and I accepted. He's a shinobi, after all, Takuma finished with a glimmer of idealism in his eyes. There was nothing about someone known as Marubushi in Takuma's file. An unknown shinobi interacting with an academy orphan. She needed to report that. That unknown shinobi could very well be an enemy spy trying to recruit a naive orphan into becoming a mole. Why else would a shinobi help an orphan like Takuma who had nothing to offer? According to Takuma's file, his parents were supposed to be traveling merchants who did business across the Land of Fire, and had died in an accident during the Kyubi incident. An unfortunate time for them into the Leaf Village. What does he look like? She asked. He's tall, strong, knows a lot, is kind, and really cool, Takuma said with a smile. Do you know he can throw 10 shurikens, all at once, at the dead center of the target? How cool is that? That description. Juru frowned. That described every adult shinobi from the eyes of an idolizing 10-year-old. That didn't narrow it down even a little. Do you have his full name? She asked. No. Takuma said, his voice like a mosquito. Idiot, she sighed and thought, that man probably gave him a false name. Juru closed her diary and smiled. Thank you, Takuma. That'll be all. You're living well, and I see no problems here. I hope you will continue working hard and make the village proud by becoming a splendid shinobi. As Juru exited the small apartment complex, she looked up and saw Takuma standing in the corridor in front of his front door. He turned and walked back into his house just as she looked at him. Was he frowning? She thought for a fleeting moment before walking away, thinking it was just her vision. Chapter 10, Young Takuma, Did you talk to someone about us? Takuma flicked his head up to rid the sweat-soaked hair from his face as he looked at Maraboshi. He stopped pushing the large sheet metal basket filled with heavy sand. Do not stop, said Maraboshi. Takuma scowled and let out a frustrated groan as he went back to pushing the thing across wet mud, elevating the annoyingness of the task. Feeling the wet mud get between his toes made him hate that he hadn't saved enough money for a pair of shinobi boots. What do you mean? Takuma's voice flared up as he dug his feet in, giving the box a heavy push. Someone came to ask me what relationship I have with you. Takuma frowned and stopped pushing as he turned his face to look at Maraboshi. Continue pushing, said Maraboshi before Takuma could even relax his body. Don't talk to me then, Takuma said, shouting with irritation. He resumed the pushing, feeling every step forward in his thighs. There was a lady. Amida something, I will have to look in my notebook. Maraboshi had taught him to carry a pocket notebook with him to note down information. From Leaf Child Welfare Services. She came to my house to talk, and we chatted about how a typical day looks for me. I think I mentioned you there. That's the only time I can remember talking about you with anyone. Why did something happen? Takuma wanted nothing more than to put his hands down and use his shoulder or, better, his back to push the useless box of sand, but couldn't. Stupid order from Maraboshi. The man who visited me was from the Leaf Gainin Resource Command. What is that? They are in charge of distribution, strategic talent management, personnel programs and services of Leaf Gainin. To put it roughly, they manage everything related to Leaf Gainin. Everything from ensuring the Gainins are being deployed for missions to issuing their paychecks, said Maraboshi. You can stop now, he added at the end. Takuma pushed no more and turned around to lean against the metal box. He wanted to hop onto it so he could sit, but he knew Maraboshi would tell him to remain standing. Why would they come asking? Takuma asked. He wasn't a Gainin yet, not even close to one. I believe they also handle part of recruitment from the academy. You are in your last year, I assume you come under their purview. What did they want from you? Nothing more than some answers. The man asked if I knew you, how we met, how long we had known each other, and why I was training you when I told him about us. The man immediately left after that, Maraboshi said, shaking his head. Am I in any trouble? Takuma asked. No, I don't think so. From what I could tell, he was interested in knowing why I decided to train you. As for why they were interested, I asked but did not get an answer in return, said Maraboshi, sighing. Takuma narrowed his eyes. He knew the lady was trouble when she started asking him about Maraboshi. He had to turn on his 10-year-old child's portrayal and act like a dumb kid when she started asking questions about Maraboshi. He didn't like her from the moment she refused to show him the folder. There could have been important details about his past in there, information that he would have loved to know. Takuma still knew jack about the boy's past. I believe they were simply concerned about what an unrelated adult was doing with a minor, an orphan at that, Maraboshi said with a bitter smile. You see, young Takuma, there exist people you don't need to tell me about. Pedophiles, sensei, Takuma said with thin lips. He didn't like the sound of people suspecting Maraboshi as a filthy pedophile. He couldn't even imagine how Maraboshi felt, especially when he was just trying to help. I, for a fact, am grateful that I came across you, sensei. I would have been screwed hard if not for you. Pun not intended? Maraboshi didn't laugh. That's enough pushing for now, you will continue later, he said, making Takuma feel elated and despair at the same time. Let's move, we will do something new today. The master-student duo moved away from the mud swamp, and Takuma was delighted to step onto solid, dry ground. His dirty sandals and feet did put a hamper on the simple feeling of joy he was feeling, though. Face me and stand still, said Maraboshi. He raised his hands and quickly weaved hand signs before opening his mouth to eject a jet of water from his mouth toward Takuma's feet. Takuma was surprised and almost lost balance because of it. He stiffly stared at Maraboshi's mouth as he spouted liquid like a water fountain. He was entranced and alarmed by the sight in front of him. It wasn't his first time seeing a jutsu. He had seen the clone jutsu and transformation jutsu in the academy before. He had been startled by how real the transformations and clones looked. He couldn't imagine how people told the real apart from the fake. But this was the first time he had seen an elemental jutsu. The force of the water stream was high and tight enough that all the mud was stripped away, never needing Takuma to even wiggle his toes. The force made Takuma remember the danger of water he had seen on the internet. How pressured water could shear through metal sheets like a saw, or how sturdy houses were nothing in front of a strong flood wave as if they were made from thin pieces of plywood. He could imagine what those things could do to a human body. He was made cognizant of the fact that people in this world could replicate those feats with enough skill. The pit of his stomach suddenly felt heavier than ever before. Maraboshi stopped spouting water like a certain turtle Pokemon and smiled. Today, we learn about Chakra. Takuma couldn't help but do a sharp intake. It had been 4 months since he had come under Marabashi's tutelage, and never in those 4 months had Marabashi brought up the topic of Chakra on his own accord. It was always Takuma who initiated conversations about Chakra, and when Marabashi was going to teach him about Chakra, every time, he would get the same answer: "Now's not the time." It frustrated him a lot. There were days Takuma feared that Marabashi wouldn't teach him how to wield Chakra. "A question for you, young Takuma. What is Chakra?" asked Marabashi. Takuma was quick to answer. Chakra is an energy native to every life form on this planet. It is a product of combining a living being's physical and spiritual energies. By training these two energies, you can harness larger amounts of Chakra. He thrust his thumb into his left chest. The heart performs the function of integrating the energies to produce Chakra, which can be then carried by the Chakra pathway system inside the body, which functions what blood vessels do for blood. Chakra is the fuel for even the most basic of jutsu. Without Chakra there's no jutsu, and without jutsu, there's no shinobi. So there's no shinobi. Takuma bitterly stared down at his hand. No matter what he did, he couldn't invoke his Chakra. And as he said, without Chakra, he was no shinobi. Marabashi, unaware of Takuma's thoughts, smiled. "Very good. I couldn't have described it better myself. It's clear that you've read about Chakra. I commend you for your efforts." Takuma looked up at Marabashi and glared. "I did it because you refused to teach me." After getting refused repeatedly, Takuma took matters into his own hand and explored the foreign topic of Chakra on his own. He had already turned every page on the introduction of Chakra booklet. Alas, when it came to the practical sides of things, Takuma couldn't sense the sea of Chakra. It had caused him several sleepless nights and hours of horror-filled thoughts. "It was not time," Marabashi said simply, not taking offense at Takuma's accusation. "As you said, there can't be jutsu without Chakra, and shinobi without jutsu. But here I would like to add that for academy students such as yourself, Chakra doesn't hold a great importance." Did I hear that correctly?" Takuma was stunned. "I'm sorry, I don't know if I agree with you on that. Chakra is the basis of everything. A shinobi is worse than a roadside bandit without it because even thugs like them can use some Chakra. Shinobi Academy didn't hold a monopoly over the training of Chakra. Rogue shinobi had long since allowed Chakra practice to leak outside the military organizations. Some ill-minded people in the darkest corners of society did teach people without the discipline to wield Chakra, who used it for anything but good. Then there were rare shrine temples dotting the lands that practiced non-combatant studies of Chakra. Chakra was present in religious cults and in the swordplay of samurai. And many more communities and institutions that used Chakra in their own ways. So young, so naive, Marabashi sighed with a soft smile. Takuma didn't know if it was an old person thing, but Marabashi had the tendency to say things that made his face twitch in anger. With time, you will come to realize how a shinobi is much more than the Chakra he wields. To be a shinobi is a way of life. I hope you will understand it one day. Your average academy student doesn't have enough Chakra in their bodies. The children have not entered puberty, the growth stage, where the amount of Chakra develops rapidly with the rest of the body," Marabashi continued. "While transformation jutsu and clone jutsu are taught in the academy, neither is useful in the field. Shinobi are trained to see through the illusionary clones, and while transformation can fool the civilian eye, a shinobi can see right through the jutsu's disguise. Disguising oneself is an art form in itself that takes years to perfect. The transformations in the class could have fooled me any time of the day," thought Takuma. He probably had a worse eye for it than even the most rock-headed people. They are taught to make the student get used to channeling Chakra, get familiarized with hand signs, and because learning jutsu excites children, said Marabashi. Going beyond is simply not worth it when you can take the time to teach so many other skills necessary for competence and survival. And you, who doesn't have much time before graduation, I would instead train your body and teach you skills that make a shinobi different from the average roadside bandit." Takuma narrowed his eyes at the analogy thrown back at him. "What about the clan kids? They train in their clan's shinobi arts from a young age," he said. "Did you hear that from a friend of yours, one that belongs to a clan?" asked Marabashi. "And no," sputtered Takuma. "He didn't have friends." "Then I will tell you what most of the children from shinobi clans will tell you. Yes, they do go through training of their clans, but believe it or not, most of it revolves around the same subject taught in the academy." Takuma was about to ask why they would do that, but he then remembered the existence of coaching classes and after-school tuitions many kids took back at his home. The academy isn't perfect, and the clans know that, so they prepare their children. They go deeper into the subjects taught and cover some more that the academy doesn't cover, things that might increase their children's chances of survival on the field. And yes, I won't deny that children from shinobi clans do learn their clan's shinobi arts, but in most cases, it's a special form of taijutsu or some knowledge that would help them practice their clan's special ninjutsu when they are ready in the future. Only a select few who showcase talent with Chakra are encouraged to learn more advanced Jutsu clan or otherwise. Takuma hung his head down. He, of course, didn't know any of that. The truth of the matter was that he just wanted to use Chakra. It was Chakra, after all. Anyone who had read Naruto even once had the thought of being able to use the mystic power. How do you know I'm not one of those select cases? Asked Takuma with a tinge of defiance. He, after all, still wanted to learn Chakra, and from what Maraboshi had said, it didn't look like he would get to do much of that in their training, at least, not as much as he would like. I do not know. Maybe you have gained some skill as you pursued it in your own time, said Maraboshi. Can you use Chakra, young Takuma? Takuma felt his face burn up. He felt stupid. Really? Really? Stupid. He shook his head in shame. Maraboshi smiled, the kind one that he showed most often. Then let's remedy that. Chapter 11, Maraboshi and Takuma sat together in front of each other in the middle of the field. The morning's gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the abundant trees in and around the leaf village, bringing about a harmonious summer sound. Seeing that you have tried to practice Chakra on your own. Tell me about your experience so I can know what you understand, said Maraboshi. Nothing. I felt nothing, made zero progress, said Takuma in a voice quieter than his natural tone. Despite his lack of proficiency in literally every aspect of being a shinobi, Takuma made progress in everything he was taught, no matter how minuscule it may be, he had improved. But not in Chakra. It was as if he was trying to access that wasn't there. What if it wasn't there? At all? Bells blared in his mind as the thought emerged in his mind for the first time. What if he didn't possess Chakra? No, no, no. All life forms on this planet possess Chakra, he thought. But you're not from this planet, said a treacherous voice in his mind. This body is. Takuma screamed back. So, what? Said the voice, sounding infinitely blaming. Didn't you say so yourself? Chakra is a product of combining physical and spiritual energies. The body produces the physical aspect, but it's your soul that doesn't produce the spiritual aspect because it's not native to this world. You're an outsider, you can't wield Chakra. Get out. The chilling thought made her body shudder more than a dip in the cold water of a freezing winter morning. He couldn't accept it, a life without the ability to use Chakra in his world. The number of people who didn't use Chakra dwarfed those who did use it, but Takuma didn't want to be part of that majority. His vision turned blurry as his ears started to ring harshly. The glass of milk he had drank threatened to come out with the rest of his stomach juices. His body felt hot as the broad open field started to feel too small and congested. There was not enough air to breathe. The early sun felt dim, the rustle of leaves sounded deafening, and the morning breeze felt heavy like lead. Takuma looked down at his body. The body that wasn't his. It wasn't his skin he was wearing. He was a thief. He needed to get out of it. Get out. Now. Takuma. The old voice pierced through the noise, and Takuma felt a weight on his shoulder. He looked up with his eyes wide in shock as though he had seen a great ghost spelling the end of his life. In a matter of seconds, Takuma's entire body looked like he had been in the sauna, dripping with sweat. Seeing the trembling Takuma in front of him, Maraboshi jumped forward and laid Takuma down on the grass. Takuma's chest heaved up as he looked up at the blue sky. It was coming down, or so it looked to Takuma. He immediately curled up in a ball in response. Takuma, can you hear me? Maraboshi hurriedly weaved a chain of hand signs before grabbing Takuma's head, resting his palms between Takuma's temples. A green glow of medical ninjutsu illuminated Maraboshi's palms, but Takuma's breath remained erratic and labored, and every muscle seemed restless and ready to jump out. Takuma, focus on my voice, child. Maraboshi frowned. It wasn't working. He gazed at the distressed Takuma for a moment before canceling the jutsu and rushing out of the field while carrying Takuma in his arms. Maraboshi sighed as he sat by Takuma's bedside in the hospital. He stared at the child he had taken under his wing with worry. Just an hour ago, the face now sleeping peacefully was twisted in pain. Looking back at it, he hadn't had the time to process the last hour completely. All of it was so sudden that he had followed his instincts like he would during a mission. Because of that, he ended up bringing Takuma to the shinobi hospital instead of the civilian hospital, as he should have done. Unlike him, Takuma was still a civilian and, according to the correct procedure, should have been admitted to a civilian hospital. It was thanks to the good fellows in the hospital who had allowed Takuma bed until he woke up, after which he was going to be moved to the civilian counterpart for further treatment if needed. If needed, Maraboshi sighed. He prayed there wasn't a need for any. But the chances of that happening seemed sparse as it had already been 4 days since Takuma had been in the hospital and had yet to wake up. By the time they reached the hospital, Takuma had fallen unconscious and had yet to wake up even once since then. What had happened? Maraboshi frowned as he gazed at Takuma. 1 second, the child was normal, if not a little moody, but the next moment, he was writhing on the floor, clutching his head and sweating profusely. There was no physical injury, he had done the rudimentary check. When he tried to cast medical ninjutsu to calm any pain, the jutsu didn't work. The cause of distress was either out of the jutsu's target function, or the distress was so much that his skill couldn't provide any relief. Neither were favorable options. Kusagakure. Maraboshi turned towards the ward's door and stood in haste when he saw the man who had called out to him. Lord Third. He exclaimed and rushed to kneel in front of the village's leader. Nothing of that, Sarutobe Hiruzen, the third and the current Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, said as he entered the room. Another shinobi dressed in the standard leaf shinobi gear accompanied the Hokage. The man with the large wheel-like scar didn't enter the room and instead stood at the threshold, observing the corridor outside of the room. Hokage's protection, thought Maraboshi as he stood up. He looked towards the room's window, and as expected, he caught another shinobi standing outside on the ledge outside the window. The Hokage never went anywhere without protection. And Maraboshi knew there were Anbu shinobi lurking somewhere outside of view, protecting the Hokage from the shadows. His eyes returned to Hiruzen, who now stood at the foot of the bed. He stood silently as the Hokage observed Takuma. A child, Kusagakure, said Hiruzen, glancing at Maraboshi. He retrieved a smoking pipe from his wide-sleeved hori that we wore over his red kimono. It's the hospital, Lord Hokage, said the guard from the door. Hiruzen looked down at his pipe before putting it back. My apologies, I reached for it out of habit, he said. A child I have taken under my guidance recently, Lord Hokage, said Maraboshi respectfully, moving the conversation onwards. Hiruzen looked surprised. Maraboshi couldn't blame him, given his circumstances, the situation was indeed out of the ordinary. A Genin? Asked Hiruzen. An academy student. That seemed to surprise the Hokage even more. He went back to gazing at Takuma. What happened? He asked. According to the healers. Nothing, said Maraboshi. The healers had diagnosed Takuma when he was admitted and the day next to that, but both times they couldn't find anything wrong with Takuma. They could only tell him that as there was nothing wrong with Takuma, he would wake up on his own. As for when? They couldn't give him a date. Maraboshi recounted the events to Hiruzen, who hummed after hearing the recollection. If the healers weren't able to find anything with the child's body, then that must mean the problem must lie within the mind, said Hiruzen. He looked towards Maraboshi. The hospital has a Yamanaka on staff. I will ask him to take a look at young Takuma. I'm sure he will be able to help in some way. That would be very generous of you, Lord Hokage. Maraboshi bowed deeply. Thank you. I can't describe how much this means. I'm sure young Takuma would be eternally grateful when he hears. Children are the real treasure of the village, said Hiruzen with a smile. It's only our duty to care for them and help them achieve their potential. Maraboshi gazed at Takuma. The young indeed had potential, but not all young could reach the potential. Only those who worked hard had a chance to achieve their potential. Though, I must ask. Why now? After such a long time, Hiruzen asked Maraboshi. Maraboshi understood what Hiruzen meant. The child required guidance and didn't have anyone to provide it to him. Young Takuma is an orphan, he added when Hiruzen looked confused. Ah. He has no one to rely upon. It was a coincidence we met, or maybe it was fate that I accepted, but now that I have taken the responsibility, I will not walk away from it, said Maraboshi. And as you said, Lord Hokage, children are the treasure of the village. The future. I am simply doing something very small, hoping that future will be a happy one. He hadn't agreed to teach Takuma on a whim. There were many orphans who needed an adult influence in their lives, someone to guide them as they grew up. He couldn't help every one of them. So, he chose one that would benefit from his guidance and would appreciate it. He had observed Takuma for days from the shadows to see if teaching Takuma would be worth it or just a waste of time. In that time he had seen a lonesome child who didn't fit in with the rest. Always alone, but never lonely. Never once had he seen Takuma look at his classmates or other children with other parents with even a hint of wanting or desire in his eyes. He always seemed so indifferent to everything. Living his life running around, not stopping even for a second to look around to appreciate the simple things. Never relying on anyone. That wasn't how a child was supposed to live. Then he realized. Maybe the reason why Takuma never seemed to care was that he never knew what the joy of companionship felt like in the first place. The sentiment saddened Maraboshi, and he had only thought about it. What about Takuma? What if he was living it? Maraboshi didn't know if his thoughts were correct. After all, he didn't know what Takuma was thinking. But even if there was a chance that he was right, he didn't want any child to live that sort of life. Especially a child in front of him, one he knew, even if only shortly. So, he decided. He would train Takuma. Not for the purpose of making him a fine shinobi. No, what he wanted was for Takuma to know the joy of companionship, what it felt like to rely on others, to share joy and sadness all the same. Then maybe you feel ready to guide others in need, said Hiruzen. Maraboshi matched eyes with his Hokage and firmly shook his head. He wasn't ready for that. He was never going to be ready for that. Training an academy student once a day with no life-threatening stakes and consequences couldn't compare. He didn't put his thoughts into words, but Hiruzen understood the headshake and dropped the conversation, something Maraboshi was thankful for. Hiruzen stayed a while, gazing at Takuma. He even asked Maraboshi about Takuma. Maraboshi was surprised. He had been around longer than others. He had served under Lord 2nd, Lord 3rd, then Lord 4th, and Lord 3rd again, so he knew how busy the seat of Hokage was. But he told anyway. After all, who was he to deny the Hokage? He recounted the progress proudly Takuma had made. How much he had learned in a short time. He told the Hokage about how smart Takuma was for a young child, that he held wits and cunning beyond his age. And the tenacity and will to persevere through anything thrown at him without a squeak of a complaint. Never once had Takuma requested to slow down or do less. Never had he refused to complete any task he had asked of him. Takuma was a good student, nothing anyone else might say could make Maraboshi think otherwise. Hiruzen listened until it was time for him to leave. Maraboshi felt embarrassed, he had spoken too much. He apologized for keeping the Hokage for so long. But Hiruzen waved it off. It is a joy to hear that such a bright child will be joining our ranks soon, said Hiruzen with a smile. Maybe the next time we meet, I will hear about him from the person himself. When Hiruzen left, Maraboshi sat beside Takuma. He hadn't taken a mission, he had nowhere to be. Wake up soon, young Takuma. He hoped Takuma would. His mornings had begun to feel lonely. Chapter 12. It was too bright, Takuma thought annoyingly. The light from his bedroom window was painting the backside of his eyelid. And he hated nothing more than to have his sleep ruined by errant light. I don't want to get up, he thought, rolling to his side, and to his delight, the harsh glare of the light vanished. He snuggled into the bed and settled himself into a cozy spot. Perfect for returning to sleep. His smile soon turned into a frown. He had to get up. Sleeping in wasn't an option. Maraboshi didn't take tardiness lightly. He wondered what they were going to do today. If he knew himself, he knew taijutsu still sat at the top of his inadequacies and needed more spars to improve. And if he knew that, Maraboshi knew better. He could see Sparring getting more time in his spar. Ugh. When is he going to teach me about Chakra? Takuma groaned. Half of the 10 months was already over, and they hadn't even discussed Chakra. What is? Takuma's eyes snapped open as the memories rushed back. It wasn't a typical morning before another routine Maraboshi lesson. The delirious haze from just rousing out of sleep evaporated, leaving behind Takuma's mind filled with nothing but the last memories he could recall. The phantoms of fear, dread, and despair all gripped his heart, and his being suddenly felt like it had been transported back to the field with Maraboshi. The scene in front of him vaguely caught his attention before the question about his location pushed through his mind. His eyes were about to dart around when he noticed a man with dark blonde hair tied in a ponytail that fell over his shoulder gazing down at him. He didn't recognize the man. The overwhelming flood of emotions he was feeling was overpowered by an intense burst of surprise, pushed back to the back of his mind, momentarily forgotten. Takuma immediately rolled in the opposite direction to put some distance between himself and the unknown man. His back left the soft cushioning of the bed and dropped down on the floor, but not without knocking his head against the side table beside the bed. Being crouched on the floor, Takuma pushed himself back while one hand went to the side of his head instinctually. A torrent of thoughts went through his mind. Who was this man? What was this place? Where was Maraboshi? How long had he been unconscious? He couldn't feel his holsters on his body, he needed to arm himself. Takuma. The single word broke his thoughts as his eyes instinctually went towards the source. Maraboshi stood near the foot of the bed with what looked like worry and joy in his eyes. Seeing him immediately had its effect, and all the nervous tension drained out of Takuma as he eased his muscles and let all of his weight pool down on the floor. Sensei, Takuma said breathily. Maraboshi walked to Takuma and knelt beside him. He put a hand on Takuma's shoulder as he said, "It's okay, child. You fell unconscious in the field. You are at the hospital. This man is a medical ninja treating you. You have been unconscious for 6 days." A perfect overview of his situation, thought Takuma before the words registered in his mind. 6 days. He exclaimed he had been out almost a week. That was a week of precious time, he could barely afford to spare half a day, just the thought of missing a week made his liver hurt. What the hell happened? He asked Maraboshi. The answer came from the doctor instead. You had a panic attack, said the man. A panic attack is a sudden episode of intense fear that triggers severe physical reactions when there is no real danger or apparent cause. Panic attacks can be very frightening. When panic attacks occur, you might think you're losing control, having a heart attack, or even dying. Takuma knew what a panic attack was. and the description was literally word for word what happened to him. Your mind was exhausted and stressed, beyond what's healthy. When the attack rendered you unconscious, it strained your tired mind, and it decided to put you into a coma to recover. My mind can do that? Takuma asked, stunned. The human mind can do a myriad of things, Takuma, said the man with a smile. Don't see it as a bad thing. Your body was simply protecting itself when it sensed danger. Takuma sighed. He couldn't believe he had a panic attack. In his previous life, he never had any health complications. The most he had were coughs, colds, and fevers, things that went away with over-the-counter medication in a couple days without needing any doctor visits. It had been at least a decade since he had visited a doctor, but somehow he ended up in a hospital bed in a coma. The gap was too great. I am sorry, young Takuma. This old man will take all the responsibility. It was because of me pushing you that you ended up in such a state, Murabashi said, his words drowning in grief and blame. Rubbish, Takuma immediately replied. I don't know why he says my mind was exhausted, he pointed at the doctor, because I never thought I was being pushed or pressured beyond something I couldn't handle. Yes, every day was tough and grueling, but you know what they say, no pain, no gain. I never complained because there was nothing to complain about. It is just my body doing its own thing. You don't have to take any blame, sensei. I don't blame you, so neither should you because it's not your fault. He was quick to thrash any unnecessary thoughts that Murabashi might be having. It wouldn't do if Murabashi thought he couldn't handle the pressure. The medical ninja retrieved a notepad from the side table and wrote on it before handing it to Takuma, who had taken his place on the bed. You don't need any medication, but you'll need to lighten up on training for at least 1 week, said the man, making Takuma groan. I have also recommended some changes in diet until you feel back to normal. Takuma took the doctor's prescription and looked surprised. Is something wrong? Murabashi asked. No, it's just I didn't expect such neat handwriting from the doctor, said Takuma. The words on the prescription were beautiful, to say the least, with a flowing cursive script. So much so that if someone offered it for free, Takuma would consider having the diet plan framed on his kitchen wall. The ponytailed man chuckled. I will take that as a compliment. I've worked hard on keeping my scribbles legible. It's a problem if I can't understand my own notes. Now, if you excuse me, I have other commitments I must see to, he finished. Of course. Takuma, please thank Dr. Yamanaka for his help, Murabashi said to Takuma. Takuma was about to oblige when his brain parsed the entire sentence and pointed out the new piece of information to him. Yamanaka! He exclaimed, looking at the medical ninja with startled eyes. You looked into my mind? He asked, fearing the answer he would get. The Yamanaka clan of the village hidden in the leaves was a shinobi clan specializing in the hidden mind-related jutsu, making them experts at intelligence gathering, espionage, and interrogation, amongst other things. They could read memories, possess bodies, perform telepathy, and possess various other abilities granted by their clan's jutsu. I did observe your mind. Takuma's breathing quickened as a strong sense of fear and panic, much akin to what had knocked him out, rose from the bottom of his heart. For a transmigrator like him, the status of being a transmigrator was the biggest secret he held. It was the one thing he couldn't let anyone know. For if the secret was leaked, he knew he would end up in a secret facility somewhere, repeatedly interrogated for information. Forever losing his freedom. In this world, a Yamanaka, like the man in front of him, was his worst enemy, the natural predator. An entire clan of people who could ruin his life beyond repair. But I only observed the morning when you collapsed, said the Yamanaka. I had experienced what you went through to give a proper diagnosis. And as a medical ninja, I have taken an oath to not betray my patients' trust. Whatever I see in my patients' minds will only remain with me. Whatever you feel will remain safe with me, that I promise. The words of promise didn't make Takuma feel any better. Even if the man was telling the truth and had only seen that one morning, a lingering thought would forever stay in Takuma's mind. What if the man was lying and had seen everything? One last thing, I would highly recommend you talk to someone about what you experienced that day, said the mind-reading doctor. Bottling everything up is not good for health. From my experience, sharing it will help tremendously. You just want me to reveal my secrets, a voice said in Takuma's mind. Takuma gulped down the bile and nodded to the Yamanaka. Thank you for helping me, he said. However, there was no sincerity behind it. He couldn't help. All he felt towards the man was fear and aversion. Yamanaka returned a smile before he left the room. Takuma bowed his head deep down and took deep breaths. I feel I have made a mistake again, Murabashi said from the side. I should have not accepted Lord Hokage's offer to have a Yamanaka treat you without your consent. Takuma was surprised yet again. The amount of new information and the intensity he had received in such a short time was far beyond what he ever wanted to get. The Hokage was here? He asked. He was indeed here in this room, said Murabashi with a warm smile. When I told him that the other healers couldn't find anything wrong with you, he offered to request Dr. Yamanaka to look at you. He even asked me about you and said he would look forward to meeting you when your paths closed. Oh, Takuma stuttered. Hokage might have been once a character in a story once, but after living in the world for nearly half a year, he realized that the Hokage was a military leader. He was as high as the prime minister of a country. Some ordinary folks like him won't ever get to converse with the Hokage ever. Even if he became a shinobi, it would be a long time before he could have a conversation with the Hokage outside of work. It's okay, he said. You were only worried about me. I'm thankful for what you did. But in truth, he would have preferred if Maraboshi hadn't agreed. Between remaining in a coma and having all his secrets revealed, he 100% favored the former, even if it meant that he lost the gains from the physical training with every progressing day. He could regain muscle through training, but he couldn't make his secrets hidden again. If not for you not agreeing, who knows how long it would have taken me to wake up. I don't have the time to waste laying around in bed, said Takuma resolutely. The most precious currency he held right now was time. Maraboshi furrowed his brows, his old skin wrinkling due to. You will rest for a week as the doctor suggested. We start after that. I am fine. I will be taking this week off and participating in missions. So, you must rest your mind and body in that time. Takuma opened his mouth to argue, but hearing that Maraboshi would not be present for the coming week made his argument dry up. He sighed as he looked outside the window. I will rest, he said. Good, he heard Maraboshi say. Do you wish to talk about what happened? No. Takuma didn't look towards Maraboshi. He didn't want to talk about it. He still didn't know if he could use Chakra, and simply having that thought seated in his head was frightening. The thought of considering talking about it before he was sure made him want to throw up. It didn't help that it would be at least a week before he could get the answer. A time that seemed almost too far in the future. So no. He didn't want to talk, or so his heart told him as it beat faster and faster at even the thought of the conversation. Chapter 13, Takuma turned his head at the sound of footsteps suddenly appearing in the middle of the field where he and Maraboshi used to train in the mornings. You are early today, young Takuma. And have apparently warmed up already. Takuma stood up from the plank position and faced Maraboshi, who he had not seen in 8 days due to the latter being on missions and the former being on rest. The longest they had not seen each other since they had met. And the longest 1 week he had suffered through both his existences. I couldn't sleep last night and decided to come early, said Takuma. Since their correspondence, it was the first time he had arrived before Maraboshi. The restless last night of knowing that today was the day he was allowed to return to their training had robbed him of the comfort of sleep. The restlessness didn't abate when he arrived at the field, so he began warming to release the nervous energy by moving his body around. Maraboshi gave Takuma a look over, examining him after the break. He then chuckled, young ones have more vitality than us old folks have long lost. I'm glad to see you're doing well, Takuma. How is your health? He asked. As good as new, better even, Takuma said assertively. He wanted to leave no doubt in Maraboshi's mind that he was back in full shape. We can continue right where we left off without any problems. Let's not waste any time then. Maraboshi nodded before giving Takuma instructions to start off their day, which usually started with warm-ups and stretching, but because Takuma had already done that, they moved on. Every morning began in a similar way, with a quick conditioning session where Maraboshi would ensure Takuma was always near the point of failure with every exercise to build endurance and systematically improve his physique. It was the only time in the morning that Maraboshi devoted to just physical conditioning. They did taijutsu spars and other physical activities, but they were for the sake of skill building and not to improve Takuma's physical fitness. What Maraboshi made Takuma do wasn't enough from a physique development point of view, but because they only met in the morning for a limited amount of time, Maraboshi told Takuma to do the majority of physical exercise in the evening on his own, so they could focus on other categories in the mornings and better utilize the older shinobi's time guiding. Let's take a quick break here before moving on, said Maraboshi after the session. Takuma breathed deeply to catch his breath as he frowned at Maraboshi's back as the teacher sipped from his canteen. Takuma was drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking to his body, and beads of sweat dripping from the strands of his hair. Despite all of that, Takuma felt Maraboshi had gone easy on him. The workout they just had wasn't as intense as he was used to doing with Maraboshi. And it wasn't him getting used to it, he hadn't gotten used to it for 5 months because Maraboshi was constantly changing it, pushing the measure a bit higher. No, the workout regimen had been purposefully made easier, so it never felt easier. But today, it did. He still thinks of me recovering from the incident, Takuma growled in his thoughts with frustration. That was what he feared would happen when they restarted his training. That's part of the reason why he had arrived early and did the warm-up before Maraboshi arrived to show he was fit and didn't need a reduced load. Come, Takuma. Maraboshi had sat down, cross-legged, on the grass and pointed at the spot in front of him. We shall continue where we left off and begin with Chakra. Takuma had just sat down when he heard the mention of Chakra, and he froze. He was about to tell Maraboshi off for going easy on him, but that plan was shredded and thrown in his mind's trash can. Something much more important had arrived. The time had come. The time he had been dreading and looking forward to since the day he had woken up in the hospital. Now, if my memory serves me well, you said you weren't able to sense Chakra during your own attempts with it. Takuma lightly shook his head as he kept his eyes focused near Maraboshi's chest area, avoiding his teacher's eyes. He had tried once again in his rest week to invoke his Chakra, but the result was dread-inducingly the same. He hadn't been able to sense, much less use, any Chakra at all. His body felt as though barren of the base energy. In hindsight, he should not have tried more. It only worsened his anxiety, making food more difficult to swallow and sleep difficult at night. The light sleep he got was haunted by the thoughts of transmigration being the reason behind his inability to sense any Chakra, but then Maraboshi said, nothing to worry about. While rare, there are children who are not able to sense Chakra on their own and require external help to find the energy within. Takuma looked up at Maraboshi and found that his teacher was smiling. The smile made a spark of hope ignite within him. It was rare but not unseen. He could be part of that rare few, Takuma thought. He had been part of a rare group before the people who transmigrated. What stopped him from being part of another one? Every moving millisecond fanned the fire of hope in Takuma's heart. Give me your hand, Maraboshi said, putting his old, wrinkled hand forward. Takuma couldn't have been faster as he eagerly placed his hand over Maraboshi, which seemed to be entirely made up of calluses. Takuma had developed some calluses from practicing throwing weapons, but when compared to Maraboshi, his hands seemed like they belonged to someone who hadn't worked with their hands a day in his life. Take a deep breath and follow it through your body, Maraboshi said as he himself took a deep breath and gripped Takuma's hand. Takuma's brows twitched. What was he supposed to follow? But the question died before it reached his lips as he felt a warmth emerge inside his palm. He looked down, expecting a small flame heating up his palm, but there was no such thing. The warmth moved. It expanded from the dot-like center of his palm to the top of his fingertips. It felt like he had a space heater inside his gloved hand. You feel it, good, Maraboshi's voice sounded as Takuma closed his eyes. Let's move on then. Takuma took a deep breath, broken up by quivers as the heat moved up his arm, overflowing every inch of his flesh while penetrating deep inside. The heat of the warmth rose, and it was no longer just inside his body, he could feel it exuding outwards into the air in waves. Soon, his entire arm was drowning in the warmth of whatever Maraboshi had done. But, just as Takuma thought, he was getting used to it. The energy spread out and entered his chest. He literally felt his chest cavity get filled with the same energy. At this point, all thought had ceased inside Takuma's head as he followed the energy flow through his body. It was inside his limbs, chest, abdomen, and head. No corner of his body was left behind by the marvelous energy. Takuma's eyes fluttered open, but only the whites showed with the iris rolled back inside. He couldn't see the sky above, hear the leaves around him, smell the forest around him, feel the touch of grass brushing against his feet, or taste the morning dew suspended in the air. The only thing that existed for Takuma was the energy radiating inside his body. Eventually, though, the heat left Takuma's body, drained as it radiated out, leaving behind a feeling of empty cold in its wake. Takuma's eyes snapped forward. He stared at his teacher and opened his lips to speak, but no words left his mouth. Maraboshi smiled. I believe you can feel it now. Takuma didn't dare move an inch, not a muscle twitched if he could help, in the fear that if he moved, the new sensation would vanish like smoke in the wind. He could indeed feel it. It felt as though he had gained another sense, a sixth sense outside the primary five. T2, he croaked out eventually, his voice breaking in process. I can feel too. Maraboshi's wrinkles deepened as the smile broadened. He didn't speak and let Takuma continue. The first one is everywhere. Everywhere, Takuma said, his eyes wide like saucers. The second one is here. He slowly moved his right hand and placed it gently against his lower stomach. And it's made eye in a heart, he finished by touching his chest above his heart. The feeling was indescribable. One moment Takuma's body was as he knew it to be for 5 months, however, the next, his body had changed. No, it hadn't changed, Takuma thought. The feeling was new but not foreign, it felt natural. Like it was supposed to be this way. He had simply found out something he didn't know before. An energy, started Maraboshi, exists in every living being in the world. A force as true as life itself. He raised 2 fingers and is the combination of 2 energies, physical energy present and produced by the billions of cells of the body, and the spiritual energy, the gift by one spirit trained through developing the mind's consciousness, training, meditating, and stimulating experiences. Maraboshi joined his hands in front of his chest and intertwined his fingers. When called upon, The two energies meld together in the heart and produce the basis of every jutsu. That energy is known as Chakra. Maraboshi cupped his hands together, and a moment after, water emerged between them until it overflowed and trickled down onto the grass below them. Takuma had seen Maraboshi use jutsu before, but the fascination had remained the same. If it was the previous world, the feat in front of him would have been either seen as an elaborate magic trick, or Maraboshi would have been deemed and dubbed as the next coming of God. He reached forward and dipped a finger in the water. He gasped involuntarily. The water felt cold, it made his finger wet. And that made it real. In front of his eyes, he had seen water created out of nothing. Not nothing, Takuma thought. It was created out of Chakra. Chakra that he now possessed. A chuckle and two escaped Takuma. I can use Chakra, it was more breath than sound. You indeed can, Maraboshi said, smiling. I can use Chakra, said Takuma again, to himself more than anyone. He laughed and felt the corner of his lips tug upwards. He smiled for the first time in a week that seemed like a lifetime. He couldn't hold his form anymore and fell back against the ground. His chest heaved up and down as a sense of lightness lifted him. The sky no seemed to be bearing down on his chest, and the air no longer seemed to weigh down on his body. He hadn't felt anything like this in a very long time. I am going to pass out, Takuma said breathily as his heart thrummed in his heat like a bass drum. Give me a minute. Just a minute, please. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh fuck, oh that was horrible. Mind your language, Takuma, Maraboshi said sternly. Takuma couldn't care less at the moment. He closed his eyes and grinned as far as his lips would allow. Every fear, every nightmare, every single grim thought he had in the last week was unfounded. He placed a hand on his chest, and beneath it, he could feel the gentle pulsation of his heart. It was the proof. The proof that he possessed it. The most precious and powerful resource in the entire world. The one thing that would allow him to protect himself. The thing that would allow him to cast jutsu. The thing that would allow him to be a shinobi. Chapter 14. On the last bench of the classroom, gentle rays of sunlight bathed Takuma in its soft warmth. He had half his tongue sticking out and up of his lips as he scribbled down with a heavy hand on the white page, haphazardly scratching it with the black of the graphite pencil in his grip to form words worse than chicken scratches. Snap. The exposed nip of the pencil snapped halfway through the page. Fuck. Kaibe turned away from the blackboard and faced the class. He snapped, who was that? Come out on your own. Takuma paid no attention to Kaibe and glared at the broken tip of his pencil that had left an unwanted mark on the page. No one was going to snitch in the classroom of wannabe shinobis. No one liked the rat, not even potential future spies. As he reached into one of his storage pouches to take out a kunai to use the blade to carve a new tip on his pencil, Takuma saw a dainty hand push a sky blue pencil sharpener toward him. He looked up and saw Izumi smiling at him as she motioned toward the pencil sharpener with her big eyes. Takuma left the kunai in his pouch even though it would have been easier to use the blade and instead used the smaller, thinner blade made from cheap steel attached to the sharpener. He wasn't one to disregard someone's kind help. Thank you, Takuma said as he returned the sharpener. He was about to continue his note-taking from the tactics textbook when Izumi spoke. So, what happened to you? Kaibe-sensei told us you were sick. Takuma arched his brow at the question. It had been a week since he had returned to the academy, and no one except Kaibe had asked him about his health. To be more accurate, he hadn't said a single word in conversation to anyone in the academy since he returned. He had been out 2 weeks, the week he was in the coma and the second week of rest prescribed by the doctor. Takuma had wanted to return to the academy during the second week, but Kaibe had sent a letter through a carrier bird telling him to rest. Chickenpox. Had to stay home to not spread it everywhere, Takuma said. Telling the truth would have been bothersome to explain, and he had a negative desire to share how he had a mental breakdown that put him out of commission for a week. What's that like? Izumi asked curiously. I never had it. Then it's good that I wasn't here. It's highly contagious, with a 90% chance that the people near the infected person will get it. Though if you get it once, you usually don't get it a second time. It wasn't bad, I just had to stay trapped at home and not scratch the itchy parts, said Takuma. He didn't know if the boy had had chickenpox before, but he had it once in his previous life. It made him wonder if hospitals keep medical records for the children born there. Why are you here, though? You sit near the front, don't you? Takuma asked Izumi. After 5 months of attending the academy 6 times a week, he had a pretty good grasp of his classmates. Uchiha Izumi was a popular girl, well liked by almost everyone in the class. She got along with the boys because of her boyish aspects, and she seemed genuinely interested in their conversations and activities. It helped that she was pretty. Despite that, Izumi was dominantly feminine in her personality and held similar interests to any other girl her age. Her core friend group was all girls. She had a friendly nature and seemed fun to hang around with, and she could wipe the floor with anyone in the class and was in upper rankings in every subject, gaining everyone's respect. Your typical star achiever. Literally the complete opposite of me, Takuma noticed as he thought about it. Sitting in the front gets tiring sometimes, you know. Kaiba-sensei always asks questions to those who sit in the front, Izumi said with a whine. I sit in the back and middle, near the sides, when I don't want to pay attention or feel sleepy. I will tell you a secret, the third near the window always has a nice breeze, perfect for a nap. I was thinking of a nap before the spars. Are you going to fight today? She asked. He nodded. He hadn't participated in the spars in the week he had been back. Kaiba had decided that he should rest more before returning to spars. But Takuma was sure Kaiba just didn't see the point in making him spar and had used his recent hospitalization to not let him fight. Any plans to win anytime soon? She asked with a grin. Against you? No, Takuma said, scoffing good-heartedly. But I do think my first win is just around the corner. Who knows, if the odds are in my favor, I might grab victory today. Oh ho, confident, aren't you? She gave an approving nod. Good for you. He indeed felt confident. After 5 months of training under Marubushi, he felt he could win if he gave it all and was careful enough not to let any carelessness creep into his actions. He had also unlocked his chakra, and while he couldn't use it for zilch, it still instilled in him a sense of self-confidence. He was brought out from his musings by Kaiba, asking everyone to listen to him. There's an announcement you all will be very interested in, so listen well. Kaiba waited until everyone was paying attention before saying, 2 months from now, all of you will be giving the first attempt of your graduation test. The amount of noise the class made would have easily been registered and charged as noise population. Takuma exhaled a cold one, and even Izumi beside him had a healthy amount of nervousness reflecting in her onyx eyes. I know it's only the first of 3 attempts, but do not be lax and think you can perform poorly in this attempt. You will regret it if you let even a single chance escape. These tests are very important for your promotion to gain ins. And you will keep hearing this for 2 months until the test, so buckle down and get ready. This is the most important time of your lives, Kaiba announced to the class. Graduation test, Takuma licked his lips. He didn't know what all would be tested in the graduation test, but he knew that the clone jutsu was asked in the manga, and he who couldn't use chakra at all had a way before he could execute even the most basic of jutsu. I can learn it in 2 months, Takuma told himself. He just needed to work harder. The sun had climbed to its apex in the sky and rained down its fury on the mortal plane. And thus, the day arrived at Kaiba's chosen time to conduct the sparring sessions for his class. The academy instructor believed that sparring in the height of heat helped build endurance and allowed the students to experience one of many harsh conditions they would face in the field. Takuma absolutely hated it. He had originally lived in a country with a disgusting amount of hotness in the summers, but he seldom had to experience the inferno-like outsides because air conditioners existed, and like any sane person, he stayed inside if he could. Sparring right after lunch, when the temperatures were at their daily peaks, was nothing else but sadistic. The Leaf Village's geographical location did the residents no favor. The peak temperatures in summer ranked high on the heat scale. The only place possibly with worse summers was the desert around the village hidden in the sands. Takuma, you're fighting today, next up, said Kaiba, who stood near Takuma as a spar happened inside the circle. Takuma groaned. He had been enthusiastic about sparring before, but sitting under the sun without shade did wonders for melting any sort of motivation. He looked around, scouting who could be his opponent. There was only 1 spar per person, so those who had fought could be eliminated. I won't be fighting Izumi. Ugh, don't want to fight with Hideaki, the Akimaki hit like a cannonball. Maybe one of those studious types will be better. I could overwhelm one of them, thought Takuma as he eyed suitable sparring partners. Takuma and Hiji. Takuma stood up when Kaiba called his name, and so did another boy from another part of the circle perimeter. He immediately made a face when he heard his chosen sparring opponent, and the expression worsened when he saw the smirking face of Inuzuka Hiji. The Inuzuka clan of Leaf Village was a shinobi clan known for their use of ninken, shinobi dogs, as fighting companions. The members are given their own canine partner when they reach a certain age. Thereafter, the clan member and their dog were practically inseparable. Yo, Takuma, said Hiji with a growing smirk that showed his teeth and stretched the distinctive red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheek. The pup with black fur atop Hiji's head yipped and ruffled Hiji's already messy hair. Takuma didn't return the greeting. His reputation was of someone who didn't talk much, and no one expected him to say anything back. On the other hand, Hiji's reputation was also the part reason why Takuma didn't even want to return a simple greeting. Hiji was what one would classify as a typical school bully. He defied authority every chance he got, arguing and not listening to Kaiba every chance he got, had problems following rules and the code of conduct. And like any bully, He bullied anyone who happened to catch his eye and would allow Hiji to bully them, seemingly deriving pleasure from violence and the suffering of his victims. Kaibe-sensei. Everyone looked and saw another academy instructor in the distance. Wait here, I will be back, Kaibe said. He narrowed his eyes towards Hiji. Make any trouble, and I promise pain and stay back after school. Hiji stuck out his tongue when Kaibe turned his back to walk away. He then looked at Takuma and grinned. I didn't know you were back, Takuma. I hear you kicked the bucket in the hospital, but you look fine. I guess I shouldn't accept rumors so readily, but it sounded so real and possible, so it wasn't my fault. What do you say? Takuma showed no reaction. He made his face look as bored and uninterested as possible, like he couldn't care at all about anything Hiji was saying or even paying attention to whatever was being said. Hiji clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, and his black Ninken growled. Takuma, on the other hand, was satisfied. This was how Takuma had kept Hiji from making him a target of his bullying. By acting completely unaffected and unbothered by Hiji's actions. Takuma had acted like Hiji didn't exist, and after some petty attempts, Hiji got bored from the lack of reaction and left Takuma alone, pretending he didn't exist. But those petty attempts had sealed the deal in Takuma's mind. He would never ever get along or be polite with Hiji. His financial condition was dire, with every month being a battle against spending, with thrice thinking before spending even a single ryo, currency. So when one day Takuma found his books missing from his desk, he felt his heart bleed. He had gotten them back the same day, soaked in water, several pages torn and ruined because of the water. The blatant laughing from Hiji and his posse had given away the culprit. It was fortunate Takuma was able to rein in the acid-hot rage he had felt seeing his books in such a bad condition. He had shown no reaction, keeping a bored expression the entire time. And had not reported it to drive the uncaring image. However, since that day, he has strictly bought things he absolutely needed and kept his things on him all the time. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time we fought, Hiji said. It was last year, I think. Takuma hadn't sparred against Hiji in his 5 months of existence as Takuma. Hiji cracked his knuckles. It's a rare event, let's enjoy it a lot, eh, Takuma? His grin turned wilder and crueler. Takuma caught sight of Kaibe walking back towards him. Takuma's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists. The grin on Hiji's face brought up memories of how he felt when he couldn't find his books. He decided today, he was going to get his first win. Chapter 15, That idiot is going to do something stupid. Izumi stopped playing with the ash gray puppy lying on her lap with his tummy exposed and looked at Hana, who was frowning. She followed Hana's eyes and found herself looking at Takuma and Hiji standing in the middle of the circle. Takuma had his back to her, but she could see Hiji talking. That surprised Izumi. She couldn't remember the last time she had seen the two boys talk, if ever. Well, she hadn't seen or heard Takuma talking to anyone, at least, not recently. What do you mean? Izumi asked. Hana jutted her chin towards the boys. Her nose wrinkled as she said, that idiot only smiles that way when he's thinking of doing something stupid. I have seen it too many times. The puppy in Izumi's lap suddenly turned on its belly and hopped away to join his other two triplets in Hana's lap. She giggled as the two other pups seemed displeased at the entrance of their third brother. They tried to push each other to make space on Hana's lap but could only pile up on each other to fit into the small lap, though none seemed uncomfortable and even leaned into Hana's touch as she scratched behind their ears. Izumi honestly couldn't imagine that the three Haimaru brothers were supposed to be triplets of ferocious ninken capable of tearing apart their enemies with fangs and claws while possessing noses that could pick up even the faintest of scents that had been purposefully obscured and use them to track down their targets. After all, they were so small and cute. She turned to the boys. Hiji was Hana's cousin, an Inuzuka from the Ninken pup resting atop his head and the same red fang markings on his cheeks just like Hana's. Even their taijutsu styles were the same. Duh, they're from the same clan, silly, she said to herself. She liked Hana much more than Hiji. Hana was her friend, after all. But she was also smarter than her, nice, and so fun to hang around. And the Haimaru brothers were always together with Hana, which was an added bonus in Izumi's eyes. Hiji, on the other hand, wasn't so nice. He was annoyingly loud, always bothered the class and the instructors, and often did mean things to others. He once tried to drag her by the ponytail. She had taken revenge the next time they had sparred. He didn't bother her after that. Izumi looked at the other boy Takuma. He always seemed away. Every time she saw him, she would always find him alone and quiet. Be it in classes, during the lunch break, or at the outdoor training lessons, Takuma was always by himself. Even when they went out to the forest to camp, Takuma was always alone, even when he was struggling. How can he be so undisturbed? Izumi had often thought no matter what was happening in the classroom around him, nothing seemed to matter to him. He kept doing whatever he was doing at that moment. She knew for a fact that he didn't listen in class. Just today, She had seen him reading one of the fourth-year history books and taking notes. She wanted to ask why he was reading last year's book, but he looked so concentrated that she didn't want to bother him. She did manage to find that chickenpox was why he didn't came to the academy for 2 weeks. She was glad to hear it wasn't something grave. Izumi saw Kaiba return to the field. The spar was about to start. 1 minute, I say he lasts a minute, idiot, that's too much. He will be on the floor in 20 seconds at most. Izumi frowned when she heard some of her classmates whisper to each other and laugh. It was rude of them to speak so. But, at the same time, she couldn't deny what they were saying. Takuma wasn't very good at taijutsu. That was an overstatement. Takuma was bad at taijutsu. Izumi looked at the boy with his back to her. No matter how she looked at it, Takuma wasn't fit to be a shinobi. He couldn't hold out on his own in spars, his weapon skills were poor. She hadn't seen him hit a bullseye in months, and he couldn't even use jutsu, not even poorly. They just simply didn't seem to work for him. He was so bad that she couldn't even call him incompetent. She wanted to ask why he was even in the Shinobi Academy, but asking that would be rude, so she kept that question to herself. He's good at math, though, she thought. He was unnaturally good at math, finance, and even physics, and could always answer the teacher's questions. It would have been better. Start. Kaiba announced the start of the fight. Hiji wasted not a second and leaped forwards. Takuma had already assumed the standard academy taijutsu stance. He didn't fall backward or charge ahead. Instead, he sidestepped Hiji's incoming kick. Correct move. But he's too slow, she thought. Hiji pivoted on the spot and launched a punch toward Takuma. Whatever chance Takuma had created to counter had vanished by Hiji's superior speed and balance. Takuma could only kick out to match Hiji's punch. Takuma was flung back as a result of the impact. The Inuzuka was also stronger than Takuma. Hiji laughed loudly as he jumped and drop-kicked Takuma right in the chest. Takuma, to give him merit, crossed his arms over to block but was still hurled back violently. Hiji was like an uprooting whirlwind, not allowing Takuma to gain even a moment of foothold. He was like a beast hungry for Takuma's flesh, who could only retreat and defend himself to prevent being ripped apart. Izumi had fought both the Inuzukas in her class multiple times. The Inuzuka brand of taijutsu leaned heavily on ferocity and pure aggression. It was heavy-handed and attack-dominant. It was brutish and brawlish. So much unlike her own Uchiha style of taijutsu that operated on counterattacks and attacking vital points to cause efficient damage at the most opportune times. But by no means was the Inuzuka taijutsu crude in nature. Izumi narrowed her eyes as she observed Hiji. Even though he was nowhere showcasing his full breadth of skill against a weak opponent like Takuma, she could still see the dexterity and coordination in the movements that required quick reaction timings and high control over one's body. He's good, Izumi thought. Hiji's movements might look sloppy to an untrained eye, but to Izumi, who had trained to look for chances to launch counterattacks, Hiji's attacks looked calculated, and every move was made for a reason. Between Hiji and Hana, she had to give Hiji an edge regarding taijutsu. Hana was smarter and better than her cousin when it came to other shinobi skills, but in taijutsu, she was no match. The Inuzuka taijutsu simply suited someone like Hiji, who seemed to revel in all-out aggression, in contrast to the much more laid-back Hana. Izumi glanced at the black pup that sat by the side. Hiji hadn't let his ninken fight with him. There wasn't a need for someone like Takuma. She looked at Hana's Haimaru triplets. It made her wonder if the number of dogs would make a difference. Advanced clan techniques had no place in the academy taijutsu spars. She had yet to see how Inuzuka worked together with their ninken in fights. Just like no one had seen the full extent of what she could do as an Uchiha. She also couldn't ask Hana. Even though they were friends, things like those were clan-related information, and the only way she would come to know more was either by witnessing it or if she became a trusted teammate with an Inuzuka. Stop. Kaiba announced the end of the fight. Hiji, who was now on his knees, stopped punching down at Takuma, who was on his back with his hands raised up to protect himself from the flurry of punches that had rained down on him a second ago. Hiji stood up. He pumped up his arms and hooted in victory. His ninken ran up to him and jumped into his arms, yipping in joy as he licked Hiji's cheek. As for Takuma, he slowly got to his feet. His face was swollen, and discoloration had already begun to appear. It would only worsen. Even his arms spotted red bruises from taking Hiji's punches and kicks. Izumi could guess there would be other bruises hidden inside the clothes. It would have been better if he was in a civilian school, she thought. Takuma held his head down as he limped to the middle of the circle and raised his hand to form the seal of reconciliation. Hiji scoffed and walked away without completing the seal of reconciliation. Hiji, come back here at once. Kaiba yelled at Hiji, but Inuzuka stuck his tongue out before running away. Kaiba could only sigh in return. He turned to Takuma and said, "Go to the medical room and get yourself fixed up. Maybe it was too early to let you rejoin." Takuma nodded and walked away towards the building with his head hanging down. He overdid it, Izumi said. It was called sparring for a reason. People rarely went all out, and even though Hiji had by no means gone all out, he had overwhelmed Takuma beyond what was acceptable. Hana nodded, her lips pressed into a bitter line. Having a clan member act this way publicly was bad for the clan's image. Izumi followed Takuma with her eyes until he disappeared into the building. Today again, he was alone. Takuma limped his way to the academy's medical room. Yet another loss. He was used to it by now. A loss a day until he became numb to the feeling of getting beat down by anyone and everyone that was put in front of him. Yes, he was used to it. Takuma clenched his fist, but his hand refused to listen to him. No matter how hard he tried, the clench had no strength behind it. He couldn't even do something as easy as that properly. But, I do think my first win is just around the corner. Why had he said that? Takuma scolded himself. Now, he looked like an ignorant idiot. There was no way a weak man like himself would win a fight. The irony of the situation was even funnier. He had been beaten black and blue by the same bully he had run away from to avoid trouble. He had run away. You are weak, said a voice in his head. To stop the bullying, he hadn't confronted his bully or stood up against him. No, he had run away from the situation by pretending to be unbothered by it. He had thought himself clever by resolving the problem this way, and all it took in return was that he needed to carry his belongings with him. Takuma scoffed. All he had done was allow a bully to change a part of his life. If he had truly settled the bully situation, he wouldn't have to carry all of his books with him for fear of getting them destroyed. If he had truly settled the situation, he wouldn't have to change how he acted around Hiji and his friends. It was pathetic. He was pathetic. Maybe it was too early to let you rejoin. It was his own fault that he had ended up being beaten into a pulp. If he was stronger, he could have held his ground. I am sorry, young Takuma. This old man will take all the responsibility. It was because of me pushing you that you ended up in such a state. If he had been stronger, then he wouldn't have ended up in the hospital. If he had been stronger, Maraboshi wouldn't have looked at him like he was fragile and weak. If he had been stronger, his training load wouldn't have been lightened. If he had just been stronger. He reached the medical room. The threshold was uneven, with the medical room floor raised higher than the corridor. Takuma's foot caught up in the edge of the raised floor, and he tripped forward, ending on his knees with his body supported on his elbows. Ah! Are you okay, kid? The nurse came hurrying towards him to help him up. But Takuma wasn't paying attention. It's all my fault. None of it would have happened if I had been stronger. Takuma clenched his hands into fists. This time they obeyed him. He could feel his nail digging into his flesh. He needed to be stronger. Chapter 16, This is ridiculous. Ah, no. Takuma said as he frowned hard enough to give himself a unibrow. And the moment he spoke, the leaf stuck between his eyes fell. He tried to grab it but ended up crushing the thin green leaf in his fist. Get a new one, Maraboshi said, his eyes closed as he sat in a cross-legged meditative pose. Takuma groaned as he got up from the grass and sprinted from one edge of the clearing to the furthest opposite end to get a single leaf from a tree before sprinting back to Maraboshi. Takuma had decided that the leaf concentration practice was the worst thing to happen to him since he had found himself in this world. As it turned out, Chakra control was a demanding skill to acquire and train, especially for a rookie as green as the leaf he was holding. Unsticking a leaf to his forehead only using Chakra was a frustrating way to gain experience in the skill. And that was not including Maraboshi's hellish penalty of sprinting to and from the furthest tree in the clearing to get a new leaf every time the leaf fell off his forehead. If he thought Maraboshi's previous conditioning exercises were worse, the penalty had made the first week of Chakra control training stuff from nightmares, as the Takuma was literally sitting down for seconds between sprints to get a new leaf. The reason? According to Maraboshi, to give you the motivation to get better faster. When Takuma heard the words, he thought they made sense, but it took an hour for him to want nothing more than to bash his teacher's face in and yell that he didn't need extra motivation. The morning session had become a dreadful time for Takuma, and every morning, he would spend some time in bed staring at the wall above, thinking about just not getting up to avoid what the day had in store for him. You need to release the tension in your mind and body, child, said Maraboshi, his eyes still closed. It doesn't help. Takuma scowled as he carefully placed the leaf on his forehead and kept it in place with his finger until he was sure his chakra was gripping it. His hand trembled as he removed his finger, and he breathed a sigh of relief when the leaf remained stuck on his forehead. But the next moment, the grip vanished, and the leaf fell. See? Relaxing. Doesn't help. Maraboshi opened his eyes and watched Takuma stand up and run to and from the furthest tree. He spoke when Takuma returned. Let me ask you this, do you draw your chakra, or do you rein it in? What? Takuma asked, his breathing weary from all the running. He didn't stick the leaf on his forehead and kept it hidden in his hand. He could use Maraboshi talking to him as a break. From my experience, there are two types of people. Those who have to draw their chakra as if pulling water from a well, and those who have to carefully adjust the dial on a tap to stop all the water from bursting out. Which one of these do you think you are? Takuma frowned in thought before answering. The second kind. Adjusting the tap to stop the water, he said. Chakra was made from the physical and spiritual energies inside a person's body. It couldn't be stored. The physical and spiritual energies were stored inside the body but not chakra. When chakra was needed, the body would meld the two energies together and create chakra, which was then needed to be used within a time frame, after which it would dissipate, wasting the portion of two energies used in the process. For Takuma, when his body produced chakra, it would be ready to rush out and be used. It was as if it was saying, "Use me now, or I'm getting out of here." He never had to pull, as Marabai had described it. The pool of chakra he had created, it was always letting the correct amount out at just the right rate to make things work. Interesting. For me, it has always been pulling my chakra, said Marabashi. I have had many friends and acquaintances who describe chakra like you do. They summon their chakra differently than me, but there's one thing that both types do similarly. What is it? Using imagery. Marabashi raised his hands and showed Takuma his open palm. There's a reason it is easier to summon chakra to hands than somewhere like the forehead, even though the latter is much closer to the heart. Chakra was produced in the heart and later transported to its target destination through the chakra pathway system to be released through one of the 361 tenketsu, chakra nodes. The farther the target tenketsu was from the heart, the more challenging it got to control the chakra. That was why controlling chakra in the tenketsu on the soles of the feet was a difficult task. It's because we use our hands so much, we can better imagine chakra in our hands than any other place in our body, Maruabshi continued. Imagination is a powerful tool and can help you effectively utilize chakra until it becomes second nature and comes instinctually to you. Try imagining how you would regulate your chakra as if it were a flowing substance. One of my acquaintances, in the pull category like me, imagined his tenketsu to be straws through which he had to suck his chakra out. Open your mind and try to find the right fit for you. Takuma nodded. Marabashi had given him a lot to think about. But for now, continue as you were. Leaf to the forehead, please, said Marabashi. Takuma's facial expression collapsed in on itself, and he slapped the leaf on his forehead all the while glaring at Marabashi, who had already closed his eyes in meditation. The hellish times didn't follow Takuma back home, not other than the shudder in his legs from all the sprinting he did. Takuma sat at his house's dining table, the only table, with a transparent plastic box in front of him. Inside the box sat square chips made from pieces of newspaper glued together to roughly mimic the size and weight of a leaf. He had brought leaves home to practice but threw them away when he found that his furniture smelled like leaf sap. Paper chips were born as an alternative. He picked up the paper rigid from the glue and stuck it to his forehead. Unlike when with Marabashi, he could do the leaf concentration practice in peace inside the warm comfort of his home. The leaf concentration practice had become a staple in Takuma's life. It was the only way he could soften Marabashi's hell and make it tolerable by getting better in his off time. Imagery, Takuma recalled Marabashi's advice. He hadn't thought about using any sort of imagery while using chakra. No, that would be wrong, thought Takuma. There was an image in his mind while practicing, the image of the leaf sticking to his forehead. But the imagery Marabashi talked about had to do more with the concept of chakra control than sticking a leaf to the forehead, which was an application of chakra control. The dynamic of drawing and regulating chakra was new to him. He didn't think he had heard anything like that when he read the manga. It was a fascinating concept, and Takuma found himself thinking about the different types of imagery he could use to help him control the chakra as he continued sticking the falling paper chips back on his forehead. The tap imagery called out to him. He could picture it easily from doing the action multiple times a day since before he could remember. He was even well versed in the advanced art of opening the hot and cold water taps to get just the right temperature in the shower. Then there were pictures of squeeze bottles used for ketchup and other condiments, or the simple fountain pen that released ink based on the pressure applied on the nip. Even the imagery of peeing crossed his mind, but Takuma didn't want to compare his chakra to pee even if that image was the most intimate of them all. Takuma shook his head to dispel the image from his mind. He decided to give the tap imagery but with a little twist where he imagined a watering pipe instead of a simple tap, because all the diagrams of the chakra pathway system he had seen were a network of tubes with tenketsu as the outlet ends. He imagined a regulator on the end of the pipe which controlled the flow. I'm the regulator. Takuma took a deep breath as he held the paper chip against his forehead. The water was chakra. Sticking the paper chip didn't require much chakra. The lighter the object, the less chakra it needed to adhere. Takuma imagined turning the regulator knob just a few degrees to let the faintest amount of water chakra out. It stuck. Takuma felt his chakra gripping the paper. He removed his finger, and the paper chip stayed against his forehead. He didn't celebrate his success as the task wasn't complete. The grip on the paper chip was flimsy at best, The lightest gust of winds could make it fall. The grip needed to be at least strong enough that shaking his head violently wouldn't budge the paper chip in the least. Takuma twisted the knob a few degrees more to increase the input by just a bit. But contrary to his expectations, Chakra came flowing, and the leaf was pushed away like a feather against a puff of wind. Ah, shit. Takuma cursed. One more time. He picked up the fallen paper chip and held it against his forehead until a weak grip was established. Slowly this time, he thought as he slowly increased and turned the knob in his imagery, slower and more delicately than the last attempt. The water that had been dribbling out turned into a thin laminar flow stream with zero turbulence. Takuma slowly stood up, and with his hands clenched, he gingerly moved his head side by side. The paper chip didn't fall. He threw a light nodding motion into the mix, and the grip held strong. Takuma grew bolder, and in one fell swoop, he shook his head as though the sickest death metal hooks were playing in his mind. The paper chip stuck to his forehead as if it had been glued on. Takuma threw his hand up with a whoa. No more running, he thought, feeling the sweet rush of dopamine from his head. The next moment, the paper chip entered his vision on its way down. Takuma gave it a long stare before picking it up from the floor and sticking it back on his forehead. He was going to make sure that didn't happen the next day when he met Maraboshi. Even if it took him pulling an all-nighter. I have done it, said Takuma with his hands spread wide and a leaf stuck on his forehead. He smiled proudly and showed his progress to Maraboshi as soon as they met. Maraboshi smiled with an approving nod. Shake your head, he said. Takuma confidently attempted to break his neck with forceful head movements, but the green leaf remained on his forehead. The night of practice had paid. He could keep the leaf stuck pretty consistently as long as he didn't get distracted and lose concentration. The imagery advice came in handy, said Takuma. Excellently done, young Takuma, Maraboshi smiled. He pulled the leaf off Takuma's forehead before immediately giving it back to Takuma. Now, stick that on your forehead. Takuma was confused until he looked down at his hand. His smile wiped out as he saw two leaves resting on his palm. He looked up at Maraboshi with disbelief and dread pooling in his eyes. Both of those at the same time and on the opposite ends of your forehead, Maraboshi promptly showed exactly where Takuma needed to stick the leaves. If even one falls, you repeat the penalty. Takuma felt a tremble travel up his legs. He decided to give the tap imagery but with a little twist where he imagined a watering pipe instead of a simple tap because all the diagrams of the Chakra pathway system he had seen were a network of tubes with tenketsu as the outlet ends. He imagined a regulator on the end of the pipe which controlled the flow. I'm the regulator. Takuma took a deep breath as he held the paper chip against his forehead. The water was Chakra. Sticking the paper chip didn't require much Chakra. The lighter the object, the less Chakra it needed to adhere. Takuma imagined turning the regulator knob just a few degrees to let the faintest amount of water Chakra out. Aw shit, now I gotta pee, Takuma said before running to the bathroom in a hurry. Chapter 17, Takuma lumbered his way through a stretch of long golden grass, his eyes sweeping through his surroundings, taking account of everything around him. He put his hands under the straps of his backpack and adjusted the weight on his back by pulling on the adjustable straps. His eyes caught something he recognized, and he picked up the pace to exit the long grass and reached a shrub-like bush with blackberries, but red and purple, growing from it. They were raspberries. He checked for more signs. The leaves were alternate, compound with 3 to 5 leaflets and serrate margins. He picked one berry, and it left behind a core on the stem. He was sure he had found raspberries. He ate the ripe ones from the bush. They were sweet. Takuma glanced at the sky and squinted his eyes from the sun in his eyes. By his estimates, it was already around noon. He hoped he was right, telling time from the sun wasn't his specialty. Using the sun to take note of his direction, he looked eastwards where he was headed. He looked back westwards, and he already couldn't see any of Leaf Village or signs of civilization. The thought of turning back and returning home crossed his mind, but he squashed the thought and continued to trek deeper into the wilderness. After a couple kilometers, Takuma audibly sniffed the air. The scent of moisture was heavy in the air. There was a water body nearby. His eyes shined with excitement as he strained his ears for any sound of water. He knew there was a lake around here somewhere. He had checked it on reliable maps while planning for this excursion. There, the faint sound was coming from the right. He ran towards the sound and entered a stretch of trees before the view opened up, and Takuma found himself staring at a serene lake that reflected the blue sky dotted with clouds like the world's smoothest mirror. The sight stunned him. He had always lived in a city and never got the opportunity to visit the great outdoors. All the trips he ever took were to metropolitan cities. The only time he had gone somewhere away from the fast life of a city had been on a middle school trip to a farm, and even that was full of comfortable amenities. Even the Leaf Village, with its overflowing greenery seemingly built into the design of the city, it was still a fast-moving city. A place that was a hub for the shinobi population for an entire nation could never ever be considered anything else than metropolitan. This was his first time looking at such raw nature with nothing man-made in sight. He took a step forward to get closer to the lake when he kicked something. A metal can sat a couple feet from his foot. It seemed he was wrong. There was something man-made near him. Takuma picked up the can and sighed. The soda can had "Do Not Litter" clearly embossed on the top, yet someone had done just that. He put the can in one of his pouches. His attention was now taken away from the beautiful lake and focused on the ground around him. If there was a can nearby, then there were good chances he could find a campsite used by someone else. It is usually like that, the best spots are always used by someone else before. Takuma walked around until he found what he was hoping for. A perfectly flat piece of level ground framed by big stacks of old and decimated thick tree logs on three sides. He crouched and touched the dirt. It was dry. The perfect place became even more perfect. Taking a step back, Takuma observed the area when it struck him. A cabin. This was a cabin, he muttered to himself. The logs were the remains of a cabin that stood on the ground once. Takuma felt fortunate, very fortunate. Finding a place to camp so quickly after his arrival at the destination was nothing less than a blessing. And looking at the sky, it would have been a problem if he hadn't found a place to camp quickly. This was going great, Takuma thought. Out of his checklist, he partially had 2 items checked off: a place to camp and a water source. To completely check them off, he would need to build his shelter and set up a fire to get the water boiling. And in making the fire, he would have checked off the 3rd item on his list. He put his backpack down. It had been a while since he had used it other than carrying groceries. But since he couldn't use storage seals, he had to carry the extra baggage in a backpack. I wonder when he will teach me Fu in Jutsu, Takuma thought as he took out his sleeping gear from his backpack. Before he could set up his shelter, he needed to clear off the campsite in preparation. He retrieved a kunai and began slashing off the low-hanging branches of the trees around him. It would have been a problem if one of those poked him in the eye. As Takuma was cutting off branches, he froze. He hurriedly looked up before breathing a sigh of relief. There was nothing above him that could fall on him and kill him when he was either sleeping or not paying attention. Always check for widowmakers, he repeated to himself with a hand above his heart. After the preparation work, the sleeping gear came out. Takuma used the jute rope he had brought to tie up a large tarp he had found for very cheap, to nearby trees and stumps to make a roof over his head. The tarp was big enough to provide cover to 3 people, but Takuma knew it was only suitable for 1 person because if it rained, only the person in the middle would be dry. And under the tarp roof went a thick wool spread he had brought to use as a mattress. Next was the most important part of the shelter: the bug net. Takuma didn't know how nasty the bugs were this season, but he had purchased a bug net anyway as an investment. He hooked the net to the tarp ceiling and used heavy stones to pin the net around the wool mattress spread. Alright, next is fire. Takuma shook his hands together to get the dust off. A dozen steps from his bed, Takuma piled up the rocks he got from the lakeside into a well shape with a stone base. Starter. Takuma squinted his eyes as he tried to remember what he had learned about fire making. Firewood was the fuel to keep the fire burning, but a starter was needed to produce the embers that could later turn into a fire. Takuma wandered around the woods, looking from tree to tree to find what he could use as a starter. After half an hour of searching, Takuma found his requirement near the base of a birch tree. The birch tree shed its dry outer bark in sheets that fell near the base, and while it was a waste to the tree, it was a treasure for Takuma. Back at the fire well, Takuma took out the most advanced piece of technology on his person. A ferro rod. Making fire out of scratch was unbelievably tough. He had tried at training and had failed to produce even a ghost of a spark, and because of his poor mastery over Chakra, he couldn't use the survival class of jutsu like fire style, ember jutsu, which would produce a decent puff of fire hot enough to set wood on fire. Fortunately, technology had given birth to a ferro rod. Takuma had no idea about the science behind it, but what he knew was that it worked. He placed the birch bark in the fire well and squatted near it with the ferro rod in one hand and his kunai in the other. He scrapped the sharp edge of the kunai against the length of the ferro rod, and as the rod of it, sparks shot out towards the direction the kunai moved. He repeated the process until the birch bark caught one of the sparks and started to burn. He threw the rod and kunai to the side, and as he had practiced a few times before, he breathed on the burning bark to keep the embers alive and burning hot. He hurriedly placed the dry branches he had cut off during the campsite preparation into the fire well and breathed into it to fan the flames until the branches caught on fire. Takuma leaned away with a bright smile. He had secured a fire in the wilderness. However, the job wasn't done. The branches were only going to keep the fire burning for so long. He needed to get more fuel. Fuel that would burn for a while. But first, Takuma took out a lidded metal pot from his backpack and emptied out a small packet of salt and a tiny plastic bottle of oil inside. With shelter and fire secure, water became the most essential priority. Takuma went to the lake and scooped the pot full of lake water. That water, however, wasn't drinkable just yet. Takuma brought the pot to the fire and put it into the fire well to get the water to a rolling boil. Time to be butch, Takuma took off his shirt and went topless. He picked up the long forest axe hanging from the side of his backpack and went to the nearby woods to find a tree to cut off. He returned with thin logs cut from 2 long and narrow trees. Removing his shirt was a wise idea. He didn't have a change of clothes, and axing down a tree made him work up a sweat. He dumped 2 of the many logs into the fire and went down into the lake to take a dip in the cool water while the water in the pot rose to a boil. By the time Takuma returned from the lake, the sun had dropped down and pulled the evening along with it. Refreshed, he sat down beside the fire, waiting for the boiling water in the pot to cool down till he could drink it. The beauty of the surroundings sucked in Takuma. He could hear the gentle brushing of the leaves, they seemed to have so much more depth than the one he heard back at home. The ground beneath him was cool and felt nice even if he was sitting in loose dirt. As the sun turned down, the water glimmered in a mesmerizing light, and Takuma could make out the fishes swimming just under the surfaces. Seeing the fish made Takuma think about food. He hadn't brought any with him. If he wanted to eat, he needed to procure food on his own. And looking at the lake in front of him, fishing seemed to be the best option to get food. Can't do it now, Takuma looked above the evening sky. He didn't have much time left in the light. He decided that foraging was the better option right now. The water had cooled down, ready to be consumed. Takuma licked his dry lips as he raised the pot. He had run out of water long before he reached the lake. This water would be his first drink in several hours. He gulped it down hungrily while making sure not to waste any by spilling it on himself. Even though boiled lake water tasted different from the one he got at home, after several hours of thirst, it was the most satisfying he could drink at that moment. The pot emptied before Takuma knew it, so he went to the river to refill it. When he returned, the fire was out. Takuma groaned but had a fire going in the next quarter hour. He then hurriedly set out to forage for berries around a campsite for dinner. He found raspberries and winter berries in the bushes and wanted to look for some mushrooms, but the insufficient light restricted his movement and forced him to retire to his camp. For dinner, Takuma dined on berries from the forest and water from the lake. It wasn't filling at all, but he knew his body now had enough sugar to keep him going. He gazed up at the dimming sky as the sound of night crickets filled his surroundings. Sitting there with nothing but a tarp as his roof, Takuma felt exposed like he had never been. He didn't know what time it was, maybe somewhere between 6 and 7 if he was in the village. He would be finishing his evening training session and returning home to start dinner preparations, but because there was no artificial light, he was preparing to go to sleep just like how it worked before normalizations of candles and then electricity. And tomorrow, he was going to wake early at the first sign of light to start his day by preparing for fishing in the hopes he would get some chunky protein that would fill his stomach so that he could survive one more day in the wild. As for today, he was going to sleep. But not before remaking his poorly lit fire that had gone out yet again. Chapter 18. Takuma jumped up to avoid Hiji's leg sweep and tried to crush one of his legs by landing on it, but Hiji pulled his leg back at the last moment. Both met eyes to gauge each other's next moves. It only lasted a split second before Hiji sprung up, and Takuma jumped back. Hiji immediately charged forward while Takuma stayed his feet on the ground and squared off. Hiji used his momentum to rip a front kick into Takuma's chest that missed as Takuma sidestepped, resulting in Hiji being off balance. An opportunity Takuma used and stomped on Hiji's knee. Joints are weak, when the chance presents, attack them mercilessly, or so Maraboshi had said during their training, and demonstrated the point by twisting Takuma's elbow until he thrashed on the ground like a helpless fish out of water. Takuma didn't want to inflict that kind of pain on anyone, but even the thought of Hiji's name brought about a bubbling acid-like cruelty in him. The memories of that horrible day and their recent fight made him forget about his inhibitions. And a part of his mind wished to see Hiji riding on the ground, grabbing his shattered knee. Before Takuma could land the hit, something crashed into his stomach, knocking the living air out of his lungs. His body folded as he went back off balance. Not only had the kicking leg lost balance, but Takuma couldn't even bring it back to keep himself from falling. The dust rose up as his back met the ground. Takuma felt a weight on his chest and opened his eyes to find Hiji's black Ninken growling at him with feral eyes and sharp fangs in full view. The loud bark made Takuma flinch. "Heel, Kurogari," Hiji said. The Ninken jumped off, leaving a searing pain in Takuma's abdomen. "Nice, very good," Hiji laughed, making Kurogari yip. Hiji rammed a kick into Takuma's side, making him cough out his spit. Then Hiji loomed over Takuma, peering down at him with a feral grin resembling a rabid animal. "You're never going to win, loser," Hiji said with a sing-song voice before, and Takuma saw the bottom sole of Hiji's boot coming down on Takuma opened his eyes with a jolt as his body shot up. His hands clawed the wool and spread below him as his legs dragged the lower end up, pulling it free from the rock used at weighted stoppers. For a moment, he frantically looked around before his chest relaxed. The trees, bushes, and logs around and the gentle sound of the lake in the background made him realize where he was. Takuma covered his face as he sat in the makeshift camp bed. Sleep hadn't came to him easily last night, and he had been rolling in the bed for most of the night. The bed wasn't comfortable, and it had rained suddenly in the night, making Takuma fear the integrity of his tarp roof. Whatever sleep did came to him was ruined by the horrible nightmare that wiped any sense of rest he might have otherwise felt. Heaving a sigh, Takuma got out of the bug net, something he was extremely thankful for bringing. The swarm of bugs, flies, and mosquitoes that came to his door last night was absurd. The cacophony of their sounds was nightmare fuel that plagued Takuma with thoughts about what would have happened to him if the bug net wasn't there. It was the rain that had saved them from the horrifying thought. The rain had brought a morning chill to the morning. Only the tip of his nose felt warm as Takuma placed his pot near the edge of the tarp and pulled it down to collect the accumulated rainwater into it. The water was cold and soothed his throat as he gazed at the early morning scenery. He wished he owned a camera to capture the sight before him. But because he didn't own one, he could only sit down and record it in his memory while his hands warmed up inside his pants. The fire had fizzled out long before the rain came pouring down. There was no point in rebuilding the fire when everything was wet, and it would have been dangerous in the darkness. Plus, he was scared that the bugs would rush in if he pulled up the net, rendering the protection moot. The wet firewood was cleared out, and new birch bark and firewood were used to light a new fire. Upon which he put another pot of water to boil. "I'm hungry," Takuma muttered as he picked up his axe and went among the woods to get a thin but sturdy log. He was going to use it to make his fishing rod. He chopped down the log to half the length of his arm and then proceeded to shave off the outer bark to reveal the white flesh inside until he was sure he could properly grip it in his hand. Even the cheapest fishing rods were too expensive for Takuma to buy, and unlike the bug net, which he could use at home, he didn't know how often he would use a fishing rod. So buying one was out of the question. But there were other supplies that he could afford. Takuma took out a pack of fishing line, hooks, and leaders. Along with the makeshift rod, that was all he needed to make a functioning fishing rod. He tied the fishing line around the rod with the leader attached to one end and the hook attached to the leader. Takuma, who hadn't ever seen a fishing rod before he learned to fish in this world, didn't know that some fish could chew through the fishing line, which is why fishing leaders existed and were made from a material that couldn't be chewed through. Now that the equipment was built, Takuma only needed one more thing. He went to a part of the lake shore he had walked yesterday and caught a frog to use as a bait. "Thank you for your contribution," Takuma said before smashing the frog with a log. With the bait ready, Takuma went to the lake and cast his line into the water. Now, he just had to wait for a couple fishes to sniff up the delicious frog meat, and he would have the food he craved. And 7 in the morning was supposedly the best time to fish, so Takuma thought it would be only so long. So, he waited and cast again. He waited and cast again. But after what felt like an hour, Takuma paused fishing for a moment. He frowned and decided to remove the frog as the bait. He needed something else. Oh. Takuma ran back to his campsite and got the soda can he had picked up yesterday. He cut off the top of the can and cut out a rectangle with semicircles on the ends with jagged edges. He threaded the leaders through 2 holes in the newly fashioned rounded rectangle and got back to fishing in the hopes that a fish would get attracted to the shiny metal and get stuck from the jagged edges when trying to bite. Takuma could almost smell the scent of cooked fish. But soon, he ran into another problem. Without any bait, the lure was too light. Takuma spent considerable time casting the line, but with the low weight, the line had no momentum and fell far short of where Takuma wanted. After dozens of tries, Takuma decided to bring back the frog bait. He went to catch another frog, which took half an hour because he lost the carcass of the first one and the entire frog population seemed to be playing hide-and-seek against him. By the time Takuma had found a frog, the sun had risen considerably, thus bringing up the heat, and he had wasted away the prime time for fishing as fish swam near the surface when the temperatures were cooler. But Takuma couldn't give up. He had devoted too much time and effort to fishing, and giving up now would waste all that effort. He cast his line again, and for the next 3/4 of an hour, no fish even sniffed his lure. Soon after, Takuma's hunger triggered frustration, and he was about to give up and simply forage for food when there was a tug on his line. For a moment, he thought he had imagined it. He stared at where the line dipped into the water. Tug. His eyes bulged as this time he not only felt, but he also saw it. Takuma pulled with the full vigor of a hungry man with a feast within his sight. Splash. The catch was out of water. It was a lake bass, a big bass. He stared at the flapping fish for a moment before grabbing the fish firmly and running towards the land, far away from the water. He was not going to let the fish flop its way out of the hook and back into the sea. Holy shit, Takuma muttered as he looked at the fish on the ground. When he had started fishing, when it was still morning, he had thought he would catch a couple of fish, somewhat sorting out his meal for the day. As the day continued, his hopes were dashed smaller and smaller until he was going to be happy if he caught something. Even the thinnest fish with slivers of meat on bones would have made him happy. but laying in front of him was a fish of considerable size. It was big enough that he could get a more than filling meal just with the fish by itself back at home. In the wild, though, the size was enough to be portioned into 2 sustaining meals for the day. They wouldn't fill him, but he wouldn't have to sleep hungry. Once again, Takuma regretted that he couldn't photograph the biggest fish he had ever caught. Meal preparations began very shortly, motivated by the hunger bubbling in Takuma's belly. He drank the lake water he had put on the boil, which had even cooled down as the fire had gone out again. The pot was going to be the cooking vessel. He was going to fillet the fish and eat the fillet and use the rest of the fish to make fish head soup for dinner. He cut up the fish with his kunai, which because of its shape, did a terrible job. He had been told to bring a proper multi-purpose hunting knife, but he had not heeded the advice for monetary reasons and because he thought there was nothing a kunai couldn't do. He lit another fire and used the last of the birch bark as the starter. He wasn't worried as he could find more, and other things in the forest could be used as starters, but until then, he had to keep the fire going as without it, he wasn't getting any food even if he had the fish. And then he waited. After early morning hours of hard work, Takuma laid back on the ground and watched the scenery. It got boring soon, and he wished he had brought a book or something. But he did see a couple places he could go trekking. The fillets were done. Takuma had fashioned a picking utensil from the wood. He put the fillet into his mouth, expecting it to be the most delicious thing he had eaten, but it tasted what it was, salted fish, quite bland. Takuma beamed nevertheless. Even if it wasn't the tastiest, it was the most satisfying thing he had eaten. Washing off the sweat from fishing by taking a dip in the lake, Takuma went on the trek he had planned. He was going to explore the area while looking for items like birch bark for fire and forage cattail and mushroom to have along with the fish head soup. Walking around in the forest gave Takuma a plethora of new experiences. There were so many little things he noticed that left impressions. Everything from the distinct sounds of the birds to the different nasty bugs had surprisingly vivid colors. He even found 4 types of berries in the forest, each with a different taste, which he gladly stuffed into his pouches for a snack. He replenished his supply of birch bark. As he trekked deeper into the forest, he found a mushroom near a tree. He jumped over a fallen log to reach the mushroom when the ground collapsed under him, and one of his feet sank to mid-thigh. Takuma tried to grab the ground near him in a frightened panic, only to find that the loose group crumbled in his grip. Okay, Takuma breathed out to calm his thrumming heart that beat like a jackhammer. Deep breathing didn't help, but Takuma did fight through the flooding thoughts to observe his surroundings. There's a tree behind you. Takuma turned his head and stared at the fallen tree he had jumped over. He grabbed onto it and then turned slowly, his sunken leg sinking a little deeper, until he had both arms firmly on the log. He used a heavy log to pull himself out of the sunken ground. Laying against the log, Takuma breathed heavily as his chest heaved up and down. He stared at the sky that peered through the tree canopies with his last few moments blaring through his mind. He was alone in the wilderness with no way to contact home. Neither did he have any companions. He was utterly alone. If he got hurt enough to get himself immobilized, that was the end for him. Even if someone came from him, there were chances that it would be too late. Even if he wasn't completely immobilized, any injury that hindered his mobility could prove fatal to him. The walk back home was long, and who knew what could happen on that journey. Takuma sat himself up and glanced back at the mushroom. You gotta be kidding me, he groaned when he saw the mushroom growing directly from the ground. Because the mushroom was near the tree trunk base, he thought it was crown-tipped mushroom that grew on wood. Even though this mushroom did look like crown-tipped mushroom, as it grew directly from the ground, he had no idea if it was edible. He had conceivably risked his life for something that was possibly poisonous. Takuma sat against a log until he had calmed down before moving on. Having decided that he had had enough trekking, he headed back towards the campsite. On the way back, Takuma did end up finding 2 lovely chanderelle mushrooms that smelled of lovely apricots. The unexpected finds raised his spirits, and by the time he reached the camp, his mood was a lot better. After a gulp of cooled-down boiled lake water stored in the plastic bottle he had carried with him from home that had his initial supply of water, Takuma immediately wanted to start on dinner preparation. For that, he had to restart the fire he had once again gone out in his absence. He stuffed his hand into his pocket to take out the ferro rod, but the pocket was empty. He patted down his other pocket, then looked into the first pocket again, but the ferro rod was nowhere to be found. What followed next was Takuma looking into his weapon pouches for the ferro rod while feeling an emotion identical to the panic when he suddenly couldn't find his phone in his pocket in public. Takuma raided his place to find the ferro rod. Alas, it was nowhere to be found. Oh, fuck no, he said in despair as he fisted his hair. He realized what had happened. He had the ferro rod on him when he went on the hike, and it had probably slipped from his pocket somewhere along the way. Takuma looked toward the path he had traveled and contemplated going back to the spot where he had fallen, but decided against it because the sun would have already set by the time he returned. A fire was essential in the wild. Without it, he had neither food nor water to drink. Takuma didn't know how to start a fire without a ferro rod. The ferro rod was the ultimate fire starter tool if it got wet. A simple was enough to get it working, whereas things like lighter and matchsticks could instantly become useless, plus, it required no fuel. Should I try the bow drill? Takuma thought. He had no success before, and doing it outside a controlled environment didn't improve his chances. Shit. Takuma got up and built a bow drill with wood and the remaining jute rope. He found the driest and thinnest piece of birch bark to use as the tinder and began drilling against a dry wood piece to create enough heat to light the dry birch. But after half an hour, Takuma's arms hurt, and he gave up starting a fire. He was left with a pot with uncooked fish head and scrap meat. Logic dictated that he should throw the fish away, but there was still hope in his mind that he would find the ferro rod somewhere around the campsite. To give light to his hopes, Takuma searched the campsite for the ferro rod but ended up empty-handed. In the end, Takuma threw away the fish and washed the pot. Now, he had no water and couldn't cook the mushrooms. The only thing he could eat was a handful of berries. Deciding that he had had enough, Takuma retired early. He got into the makeshift bed, ate the berries, and laid down until sleep took him. The second night was no better than the first night and sleep was irregular and uncomfortable. The following day, Takuma woke up early. He packed up all of his gear and reset the campsite. It hadn't rained last night, so there was no safe rainwater to drink. Hungry and thirsty, Takuma set out westwards back home. The journey back was arduous and left Takuma irritated with the occasional berries as the only joyful thing. After 6 hours of walking, the Leaf Village arrived in his view. The village had other gates than the big one in the front, each guarded by guards. Takuma showed them his identity documents and answered a few questions before they let him inside. He tiredly walked through the streets, working towards his home. He wanted to drink water, stuff his face with whatever he could find in his fridge, and take a bath all before heading to an eatery that gave the most quantity for an affordable price. You are back, young Takuma. Takuma turned his head as he continued to walk. He only stopped when he saw Marubushi with a grocery bag in his hand. Oh. Yeah, I just got back, Takuma pointed towards his dirty clothes. The teacher-student pair moved to an empty bench to the side. How was it? Marubushi asked. I lost my ferro rod, Takuma said with slumped shoulders and didn't look at Marubushi. Marubushi heartily laughed behind his hand. Oh, come on, Takuma whined. The multi-day survival trip in the wilderness was Marubushi's idea to let Takuma experience what it felt like to camp outside on missions. But Marubushi went a step forward and only allowed him only basic gear without food or water to really get him ready for the unexpected. I did tell you to take care of it, Marubushi said. It is a small thing, easy to misplace. I only told you because I myself have lost mine 2 times. Takuma groaned again. What about everything else? Takuma sighed. Lucky, very lucky, actually. I found the perfect place to camp flat, dry, and near a lake. The lake solved the water problem. Fire wasn't a problem until I lost my ferro rod. I ate berries on the first day. On the second day, I fished, and it took hours to catch one, but the one I caught was big. Takuma smiled proudly. I could only eat the fillets and was planning to cook fish head soup, but I lost the ferro rod. It seems you're happy with your first excursion. Takuma nodded. If he eliminated losing the ferro rod, the experience would be near perfect. Seeing that you have returned from a tiring journey, how about I treat you to dinner this evening, said Marubushi, dangling the grocery bag. No, thank you, but it's alright, you don't have to. Takuma looked at the sky above. It wasn't as beautiful as he had seen in the wilderness. I'm tired today, he sighed. Chapter 19, You have certainly gotten better. Takuma blocked a punch from Marubushi by forcing it off Mark using his forearm. The next moment, he grabbed hold of Marubushi's arm and pulled the older man forward and down while thrusting the elbow of his other arm toward Marubushi's face. Marubushi's other hand grabbed the offending elbow and thwarted the blow. Takuma suddenly felt Marubushi was as heavy as a boulder, and he couldn't pull him down anymore. Marubushi straightened up and pushed Takuma's elbow to the side while sweeping his legs. Takuma spun until he was parallel to the ground before kissing the dirt. Get up, Marubushi peered at Takuma, who groaned as he pushed himself off the ground and stood in front of Takuma. Marubushi walked around Takuma and nodded appreciatively. Only 2 fell. You have certainly gotten better indeed. Takuma didn't have a shirt on and was wearing shorts on the bottom, and stuck on his exposed were 2 dozen or so leaves. They were on his face, chest, abdomen, back, arms, legs, everywhere. Takuma had come a long way since his attempts in the leaf concentration practice to weekly stick 1 leaf to his forehead. Now, he could stick multiple leaves on various parts of his body and adhere them strong enough that they didn't come off even while sparring. The faint smell of leaves that had become part of his morning that sometimes wouldn't go even after taking a bath was worth it for the progress he had made. I think we are ready to move on to the next step, Marubushi said and took out a 1 ryo coin from his pocket. Takuma's eyes bulged out, and he immediately raised his hands. Wait, stop. I want to talk about something with you, he said, and all the leaves fell down from his body. Oh, what is it? Takuma stared for a moment at the coin, horrified by the implications, before clearing his throat. The first attempt of my graduation test is coming up soon. The academy took 3 attempts at the graduation test and used those 3 attempts to judge the students' performance. They're obviously going to ask us to perform ninjutsu in the test. Can we start learning jutsu? I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the invigilators. He looked up at Maraboshi with a mix of nervousness and discontent. Maraboshi had stayed true to the words he had once said about priorities, and jutsu had been sidelined to make time for more essential skills required for survival and competence in the field. While Takuma had acquiesced with the decision back then, with the first attempt looming over his head, he couldn't ignore the lack of jutsu in his repertoire. Takuma, we discussed this before. Jutsu is not important for you right now, and yes, I remember that conversation, and while I understand and agree with your reasoning, it's also a fact that if I can't perform the jutsu taught in the academy, I will be failed, said Takuma, accentuating his words. It is only the first attempt, we can prepare jutsu for the next attempt, said Maraboshi. Takuma crossed his arms. He asked, do you know the grading criteria? Can you say for sure that it's the best out of 3 and not some form of aggregation? Kaiba had stated that passing any one of the 3 tests guaranteed graduation, but not once had he said that it was the only criterion. Takuma knew his test results weren't going to reflect an image of an exemplary student, but he still wanted to set himself to score the best he could. I do not think. Maraboshi pursed his lips. No. I am not aware of the grading criteria. Survival and competence are important, I'm not arguing against that point. But I also consider my future to be of high importance. If these test scores decide where my life is heading in the short term, then I, 100%, absolutely want to perform the best I can, said Takuma. He shrugged. I will learn these jutsus even if I have to learn them by myself, but I'd very much prefer to learn from you. The thing is, I'll give learning jutsu a portion of my day, that will cut in on the training regime you have me follow on my own. By agreeing to teach me, you can control the time I devote to learning jutsus for the test. Takuma stopped. He had laid down his card. It was up to Maraboshi to decide how he would spend his days moving forward. Maraboshi eventually heaved an old sigh. I believe you are right. The words you say carry logical sense, he said, but there was a pity in his eyes that Takuma couldn't place. As you wish, we will include jutsu into your regime, but only the 3 Academy jutsu. Takuma mentally pumped his arm. What do you know about Academy 3? Asked Maraboshi. Transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and substitution jutsu. Takuma counted off the 3 standard jutsu that were taught in the Leaf Village's Shinobi Academy and were synonymously known as the Academy 3. Transform the body into someone or something, create illusory clones, replace yourself with something or someone to avoid attacks. That is correct, Maraboshi said. But before we begin learning these jutsus, there is something else we must make ourselves familiar with. Maraboshi joined his hands with his index and middle fingers standing up and pressing against each other. On the base of every jutsu are the hand seals associated with them. Tiger seal, Takuma recognized the hand seal. Very good, smiled Maraboshi. Hand seals allow us shinobi to cast all ninjutsu, ganjutsu, and in rare cases, even some taijutsu. You will find that hand seals are deeply rooted in the life of a shinobi, as the miraculous mechanism allows us to harness and wield chakra in ways unimaginable without them. They are designed to aid a shinobi in properly invoking and molding chakra necessary to perform a jutsu. What about Rasengan? Thought Takuma, but didn't raise it out loud. He wasn't supposed to know about one of 4th Hokage's signature jutsu. He hadn't found any records mentioning the Rasengan, much less 4th Hokage using it. There are 12 hand seals that are universally considered to be basic hand seals that every shinobi must know. A combination of these 12 hand seals allows a skilled shinobi to cast every jutsu there exists under the sun. With only the rare exception here and there, said Maraboshi. Takuma immediately asked, by basic hand seals, do you mean there are more of them? Also, what are these exceptions? Curious one, aren't you? Maraboshi chuckled. The answer to both of those questions is partially connected. Do you know of KK Genkais, young Takuma? Takuma nodded. A KK Genkai is an anomaly of the DNA that allows the wielder to use unique jutsu. They're passed down between generations of a clan and thus are hereditary in nature. He looked down at his feet. Our village is the host to the Uchiha and Hyuga, the possessors of the Dujutsu KK Genkai Sharingan and Byakugan, respectively. I have an Uchiha in my class. Takuma knew of the exceptions that existed to the hereditary rule in this very village in the form of the copy ninja of 1,000 jutsu, Kakashi Hatake, but Takuma was yet again not supposed to know that. Correct yet again, said Maraboshi. The 12 hands seals are not the limit. The shinobi who belong to shinobi clans possess special jutsu that require hand seals outside that of the basic 12 to activate. These special hand seals are mostly seen used by shinobi with a KK Genkai. The clans have developed those hand seals to release their jutsu, and these types of special hand seals won't do anything for you as you don't possess the special bloodline. Does that mean I can possibly invent a new hand seal? Asked Takuma. Maraboshi laughed and ruffled Takuma's hair. If you work hard in learning and discovering the mysteries of Chakra, then yes, there is no reason why you couldn't discover a new hand seal. Takuma licked his lips before posing a question he was most interested in. What? What about not using hand seals? Can a shinobi cast jutsu without hand seals? He asked tentatively. Takuma had seen how, as the manga had progressed, hand seals had faded into near non-existence. He wanted to know if that was simply the author's folly or had that translated to this very real world somehow. It is possible, Maraboshi nodded softly, but it is extremely difficult. Casting jutsu without hand seals is a feat of skill so extraordinary that seeing someone capable of it is to be in the presence of greatness. I myself do not possess such a skill. Understand, young Takuma, in the heat of battle, when one's life can end the next moment, hand seals are the heavenly aid that takes the burden of invoking and molding chakra in a precise and specific manner required to release a jutsu off a shinobi. They don't do the job for you, but the help they provide is. It can't be discounted. Eliminating hand seals requires a profound understanding of chakra and an ungodly skill for the jutsu. Shinobi capable of doing so only appear once in a generation. So it was possible. That came as a surprise for Takuma. From Maraboshi's words, though, it sounded like not using hand seals was a feat of legends. However, I will describe eliminating hand seals as a journey, said Maraboshi. What? One does not go from using hand seals to no hand seals in one swoop, young Takuma. That is not how it works. Hand seals stimulate chakra in your body, but as we know from the leaf concentration practice, we can manipulate chakra without a hand seal. Maraboshi showed his palm, and the 1 ryo coin was stuck to it. If you someday obtain a greater understanding of chakra and develop some skill in chakra, you will find that you can mimic the effects of hand seals on your own, and that will allow you to reduce the number of hand seals. Reduce? Takuma tilted his head in confusion. Jutsu are cast by executing a combination of hand seals in a particular order. Every hand seal in that combination means something. It has some function, a function that, with skill, can be replicated, said Maraboshi. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu, requires a shinobi to weave a total of 44 hand seals in quick unbroken succession to activate. Maraboshi sighed with a smile as a faraway look of nostalgia overtook his eyes and face. But, did you know the second Hokage only required a single seal to activate the same jutsu? He had become so proficient in the jutsu that he could mimic the exact function provided by a complex combination of 43 hand seals. He looked at Takuma. In no way can everyone achieve that level. But if you work hard, you can eliminate a number of hand seals from long combinations. Even a sliver of save time can turn the tide of a hard-fought battle. But all of this is in the far future for you. Right now, you should focus on the basics like chakra control. Takuma opened his mouth, but Maraboshi cut him off. Yes, we are still learning the Academy 3. Takuma heaved a sigh of relief and nodded happily. But, I won't have you disregard chakra control training. The leaf concentration practice was only the starting point. Maraboshi raised the 1 ryo coin. We will start over again with 1 coin and then move from there. A cold shudder shook Takuma's leg as he felt a sick feeling climb up from his stomach. I, he stuttered. For the first time, Takuma didn't feel excited at seeing new money. The feeling was pure dread. Chapter 20, What do you feel? Describe it to me, Maraboshi asked as he walked around Takuma, who had a dog hand seal formed with his hands. Takuma had his face scrunched up in concentration as he felt the chakra flow through the chakra pathway system inside his body. It's strange. This feels quite different from the leaf concentration practice. It feels out of my control. Would you really term it that way? Takuma lowered his hands and grumbled, but the chakra moves on its own. His hands turned into claws as he pointed at himself. It just feels off. I don't know. I guess I won't say it's out of control, but it still feels quite different from when I control chakra on my own. As it turned, hand seals didn't automatically invoke jutsus by automating all chakra steps required to release the jutsu. He still had to give the command to meld the 2 energies to produce chakra on his own. It was after that the hand signs would direct the chakra through the complex chakra pathway network through a combination of 8 gates in a particular manner, all the while the characteristic of chakra changed to suit the jutsu. During that entire process, Takuma had to concentrate on the chakra movement. Any break in internal focus would scrap the process, and the chakra would break down before disappearing. And ending up wasted. Can we learn jutsu now? I can do all 12 hand seals successfully now, Takuma asked, pleading even though he still found forming some hand seals uncomfortable to create with his hands. The hand positioning was really strange with a few of them. In the process of learning to release Jutsu, Murabashi had Takuma learn every one of the basic 12 hand seals. He had to familiarize himself with the chakra movement that happened with every hand seal until he could pull them off without failure every single time. He was nowhere ready to achieve a 100% success rate in a stressful environment like a tense combat situation, but in a calm and controlled environment, he could execute without fail. Something he had worked hard day in and day out to achieve. He was proud of the progress. Murabashi scratched his chin as he said, I think it would be better to practice every combination of 2 hand seals before we move on to Jutsu. Takuma couldn't help when a look of reluctance appeared on his face. While he had practiced hand seals quite a bit, the time doing so had been boring. Executing singular hand seals did nothing, he wanted to do something, anything. Even the horrendous leaf concentration practice with the coins, aka coin concentration practice, resulted in the coin sticking to his body. Making hand seals did absolutely nothing. But I suppose we can learn one of the Academy 3, but after that, you will practice every combination of 2 hand seals before moving to the next jutsu. If you agree, I will teach you one jutsu of your choice, Murabashi finished. I agree. Takuma jumped on the offer. As you wish. But, young Takuma, you must understand that properly executing hand seals is essential. Every time you fail at a hand seal, you waste the chakra in use. That can be treacherous in combat. You must have felt exhaustion after repeated failure in hand seals, said Murabashi sternly. Yes, I understand. I will practice all you want later, Takuma said hurriedly. He grinned, teach me a jutsu now. Murabashi sighed. Which one do you want to learn? He asked. Clone jutsu, said Takuma. Murabashi looked surprised. Clone? I was sure you would choose transformation jutsu. Takuma shrugged. He knew even though the Academy 3 were near useless in real-life situations, and every shinobi was trained to figure out the illusory clones made from clone jutsu, and the transformation jutsu could still be used among civilians who couldn't recognize the signs of a chakra transformation. Despite knowing that, the prospect of making a copy of himself excited Takuma. The clone jutsu allows the shinobi to create an illusory clone that has no substance and thus is incapable of interacting with our physical world. That's why it is easy to spot clones, Murabashi said. In fact, even though it is classified as a ninjutsu, the jutsu is a hybrid between ganjutsu and ninjutsu. He raised his hand and weaved the hand seals. Ram Snake Tiger. Poof. 3 clones identical to Murabashi from every angle appeared next to him with a puff of smoke that dissipated almost instantly. Takuma wasn't surprised as he had seen his classmates whip up clones almost on a daily basis, but he still admired the 4 Murabashi in front of him. To him, they didn't look any different from Murabashi. The only reason he could tell the real one was that the real Murabashi hadn't moved from his spot. Pay attention closely, said Murabashi, and the 3 clones started to walk around. What do you see? Takuma narrowed at the clones' feet. They don't crush the grass beneath their feet. Nor do they make any sound as they move, he said. But at the same time, Takuma thought that with simple skills, that problem was easy to fix. That's how you spot a clone, said Murabashi, and with another puff of translucent smoke, the clones disappeared. Now, weave the seals like I showed you. As you have yet to practice weaving seals one after another, for which I wanted you to practice the combination of 2 hand seals, you must know that between seals, the chakra will be slightly more challenging to control, but you must not let it run astray and guide it onwards. Now, try it. Takuma formed the hand seals in succession. His movements were crude and clumsy because of the lack of practice, but the slow, careful movements did provide Takuma to direct his chakra slowly. The hand seals directed the chakra through the chakra pathway system and the 8 gates, but Takuma had to move the chakra himself. In a simple analogy, he had to provide pressure to push the water-like chakra through the pipes, which were the chakra pathway system, or that the hand seals were handling the steering wheel while he was in charge of pushing the gas pedal. He couldn't even describe how the hand seals changed the characteristics of chakra to suit the jutsu. Takuma felt the chakra move in his body, and as he switched from the ram to the snake seal, the chakra suddenly rattled and lost all momentum, and in a few moments, it dissipated. "Wah, try again," said Murabashi. Takuma grumbled and formed the seals again. Once again, the chakra acted erratically between the seals, and just like before, the chakra slipped out of his control. "Ugh. It's not easy, it will take time to get used to," Murabashi said. "Try again." Takuma didn't try again immediately. He closed his eyes and recalled the feeling of disruption. It wasn't as difficult as he thought it would be, Takuma thought. He contemplated the feeling for a few more movements before trying again. Ram Snake Tiger. Poof. Marabashi's eyes widened as a thick plume of opaque smoke appeared beside Takuma that, for a moment, hid him. Takuma wasn't alone when the smoke dissipated, and beside him stood a clone. Takuma looked to his side in excitement, but the moment his sight fell on his clone, he felt someone had dumped a bucket of cold water on him. The clone was indeed his, but in no way was it identical. The clone's features were off and looked more like a poorly made caricature. The height was a little taller, the colors were faded, and the figure seemed translucent. "That's just terrible," Takuma said heavily. "No, not at all," Marabashi said, his eyes still a little wide. "For a first attempt, this is quite good. Don't be disheartened and try again, young Takuma. Practice makes perfect, after all." Takuma nodded and observed the sorry-looking clone for a few moments before cancelling it. He produced the chakra, weaved the seals, and directed the chakras to the best of his ability. Poof! A puff of smoke later, another clone stood beside him. "Huh, this is nice, right?" Takuma said to Marabashi while staring at his clone. Marabashi said nothing and had his eyes glued to the clone. The clone wasn't perfect, the coloring was still off, even though the height was now correct. The clone Takuma was now a bit bulkier, and there were little things that made the clone not look correct. "I can't tell what it is, but his face doesn't look right," Takuma said with thinned eyes. The clone looked like his twin, just not completely identical. "Even though we can't pinpoint it, our mind and eyes can tell the discrepancies," muttered Marabashi, still looking at the clone. "Ah, so, like CGI. What is a CGI? Nothing. Let me try again." Takuma noticed his mistake. He hurriedly cancelled his clone and tried again. After another puff of smoke, the third clone appeared into the world. Marabashi sucked in a sharp breath. As the saying went, third time's a charm. The clone looked more like Takuma than Takuma himself. As Takuma faced his clone, it looked like there was a mirror in them as the clone mirrored the original's movement. "He has no autonomy, but I can control him." Takuma raised his hand over his head, and the clone did the same. "That's quite neat, actually, don't you think?" Yes," Marabashi cleared his throat. "Clone jutsu needs to be controlled. You can make the clone do a variety of things." Takuma lowered his hand, but the clone didn't follow. Instead, clone Takuma walked backward a few paces and raised both his hands before doing a perfect cartwheel. Takuma then made his clone do random things, everything from changing facial expressions to dance moves. The clone did everything like a puppet under Takuma's complete control. "Hey, will this be enough to pass the clone jutsu portion of the test?" asked Takuma. "Yes, I believe this will wait. What if they ask me to make multiple clones?" Takuma suddenly interjected. "I should try to do that as well." Takuma formed the seals again, and this time, he confidently pushed his chakra through the hand seals directives. Two puffs of smoke clouded near Takuma, and two brand new clones stood on either side of Takuma. One clone dropped to the ground and began to do push-ups, while the other clone started to put on a very poor mime performance. Takuma pumped his clenched fist. "Okay, I think I'll be able to pass at least one portion of the examination," he said with a smile of relief. He felt great, the best he had felt in a very long time. Even though he was making constant progress with his taijutsu, that progress didn't feel like much when he got bashed every day. His skill with weapons had also gone through day and night changes, and he could hit stationary targets now, but when he saw what his classmates could do with moving targets, some of them would even hit the bullseye on moving targets while in motion themselves, he didn't feel that great about himself. But now, with a clone jutsu that looked as good as his classmates' execution, he truly felt that he was catching up to his classmates. "Sensei, I know you said we learn the second jutsu after the combination practice, but can I learn another one, please?" Takuma asked Marabashi with hope. He wanted to feel like he was now even more. When Marabashi didn't reply, Takuma looked at his teacher and found him looking at the clones. "Sensei?" "What?" Marabashi suddenly looked at Takuma. His face was blank for a moment before he nodded. Yes, I suppose learning one more won't hurt. Which one would you like to learn next?" "Transformation jutsu," said Takuma with a smile. It was time to give competition to a certain blue-skinned mutant. Chapter 21, Transformation Jutsu, is more complicated than the clone jutsu, said Marabashi to his eager student. What you learned right now was to create an illusory clone with no substance, but transformation jutsu allows a shinobi to manipulate your body itself, which has substance. Marabashi stopped when Takuma raised his hand. Takuma said, "I haven't transformed yet, so I don't know, but according to the jutsu scroll I have, the jutsu lets us transform into another person, animals, plants, and even inanimate objects, which is fine and extremely useful, but the scroll also said that user will gain the attributes and physical features of whatever they transform into, such as a weapon's sharpness or an animal's fangs. I find that hard to believe, and why is that?" A smile bloomed on Marabashi's face. His student was curious as ever. "It is supposed to be one of the Academy 3 The easiest of jutsu to learn, which aren't even used in real-life situations often. But if I could transform into a strong metal, something like titanium, then wouldn't I be impervious to most attacks? If someone is pursuing me and I have no way to lose them or fend them off, can't I just transform into a roadside pebble? A kunai coming to the chest? Pebble. Chained to a wall? Pebble. Infiltration mission? Pebble, that is. Dozens of shinobi transformed into pebbles in a civilian's backpack, Takuma said with an incredulous look on his face. Isn't his too overpowered? I mean, just from the top of my head, I can think of a dozen uses. Give me a day, and I will have a list of at least 100 different scenarios. Maraboshi laughed merrily. Ever since the day he had started formally teaching Takuma, not one day had gone by since he hadn't said something amusing. Children have a vigor that I have long lost, Maraboshi sighed in thought. This scroll you say you have, he said, did you read the entirety of it? I believe the jutsu scroll for transformation jutsu would be fairly long in its length. A blush immediately appeared on Takuma's face, almost extending down to his neck. Of course, Maraboshi smiled. As curious as he knew Takuma to be, he was almost as hasty, if not more, always charging forwards as if he was in a hurry, never taking a moment to stop and enjoy his surroundings. Isn't every child the same? Maraboshi thought. If you read ahead, you would have found detailed research on the jutsu. There are many restrictions associated with transformation jutsu. Yes, while you can transform into inanimate objects, the point about assuming the object's attribute is partially false. If you transform into forged steel and have someone stab you with a kunai, it will still harm you. The wounds will show when the jutsu is released or broken. If you transform your hand into an animal's claw, your grip strength will remain the same, and your claws will be as sharp as a butter knife. Transformation jutsu can indeed change the body's shape and size, and from the outside, everything would look the same, but even a civilian would immediately know something's wrong from a single touch. The more you deviate from your natural shape, the harder it is to transform, and the poorer the quality of transformation will be. What about the pebble? Takuma asked with a frown. Maraboshi shook his head. One of the restrictions has to do with mass. You can't deviate much from your body's original mass. That limit is defined by your skill, and while you can breach that limit, Takuma's eyes shined, it requires a tremendous amount of chakra. Even the Hokage would find it difficult to muster enough chakra to transform into a pebble for a couple seconds, and after that, they would suffer from chakra exhaustion. Not at all ideal. Takuma looked like a dog with drooping ears. Shinobi only use it to transform into other people because it doesn't deviate much from the human body's shape, and the mass requirement is eased considerably when transforming to another person because of similar structure and composition. Moreover, transforming into inanimate objects requires a great deal of familiarity with the target object. Maraboshi sighed. All in all, even if we discount the chakra requirements, the amount of effort required to make it usable is not worth it for most shinobi. Takuma folded his hands and frowned as he was not convinced. Maraboshi wasn't concerned about that. Takuma was bound to learn with time, and letting him figure it out on his own was in no way a detriment to his growth. After all, making mistakes and learning from them was the best way to learn. I implore you to read the jutsu scrolls on your own time. It is normal if you don't understand everything, but knowing more will help you perform an easier and better quality execution. Maraboshi clapped his hand once. Enough talking, let us move on to executing the jutsu. You need a target to transform into. Takuma perked up and stood up straight at attention. I know the hand seals. I can transform into you, he said. Maraboshi shook his head. It's good that you know the hand seals, but I am not a good target for a beginner. I weigh roughly twice as much as you, and our height is substantially different. It is doable as we both are humans, but the amount of chakra for each attempt is not suitable for training. We need a target similar in size to you so that you won't tire out fast even if you fail. Apostrophe. Even if you fail, Maraboshi thought. Takuma had learned clone jutsu too quickly. It had taken 3 tries. 3. It was too quick. Even if Takuma was some kind of prodigy, learning a jutsu after 3 tries was more than extraordinary. He could have understood if Takuma was experienced in invoking ninjutsu and was working on a jutsu similar in nature to one he already knew. Learning a new fire style, jutsu after being well versed in fire style, great fireball jutsu, but clone jutsu was Takuma's first ever jutsu, and he had pulled it off to perfection after 3 tries. He created multiple clones to boot. Is he a prodigy? Maraboshi had been teaching Takuma for nearly half a year now, and after observing the young child's progress during that time, Maraboshi couldn't classify Takuma as a prodigy. Takuma was a fast learner, no two ways about that. He had seen Takuma pick up things blazingly fast. Takuma spoke with a wit unlike that of an 11-year-old. Maraboshi frequently found himself feeling he was talking to some. He was amazingly quick with numbers and calculations, as though he had an abacus in his head. and displayed a shockingly deep understanding of history, shinobi or otherwise. In their occasional conversations, Takuma had expressed opinions and views that looked at history and current affairs from various points of view, like social, economic, political, diplomatic relations between clans or villages, and many other than applied. A shinobi must see underneath the underneath. If some other child had said it, Maraboshi would have brushed it off with a chuckle, but when it came from Takuma, he felt like the young boy of 11 meant it. Takuma was a sheer beginner at tactics and strategies, and he took some time to learn the lessons, but what he knew, he used well enough to get the applause of appreciation. I will give you another target to transform into. Maraboshi weaved the hand seals and felt a flush of chakra spread into every inch of his body. The familiar feeling of being submerged in water enveloped him, causing him to hold his breath without meaning to, despite knowing there was no actual water around him. It has been a while since I have been at this height. Maraboshi looked at Takuma, who was now at his eye level. Or am I at his eye level? Is this you? Takuma asked, his eyes wide as he took in Maraboshi's appearance. The usually old man looked shockingly young, so young that he had shrunken down at height. All of his wrinkles and blemishes had disappeared as if they didn't exist, and the gray locks tied in a ponytail had turned into a youthful black. Maraboshi couldn't see his own appearance, but he nodded. This is how I imagine how I looked when I was your age. Imagined? Visualization is key in transformation jutsu, young no. Friend Takuma, Maraboshi grinned, and even Takuma laughed. I only know my appearance from photo albums and my memories, and thus I could only mimic what I remember from them. Who knows, I might have made some mistakes. Takuma went silent and looked contemplative. Maraboshi's eyes shined. Takuma wasn't a shinobi prodigy such as the likes of Kakashi Hatake, neither did he display the mesmerizing intellectual prowess as that of Narashikaku. His taijutsu skills were as far away as they could be like those of the rising star, the green beast, Might Gay. He didn't even possess a KK Genkai he could fall back upon. But he did possess one crucial skill. Everyone observed things around them, they saw, they listened, and they felt, but only a few ever used all of those observations to ask the right questions. If I don't visualize properly, I might get caught. Takuma frowned. No, that would make the jutsu useless in the field. You can't expect the target to stand in front of you until you have perfectly memorized their appearance. That's ridiculous. Then does that mean, most of the time, a perfect imitation isn't possible? He went silent for a moment before his eyes shined. You don't have to perfectly copy someone, he said. There it was. The edge of Maraboshi's lips tugged up. You can copy someone just close enough that it doesn't raise suspicion at first glance. I don't think I will notice things like a slight difference in height, weight, and build, Takuma said, slowly as if thinking about every word he spoke. Yeah, I think I've read this somewhere. Rest you can make up with clothes, posture, way of talking, and other idiosyncrasies unique to the person by observing the person from afar. He frowned at Maraboshi, but you still have your original voice. How do you fix something like that? There was a full smile on Maraboshi. There were times Takuma's deductions would go to outrageous places, but that was okay, as long as he kept asking the right questions. Those deductions would become increasingly accurate as he learned more and gained experience. Maraboshi opened his mouth, and a boyish young voice came out of his mouth. By hard practice and some chakra manipulation. Teach me that, Takuma said with an amazed look. His expression calmed down, and another frown made up on his face, but picking out idiosyncrasies of people must take time. Wouldn't that be difficult on missions? So hasty, thought Maraboshi. Shinobi who go on missions that require disguising always do recon until they're confident to pull it off. Transformation jutsu is only one tool in the box, many other skills go into pull off a believable disguise. But for now, let's focus on this one tool. Try replicating this appearance. Takuma nodded. He didn't immediately weave the hand seals, instead, he walked around Maraboshi, who stood still and let Takuma observe him. Okay, I'm ready. Let me try it, Takuma nodded as he formed the dog hand seal. The first attempt failed, then the second, then a third. Maraboshi encouraged Takuma to continue and gave tips. After half an hour, Takuma had failed dozens of times. That day, Takuma tried to cast the transformation jutsu until the last minute before he had to absolutely leave to get ready for the academy. But he couldn't even transition to the second hand seal. Maraboshi watched the downtrodden Takuma's back as he walked away. Maybe it was a fluke, he thought. Chapter 22, another day rolled in, and like every morning, Takuma found himself in the middle of the field, sitting on the ground, doing the post-training stretches so he could leave the training session and return to get his day started. You seem down, young Takuma, Maraboshi, performing the same stretches by the side, asked. Takuma pursed his lips into a line. I think it'd be better to practice the hand seal combination of two seals before trying to learn transformation jutsu. Maraboshi looked surprised. Takuma stretched his torso forward to grab the sole of his outstretched feet with his hands. He repeatedly knocked his forehead on his shin with an inaudible groaning. It had been a few days since Takuma had begun learning the transformation jutsu. Every morning, Maraboshi would set out a quarter of an hour in their time to guide him on the jutsu. Throughout the day, Takuma would try to cast the jutsu in his free time and during the scheduled period during his evening training. But no matter how many times he tried, the chakra rattled out of his control, failing the jutsu invocation. He couldn't understand. After learning the clone jutsu in 3 tries, why was transformation jutsu taking so much time he couldn't even get past the first hand seal? It looked like he had lucked out by making clones. A horrifying thought appeared in Takuma's mind. What if clone jutsu was to him what shadow clone jutsu was to Naruto? The blonde protagonist has learned the highly advanced jutsu quickly, clearly showing an affinity with the jutsu. What if Takuma's special affinity was associated with clone jutsu, a useless jutsu that couldn't even be used in the field? Takuma felt sick in the stomach. You must not feel down about the jutsu, Maraboshi said with a kind smile. It took your classmates much longer than you to perform the transformation jutsu than you have been trying. You will be able to perform it one day. My classmates were 8 years old, I'm almost 11, I should learn the jutsu faster than them. It had taken him 7 months, but he had covered nearly 4 years of academy theoretical material. Why should learning jutsu be any different? Takuma got up and half-heartedly dusted himself. I will go. Thanks for today, he said to Maraboshi before heading out to the training field. On the way home, Takuma began thinking about the graduation test. The first attempt was in less than 2 weeks. Thinking about giving the exam made Takuma's body feel heavy. According to the chatter he had heard from his classmates' conversation, the test was divided into 2 parts, a theoretical and a practical portion. Both portions were divided into subparts. The theoretical portion consisted of a standard pen and paper test and a face-to-face oral viva voce with an invigilator. The practical portion was made up of a taijutsu spar, a weapon handling part, a demonstration of the Academy 3, and a miscellaneous part in which the invigilator could ask anything that hadn't been asked. There wasn't a single part of the test he felt he could perform well. He still had 1 year of academic material left that set him back in the pen and paper test. There was nothing to be said about his taijutsu skills. His shuriken jutsu had exceeded the passable grade, but they were nothing spectacular. Clone jutsu was the only Academy 3 he could perform. He could only hope that he would luck out in the viva voce questioning and the miscellaneous portion of the practical portion, and the invigilator would ask him something he knew. Takuma sighed. He didn't have high hopes for his luck helping him. Fates hadn't been good to him in a while. In the academy classroom, Takuma tapped the back of the pencil against his desk. His time in the academy was dedicated to learning the theoretical material so that he could focus on practical skills after school hours. But today, he couldn't concentrate. The thought of opening a book seemed like a massive downer. Ugh, what don't they understand by silence in the classroom? Takuma frowned deeply, and his pencil tapping became more forceful. He preferred background noise to pin-drop silence during studying. It helped him concentrate. He regularly used the classroom whispers and Kaiba's voice as his background noise. He welcomed them. But today, they seem unbearable to listen to, stroking the fire of irritation he felt. There was only one time in the militant drill sergeant like Kaiba's lessons that the class dared to talk above whispers. Takuma didn't have to open his eyes to know that Kaiba was in front of the classroom, personally guiding one of his classmates with either transformation jutsu or clone jutsu. Every day, Kaiba would call some of his students, one at a time, and ask them to demonstrate one of the Academy 3. The demonstration would be followed by a guidance session with Kaiba pointing out the discrepancies and providing possible tips. Nothing to do with me, Takuma thought as bitterness grabbed him. Kaiba had stopped calling him long ago, after numerous times failing to even produce a faulty clone or transformation. It seemed Kaiba had given up. He was delighted when he realized he wasn't being called anymore. He didn't have to embarrass himself in front of the entire classroom anymore, Takuma had thought with delight. But now, Takuma clicked his tongue. Now that he could mold chakra and even perfectly perform the clone jutsu, the sweet delight had turned into burning bile. The realization that he had been given up on and deemed a failure and lost cause brought feelings up from deep within. Sensei, an annoying voice cut through the chit-chat, you haven't called Takuma up in months. Why is that? Takuma's eyes snapped open, and he lifted his chin from his palm to look around the class to find the source of the voice. He knew who it was before he found Hiji sitting on the other side of the classroom with his posse of friends on the back benches. The Onyuzuka boy smirked at Takuma, showing he knew exactly what he was doing. Takuma clenched his jaw but kept his expression schooled. I'm unaffected. He repeated the words like a chant in his mind. He couldn't give Hiji the satisfaction of getting any sort of reaction out of him. Oh, shut up, Hiji. Do you have no shame? Another voice sounded from another part of the classroom. Takuma turned to the front of the classroom and saw a brunette girl with shoulder-length cinnamon brown hair staring up at Hiji with a frown. Okubo Momoe. Takuma recognized the girl, and his eyes narrowed when he felt a sense of green jealousy burn inside him. He flexed his neck and tensed his body until an intense wave of jealousy passed through him. He let out a deep breath as he relaxed his body. He held no strong feelings towards Okubo Momoe, but the same couldn't be said about the boy, the original Takuma. After living in the body for half a year, he realized that even though the boy hadn't left behind his memories, he had left something else behind. Takuma had recognized Kaiba when he had found himself in the boy. He had found his way home the same day, and similarly, some things brought up the remnants in the form of sentiments. Momoe invoked the boy's sharp sense of jealousy. After observing the girl for a week or so, Takuma deduced the reason behind the sentiment. Among their peers, Momoe placed at the top in terms of academic scores and practical shinobi skills, no matter what it was, from ninjutsu to strategy. Momoe was good at literally everything, a true overachiever, the perfect shinobi candidate. She wasn't as good as Uchiha Izumi when it came to taijutsu or had the chakra control rivaling in Yuzuko Hana or raw power compared to Akimaki Hideaki, but whatever it was, if she wasn't number one, she was number two. And at least number two in everything was much more competent than number one at one thing. She had a natural charisma that attracted people to her, and when combined with her skills, it was only natural that she sat on the top of the social ladder. On top of that, Okubo Momoe came from a civilian background, with her parents owning a business in Leaf Village. Her detractors couldn't even point out that her skills were cultivated with the help of a shinobi clan. She's everything the boy isn't, was Takuma's theory behind the feeling of jealousy. The boy was a poor student, Momoe could seemingly do everything. The boy had no friends, Momoe was surrounded by people who wanted to be her friends. The boy was ignored, Momoe was praised. The boy would return home to nobody waiting for him, Momoe would be greeted by a complete family back home. What? We know what you're doing, so stop it, you jerk. Momoe turned to the other Inuzuka in the class and said, control your rabid brother, Hana. Hana narrowed her eyes. Oh yeah, what are you going to do about it if I don't? Her 3 ash-gray ninkin jumped up on the table, staring at Momoe. Hiji snorted in laughter, looking confident with his cousin supporting him. Know your place, Akub, he said. Oh, shut your trap, Hiji, Hana glared at Hiji. Izumi sitting beside Hana looked at the quarreling parties and tried to abate the situation. Let's not fight, okay? We can talk about this calmly, she said. But Momoe was already exchanging words with Hiji and Hana. Takuma observed the situation from his seat. Momoe and the Inuzukas were now fighting with each other, forgetting that he was the initial subject of the discussion, which Takuma preferred. But it seemed not everyone had forgotten about it. Takuma, come up, Kaiba sighed. Takuma could feel the eyes following him as he walked down the classroom steps toward the front. He looked up at Kaiba, who had only called him up because he was called out by Hiji. Takuma could see Kaiba didn't want to do this, and seeing that look, he felt his mood sour more than before. Show me clone jutsu, Kaiba said, his tone giving the impression he wanted to get this over as soon as possible. Takuma raised a brow. Was luck finally going his way? He straightened up and joined his hands to form the hand seals for the clone jutsu. Ram snake tiger poof. The smoke cleared, and 2 clone Takuma stood alongside the real Takuma. The raucous laughter from Hiji abruptly stopped as the entire classroom went silent. Every pair of eyes were focused on the 3 Takuma standing in front of the classroom. Takuma could practically hear their thoughts. The only person in the room who couldn't do a jutsu to save his life now had 2 clones standing with him. Kaiba stared at Takuma and clones with his eyes wide in surprise. Several seconds passed in silence between Kaiba and Takuma as they stared at each other. Can I go back now? Takuma asked. Kaiba's eyes widened more. He was looking at the Takuma who stood nearest to him, but the Takuma who had spoken now was the one standing the furthest to him. He reached out his hand to the Takuma next to him, and it passed right through, and when he clenched his fist, Takuma disappeared like he never existed. Kaiba's eyes didn't move to the real Takuma who had spoken but to the other clone who remained. Takuma tilted his head, confused by the action. Maybe he's observing the quality of my clone, he thought. You can go now, Kaiba said. Takuma dispersed the clone and walked back to his seat. He kept his eyes straight ahead. He didn't look at Hiji or Momoe or Izumi or anyone. He sat down on his seat, took out his book, and started reading. Even though he was no longer irritated and not in the mood to study, he still couldn't concentrate on the words as his eyes cruised over the page. He was too busy keeping the smile off his face. Today's academy was fun, he felt. Chapter 23, Takuma's chin rested on his palms with his fingers cupping his face. His right foot had grown a mind of its own and wouldn't stop fidgeting. His stomach also didn't seem to be doing well from all the gurgling he was hearing from inside. He restlessly looked around the noisy classroom that matched his nervous energy. His classmates sat in groups around the room, huddled together, discussing among themselves. Only he sat alone in a corner. He wondered what they were talking about and if it could come up in the graduation test that was about to happen. Time had passed in the blink of an eye, and it had already been over 7 months since he had found himself in the fictional world, inhabiting an unknown orphan's body. The 7 months were the most challenging times he had ever lived through. Everything from the looming threat of becoming a shinobi with no skills to survive to the immediate financial situation had him look at things he had never done before. His sense of priorities had revised more in these months than in all the years he had lived in his previous life. Okimeki Hideaki. The classroom door slid upon with a rattle. Kaibe peeked in and called for the next student in line. The bulky Akimeki stood up from his desk, where already eaten packaged food wrappers had piled up. The usually taciturn Hideaki, who rarely showed exaggerated expression on his chubby face, looked visibly unsettled. The back of his red samu was drenched in sweat. Even more shocking was the unopened bag of chips in Hideaki's hands. As long as there was something in his hands, he was eating it, and seeing that the bag remained sealed illustrated how Hideaki was feeling. Takuma rubbed the side of his palm, stained with blue ink marks. The pen and paper part of the theoretical portion was already done first thing in the morning. His performance hadn't been satisfactory. The plan from the start had been to correctly attempt 50% of the paper, as that was the passing grade for the test. He wanted to at least pass the test on his first attempt and improve in the subsequent attempts. Takuma clenches his right hand tightly, digging his trimmed nails into the flesh. He had attempted 50% of the paper as planned, but those attempts weren't correct. Coming out of the examination hall, Takuma knew how many of his attempts were correct. His answers weren't enough to get him a passing grade. I should have focused more on history and tactics, he thought with regret. His approach to exam preparation was to focus on his strengths and practice them enough to easily answer any related question. The efforts bore fruit. Takuma responded to math, physics, and finance questions with ease. But he had been horrible at tactics and strategy. Half of the questions he didn't even know how to answer, the ones he knew he couldn't see through to a final answer. It didn't help that the topics he had learned from Marubushi were too different from what came in the test. What hurt the most was history, which he considered to be a moderate strength. The questions that came were from topics he had strategically chosen to set aside in order to manage time in preparation. The questions from his strengths didn't have enough weightage in the question sheet to get him to pass. And he knew he hadn't done well enough in other topics to bridge the gap. The viva voce was yet to be conducted. Takuma prayed to the fates that the invigilator would ask easy questions, or better, those he knew the answer to. Every other minute or 3, Kaibe would step through the door and call for one student. With every student left, the classroom became emptier as those who left didn't return, which displeased all. If the people who went for the test returned, those yet to be called could have calmed their nerves by hearing the account of those already tested. Takuma. He stood up in a rush upon hearing his name. If his chair wasn't a long bench bolted to the floor, Takuma would have knocked it back. He gathered his belongings into the pouches on his person and scuttled out of the room. Outside the classroom, Kaibe led him across the corridor to the testing hall. The invigilators will first test your Bukijutsu, weapon skills, then ask you to demonstrate ninjutsu, followed by a taijutsu spar, and end it with something of their choice, Kaibe said, breaking the silence. Spar against whom? Asked Takuma. One of the invigilators. Takuma narrowed his eyes. He had assumed and preferred that it would be one of his classmates so that he could adjust his plan going into the fight in accordance with their fighting style. The invigilators are senior chunin. The aim of the spar isn't to beat them but to show them the full breadth of your skill, said Kaibe. Takuma nodded. He had figured out that much. The pair reached the testing hall, which Takuma recognized to be an auditorium hall. It was used when the academy needed a large space indoors. He hadn't been inside because their class never needed it, but he knew it was used for the graduation ceremony. Kaibe put his hand on the handle slit in the door but didn't open it right away. He looked at Takuma and asked, "How many of the Academy 3 can you do?" Takuma was taken aback at the sudden question. Kaibe had never expressed any interest in him in any form, making surprise the natural reaction in the situation. If you can do all 3 and your paper is decent, even if you do badly in everything else, there's a real chance you could pass. Pass in this and improve in the next 2 attempts. You did, clone jutsu, that day, can you do the other 2 as well? Since the day Takuma had performed the clone jutsu in class, Kaibe hadn't called him up again. Takuma knew Kaibe had long given up on him, and it made him wonder why he was bringing this up now. Is he feeling a late sense of responsibility? Takuma thought, or was it guilt that Kaibe was feeling? Whatever it was, Takuma didn't care. His attention was caught by something else Kaibe had said. Pass in this and improve in the next 2 attempts. Did that mean that the final result was an aggregate of the 3 attempts like he suspected? That didn't bode well for Takuma. After all, he hadn't done decently in his paper, neither could he pull off all Academy 3. Takuma pursed his lips and shook his head. Kaibe sighed and shook his head to himself. Alright. Just remember to be polite and follow whatever they say to the word. He opened the door and ushered Takuma in. The auditorium hall had wooden flooring with a raised stage on one end that had large velvety blue curtains framing it. The hall had been cleared out for the purpose of today. The floor had seemingly been divided into regions with shinobi in the standard leaf shinobi gear of green flak jacket over blue interacting with Takuma's classmates. All the shinobi had a clipboard in their hand, making them invigilators. Looking up, there was a corridor with railings that crossed three sides of the hall sans the wall above the stage. The corridor had similarly dressed shinobi looking down at the testing process. These shinobi didn't have clipboards in their hands. Were they looking out for attempts at cheating? Takuma thought for a moment before walking to the shinobi waving a hand in his direction. Are you Takuma? Asked the invigilator. He had buzz-cut hair and a large beard that looked like it had been groomed to give it the proper shape and texture. The man then asked for it when Takuma nodded. Takuma presented his academy ID card which the man studied along with Takuma for half a minute before returning it. Alright, now that's out of the way, I'll be testing your Buki Jutsu. What all weapons can you use? Kunai, Shuriken, and Senbon, said Takuma, feeling something was off about the framing of the question. Anything else? Takuma was taken aback. Was he expected to learn how to wield more weapons? Did that carry some importance? No, he said. Thinking about that was useless when he didn't have enough mastery of the basic three. You see the targets there, the invigilator pointed at the circular bullseye around them. Some were bound to the walls, others sat on the stands, hit them with kunai and shuriken. As for Senbon, throw them at me. Takuma curled his brow, but the invigilator didn't seem to be jesting. Kaiba's reminder of the invigilators being Chunin flashed through Takuma's mind, making him return a nod. He wasn't going to hurt the Chunin with his skill. The invigilator pointed to a nearby table populated with weapons and told him to use those. Takuma counted the number of targets and picked the same number of kunai and shuriken along with 4 senbon. The table also had swords, daggers, nunchucks, chained weapons, knuckle-based arms, bow staffs, and various other choices. The variety of weapons present told him the answer to his previous question. Takuma observed the weapons in his hands. The weight on them was off, they were either too light or heavy from the standard issue synonymous with every weaponsmith in the Leaf Village. A couple kunai that weighed correctly had an off balance. He glanced at the invigilator and found the man observing him. Takuma put the weapons into his pouches. Switching them wasn't an option as the kunai had a special wrapping on the handle, the shurikens were engraved, and the senbon had a bronze sheen on them. Start, said the invigilator. Thwip. A kunai struck the farthest target on the wall, missing the red center by a couple centimeters. Takuma didn't need to cheat by switching. Thwip. 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 One by one, all targets had kunai and shuriken sticking out of them. Faulty weapons weren't a problem to him. All of his personal cache of weapons were bought from scrap boxes full of defective and damaged pieces. Broken tips, chipped edges, bent blades. He had practiced hours upon hours using weapons that had problems. A perfectly weighted and balanced shuriken was predictable, it allowed the user to know exactly how it would react when thrown. Faulty weapons would deviate based on their defect. He had simply learned to detect the defect, predict the deviation, and adjust his form. The result was every throw of his hitting the target. Yes, he missed the bullseyes on most of his throws and had thrown every weapon one at a time. But he wasn't going to pull something beyond his skill to impress the invigilator that was just inviting failure. The invigilator scribbled down something on his clipboard. That leaves senbon, he said. Takuma threw the 4 faulty senbon towards the invigilator. The bearded man dodged one, caught another, and made the back of his clipboard become the target of the remaining 2. I will ask again, can you wield another weapon? Takuma shook his head. Alright, we are done here. The weapons invigilator looked at Takuma and said, I hope by the next attempt, you will increase your accuracy more. If you're missing the center here, you will miss the target completely in the field where a dozen things are making aiming difficult for you. He plucked a senbon from his clipboard. With senbons, you need to target vitals that can be damaged by a thin needle, or you need to study my posture and target places that will be difficult for me to evade or block. Takuma held back a groan. The advice about accuracy was nothing new, but the senbon part made him want to poke his eyes out with them. He had simply thrown them toward his face and chest without thought. It absolutely made sense to target vitals, but he had been practicing on round target boards or painted circles on trees that he had let the importance of anatomy slip his mind. This was going to affect his grade. But it was too late to change things, thus the mention of the next attempt. You can continue to the next part of the test. Chapter 24. The different parts of the test were placed around the auditorium in a zigzag manner along the length of the hall. The Buki Jutsu part was placed near one wall, and to go to the next part, Takuma had to go toward the other wall. Good afternoon, child. Are you Takuma? The next invigilator was a middle-aged woman with thick gray streaks on either side of her head. She wore unique earrings that looked like miniature explosive tags, but instead of paper, they were made from a thin but rigid and glossy material. "Yes, ma'am," said Takuma. Instinctively the woman gave that vibe. Good, good. How are you feeling today, nervous?" she asked with a gentle smile. When Takuma nodded, she continued, "It's okay to feel nervous, but there's nothing to be worried about. For this portion of the test, you simply have to show me all of the Academy 3. Relax and take your time, there's no hurry," she smiled sweetly. Takuma's stomach felt queasy. He knew this part of the test was going to be bad, and he had prepared himself for it. He was going to put on the best clone jutsu of his life. But the ninjutsu invigilator was so supportive that Takuma felt embarrassed about what he was about to show her. "Let's start with substitution jutsu," she said and pointed to what seemed like a stuffed leather bag. The way it depressed on the floor made it look heavy, not an ideal substitute to be used in the jutsu. Takuma stared at the leather bag for a moment. He turned to the invigilator, and with pursed lips, he said, "I can't do it." The invigilator looked confused for a moment. "It's okay, Takuma. You can take your time to prepare and try, there's no need to rush," she said. "I can't perform it. I have never performed the jutsu successfully, and I know I can't do it here even if I tried," said Takuma. He tried to be as blunt as possible to avoid more embarrassment. The invigilator seemed to be at a loss for words. Takuma couldn't blame her, all his classmates could perform the jutsu successfully, even clumsily. Not being able to perform the Academy 3 only a few months from graduation wasn't expected from a student at his stage. "Are you sure?" she asked. Takuma nodded. The woman looked down at her clipboard and crossed out a box on the form. "Let's move on to transformation jutsu," she said. Takuma nodded. Same as substitution jutsu, he hadn't executed transformation jutsu even once. But unlike the former, Takuma had actually practiced the latter, so he was ready to try it. He melded the two energies to produce Chakra and weaved the hand seals with the utmost attention. The Chakra moved through the Chakra pathway network, pushed by him, and directed by the hand seals. Hold control, Takuma repeated to himself. The Chakra smoothly passed through the route dictated by the dog seal. Takuma clenched his toes as he proceeded to make the boar seal. The Chakra quivered like a speeding car over speed breakers. He summoned all of his control and pushed it forward with a firm grip. The shaking stopped, and the Chakra spun through the boar seal route. Now was the time for the final hand seal, and Takuma felt his palm damp from sweat as he made the ram seal. The moment the seal was complete, the Chakra seemed to turn into a ram as it suddenly thrashed forward and slammed into the pathway wall, destroying the momentum and Takuma's with it. There was no puff of smoke or anything. Takuma lowered his hand and raised his eyes to look at the ninjutsu invigilator, biting the inside of his cheeks so that pain could cover all the other things he was feeling. "Would you like to try again?" she asked. Takuma shook his head. He had already made enough fool out of himself for the day, and the rest of the test was still remaining. "Can you do the clone jutsu?" she asked with pity pooling in her eyes. "She doesn't think I can do it." Takuma could immediately tell what the woman was thinking from her eyes. He stiffly nodded and quickly weaved the hand seals to produce 4 clones. He didn't try to be smart with the invigilator like he had been with Kaiba. He couldn't deceive her into thinking a clone was the real him, as the first thing she did was look at his feet to spot the shadow made by the real Takuma, something Kaiba had forgotten to do from the surprise of seeing him perform a jutsu and not fail. She observed the clones thoroughly until she was satisfied, compared each one to the original, and made him move them around to see his control. "Good, very good. Excellent, I say," she smiled brightly. "This is as good as the best clone jutsu I have seen, if not better. Well done, Takuma." It would have felt great if Takuma hadn't seen the pity in her eyes before. Now, all it seemed was her trying to make him feel better about his pathetic performance. Takuma was asked to move to the next stage. Just when he thought he couldn't feel worse, he remembered the next part of the test was the taijutsu spar against an invigilator. Unlike the last 2 parts, the taijutsu part of the test was invigilated by multiple shinobi. A man was fighting Hideaki while another man and woman observed the spar outside the white circle marking the sparring stage. The woman noticed Takuma. She raised her palm, signaling him to stop and wait. Takuma obliged. He was in absolutely no hurry as every step toward the white-marked circle made his heartbeat spike. He observed the fight. Hideaki fought as he usually did, taking advantage of his large body and heavy weight to overpower his opponents. But this time, Hideaki's opponent wasn't one of his classmates, none bigger than him. The taijutsu invigilator fighting Hideaki had a wiry frame with stickman-like limbs, and yet those thin arms grabbed the bulky Akimaki and threw him over his shoulder. Takuma had long learned that in this world, weight difference stopped mattering in taijutsu when strength didn't come from the muscles but the chakra channeled through them. The thin Invigilator could overpower Hideaki because the former could use Chakra better than the latter. Ting. Takuma turned back towards the sound of the sharp sound of weapons clashing. He was right as he saw Okubo Momoe exchanging sword strikes against the Buki Jutsu Invigilator. Momoe swung a straight blade ninjato while the Invigilator wielded the curved blade katana. She knows how to use a sword? Takuma gaped as Momoe parried the Invigilator's strike and immediately stuck, but the Invigilator didn't miss a beat and raised his parried sword to meet Momoe's strike with a sword hilt. After being in the same class with Momoe for 7 months, it was clear to Takuma that Momoe was just another breed of people, the kind who were simply good at everything. But seeing her wielding a sword against the Invigilator and doing it competently hammered the point across even more. He couldn't remove his eyes from the combat. The way Momoe fought was so different from her fighting style in the taijutsu spars. The Momoe he had observed was a watch-and-chose kind of fighter who would attack less and evade and block more, only to strike at opportune times to do the most damage with maximum efficiency. But the Momoe in front of him was nimble, quick, and aggressive. The sword in her hand seemed weightless, as did her feet, as it looked like she was performing a ferocious sword dance. It was simply mesmerizing. He even caught a glimpse of the shinobi on the second-floor corridor observing Momoe's fight. Takuma. He jumped at the touch on his shoulder. It was the woman taijutsu Invigilators. She had her black hair tied up in a messy bun held together with a bright red hair stick with fingernail-sized seashells on a string hanging on one side. "I'm sorry, I got distracted," he said, bowing his head in apology. "It's okay," she smiled, "but let's get you started quickly, can't let a backlog develop." Takuma was asked to enter the fighting circle, and the other man entered the circle along with him. Unlike the man who had fought Hideaki, the man in front of Takuma had a wider frame with broad shoulders and chest and a toned abdomen that formed a triangular upper body. Not to mention the man had muscular arms and long legs. In short, the man in front of him was a prime physical specimen. "I will be your opponent, come at me with all you got," said the man in his deep voice. Outside the circle, the other man chuckled behind his hand. His voice had a feminine flair to it. "You have to say more than that, Takeo." He brushed his curly locks behind his ear. "Takuma, is it? The big lug here will be your opponent. We are going to test your skill in taijutsu and what we want from you is to show us all you can do. So don't hold back or worry about hurting him, he's really tough. He was dropped on his head when he was a baby." "Okay?" said Takuma. Though he had no idea how the last line fit into the rest of what was said. "Come," said Takeo. Takuma didn't charge at first, and neither did Takeo, so he took a moment to observe his opponent. Takeo showed no fighting stance and simply stood straight with his arms crossed, the picture of a still statue. Takeo narrowed his eyes before charging at Takeo with a couple punches to his chest. The shinobi uncurled his arms and blocked the punches with his bulging arms. Takuma kicked himself off the floor and tried to plant the back of his heel into the shinobi's face, but Takeo grabbed the foot and pushed it back. Takuma had to scrap all of his plans and concentrate on landing properly and not make a fool of himself. The moment his foot touched the ground and his knees were bent enough, he slid one foot back and then propelled forward. His target was Takeo's knees. Hit anyone, no matter the size, in the knee, and they would crumble. Takeo suddenly raised one of his feet as if about to kick forward. Takuma's sandals made a screeching sound against the wooden floor as he changed direction on a dime and again raised himself up to jam his foot into the side waist above Takeo's foot. The attack never reached, and Takeo simply grabbed Takuma and threw him away. He had to roll a couple times to soften his landing before using the momentum to get on his feet and again charging toward Takeo. He kicked, punched, and even tried to grapple, but Takeo effortlessly dodged or blocked everything Takuma threw at him. Eventually, it became a cycle of Takuma trying to land a single hit only to be thrown away. He tried to attack from the front and back, targeting the legs, torso, and head. He tried to feint and bait. He tried everything, but nothing worked. "Alright, that's it, stop," said the woman invigilator. Takuma stopped his attempt to get behind Takeo so that he could kick him in the back of his knee to get him to kneel so that he could go for the throat. Takuma breathed heavily while Takeo still looked like an unchanging statue with his straight stance and folded arms. "Okay, Takuma. If you make your way through that door, you will find the next invigilator." The woman invigilator pointed at the auditorium door that opened to the outdoors. "That's it?" Takuma thought he would get more, but looking at the three invigilators, none seemed to have any plans to give him good feedback. He stepped out of the circle and walked a few steps before retrieving a hand towel to wipe the sweat. He had pushed the gas pedal for way too long without allowing himself to stabilize his breathing. He glanced back and saw Momoe facing Takeo. He wanted to watch, see how the genius would do things differently, but he had to move on to the next test. Takuma exited the auditorium and was surprised to see a bald old man dressed in a white and magenta kimono sitting under the shade of a large red umbrella. He sat on a patio chair with another empty one in front of him and had a round single-leg table with a traditional pottery tea set on it. "Takuma?" asked the old man when Takuma entered his vision. Takuma nodded and was asked to sit. There was a spell of silence, a couple of minutes, but under the old man's gaze, Takuma felt it had been like hours. Not knowing what else to do, Takuma stared back. "I only have one question for you." The old man broke the silence. "It will be used to complete the rest of your test. The last portion of what you did inside and viva voce both." Takuma silently gulped. A single question raised the stakes. If he got it correct, he won big, but if he was incorrect, he lost equally as bad. "The question is quite simple, and anyone in your position would be able to answer it," said the man. There was a pause before the old man posed the question. In the auditorium, how many people stood on the second-floor corridor? Takuma stopped blinking. His mind went back into the hall, thinking about the shinobi who he thought were observing the testing for any signs of cheating. This inside of his mouth felt dessert dry as he opened it to speak his response. "I do not know." He did not know. Chapter 25, Takuma stumbled as he avoided Marubushi's swing. He rolled away to regain his foot, but Marubushi was on him, and he had to hop backward to survive the shinobi's attack. He pushed off his feet backward and landed on his hands again to push off to put considerable distance between them. It was strange, but ever since he had unlocked the ability to use Chakra, his athleticism had gone through a transformation. He was faster, stronger, more dexterous, and could react faster than before. Movements that would require Olympic-level athletes to train for years to push the limits of the human body to perform came easy to him. The reality-defying movements he had seen in the Naruto fight videos on the internet, which he thought wouldn't be possible even when he began training under Marubushi, now seemed more plausible. Despite that, he was still too slow. When compared to Hiji, Izumi, Momoi, and even Hideaki, who excelled in taijutsu, he was a child with underdeveloped motor skills. When they weren't holding back in their fights against him, his classmates moved with an agility that really put the supernatural elements of the world into perspective. He couldn't even imagine comparing himself to someone like a taijutsu invigilator who hadn't moved from his spot during their fight. "This won't do, young Takuma. You cannot always run," Marubushi yelled. Takuma's legs and arms felt numb, heavy like lead, and his head was filled with the end of the spar. He didn't want to run. "I'm waiting for an opening," he lied as Marubushi pushed him back. He could only dodge and block, as his teacher didn't relent any pressure. Marubushi's spars took significant time in their morning training, even though they only sparred for 2, at most, 3 sessions. However, every spar stretched between 15 to 20 minutes at Marubushi's discretion. The academy spars lasted a couple minutes, rarely ever going over 4 minutes at a time, but Marubushi's marathon squeezed Takuma's endurance like a sponge. He was being forced to manage his exertion and breathing to not gas out before the spar ended. Everything that he had forgotten to follow during his taijutsu evaluation. He had attacked like an undisciplined barbarian without thought of preserving his energy and had felt out of breath after the short spar. If you let the enemy dictate the flow and pace of the fight, you will never win. Marubushi took one step forward and closed the distance Takuma had created in one gliding step. The old shinobi rotated and planted the back of his foot into his student's raised guard. Takuma yelped and, having the strong force launched upon him, was thrown several meters away, dragging grass and loose soil along the way. Takuma was on his back, looking at the sky, feeling the burning sensation in his ribs, which surely meant they were bruised. His knuckles, wrists, and shins didn't fare any better. He wondered how long he could just lay there. "Get up, young Takuma," Marubushi said. Not for long, it seemed. He did, slowly and with a gruff groan. "Get up. Come on, try attacking me." Marubushi held his hands held behind his back. Takuma narrowed his eyes. A phantom image of the taijutsu invigilator with his hands crossed behind his back appeared beside Marubushi. Takuma clenched his fist and charged ahead. The two men battled back and forth on the grassy ground, and Takuma landed a clean hit on Marubushi every 8th or 9th clean hit on him. It wasn't enough. Marubushi matched the swiftness of his movements, the strength of his hits, and the speed of his reaction to his level. His classmates were faster and stronger. He moved through an offensive form as fast as possible, forcing Marubushi back. Then Takuma caught Marubushi on the thigh with a glancing strike that would have left a welt if Marubushi wasn't a chakra-imbued shinobi. The contact encouraged Takuma, and he brought his leg up and around to slam it into Marubushi's side. The kick was clean and fast, but Marubushi was more skilled. The skilled master whipped a ground kick at Takuma's support leg, swinging his ankle up and dropping him in the grass. Takuma groaned. His head hit the ground, and there were spots blinking in front of his eyes. Beyond the spots was Marubushi, standing tall, his hands once again held behind his back. "Can we stop?" Takuma said, wishing the spar would end. "Your mind's not here," said Maraboshi. You seem to be angry. Takuma was angry. Seeing that they were not continuing the fight, Takuma continued to lie on the ground. You haven't asked how the test went, he said. The morning had started out as every other, with nothing out of place, not even a single mention of the graduation test attempt. You did not look like you wanted to talk about it, said Maraboshi, lightly shrugging, and my asking would have yielded no fruit if you did not wish to tell me about it. Would it? Takuma pursed his lips. That was his fault, he hadn't been the sharing kind. It went worse than I had planned, he sighed. Not one part of the test went as I expected it, he paused, except the ninjutsu part, it went as expected. He narrated his experience from the paper to the final bit with the bald old man. I should have known they were of importance, he grabbed his head and groaned loudly. If I had just thought about it, my grade would have been so different. He pulled himself up from the ground and squatted with his elbows resting on his knees. The next attempt was in 2 months, there wasn't nearly enough time to overcome his shortcomings. Just the thought made his heart feel constricted. A girl in my class could use a sword. I caught her Bukijutsu test. She was phenomenal, Takuma said, recalling Momoi wielding the ninjato. I couldn't even throw multiple shurikens with decent accuracy. And he knew many of his clan background classmates who could wield something more as well. You already know you can't compare to them, Maraboshi said. Takuma glanced at his teacher. He still hadn't gotten used to Marabai's occasional bluntness. Doesn't mean it frustrates me any less. He let his head hang down, breathing a long sigh. 2 months until I have to do it again. I can't afford to fail again, leaving it to the last chance is too much of a risk. He needed to get better, and it needed to happen quickly. Takuma closed his eyes, the pity from the ninjutsu invigilator, Hiji's cruel smile before their fight, Taibe's indifference, and the guilty look from Maraboshi when he woke up in the hospital flashed behind his eyelids. He stood up and faced Maraboshi. I need you to push me, more than now, he said. Overworking does more harm than good, Maraboshi shook his head. There is no other substitute, I have to try harder if I want to make it as a shinobi. Takuma stepped closer to Maraboshi, it won't happen again. I won't break down, you don't have to worry about it. What? The thing that happened, it won't happen. I can take it, you know I can, said Takuma, hoping his words were communicating his intention. Maraboshi was taken aback by the words. Don't hold back with me. You said you would guide me, but it will be my efforts that decide my success. You said I'm the only one who can guarantee my progress. I am willing to work harder, so I ask you. Guide me, for the guarantee of my hard work doesn't seem to hold a meaningful sense now. I will hold you to a shinobi standard, Maraboshi said after a wordless silence. I'm going to be a shinobi, better learn about it early. I will treat your training the same as a mission. Prioritize the mission, total commitment, no distractions will be entertained. The only acceptable result is success. I couldn't agree more. Maraboshi gazed down at Takuma, his harsh gaze softened. You might not like me after this. You're the devil I made a deal with, people usually end up disliking the devil in time, nothing special, a chuckle escaped Takuma. How silly must he have sounded when he had said that the first time? Then, so be it. We train harder. Starting tomorrow, we meet at 4, Maraboshi said before vanishing in a flurry of leaves. Takuma sucked in his lips as he looked at the sky. 4 in the morning? The sun isn't even out in the morning. Takuma lugged his fatigued body to the classroom and deposited himself on his usual seat like a seat of potato. His wish had been granted, and Maraboshi had made their training tougher. His muscles felt like they were injected with hot lead after a session an hour longer than usual, harder than usual. The week had been as tougher as the starting days when he had just begun training under Maraboshi. Muscle pain would follow and persist until he got used to the new load. He had no one but himself to blame. Yet he knew this was the only way forward. He took out a thick scroll from his person and leaned in to begin reading the small writing. Tired as he was, rest he couldn't. Academy time partitioned off to academic work was as important as Maraboshi's training. If he didn't pass the written paper, he was still failing. Take your seats, Kaiba announced his arrival, and everyone scurried to the seats. Takuma kept his head down and continued reading. His ears had already begun to tune the noise out, turning them into hazy background noise that helped him concentrate. I have the test results with me. Kaiba raised a letter-sized yellow envelope. That broke whatever concentration and intent to study Takuma had as he raised his head to snap his gaze at Kaiba. The rest of the classroom gasped and clamored before the room dipped into a murmuring silence. I will call your names, and one at a time, you will collect your result slip from me, Kaiba said as he broke the wax seal over the results. I want all of you to learn from these results and use them to improve your shortcomings by the next test. Kaiba called the first name, Anoami. A petite girl wearing a strappy top and baggy pants nervously walked to the teacher's podium under everyone's following eyes. Pass, Kaiba said as he handed Amy her result. Takuma froze. Amy looked up at Kaiba, And so did the rest of the class. Kaiba smiled. Congratulations, you're going to be a shinobi of the village. The entire class screamed their cheers. People threw their hands up in celebration, some even jumped off their seats. Amy's friends got out of their chairs and crowded the girl, exchanging hugs and jumping with each other in congratulations. The usually stone-faced Kaiba watched with a smile, not disturbing the joyous ruckus until he did and sent everyone back to their seat, but not before a quick hug from Amy. One by one, Kaiba called names, and cheers and clappings ensued every time. The entire academy heard the cheers of the final year students as they got to know they were going to be shinobi. Takuma walked down from his seat. The class was in celebration, everyone congratulating everyone else. Friends formed groups to compare their results among merry laughter. Fail, Kaiba said as he placed half of an A4-sized sheet on Takuma's hand. There were gasps, and the noise died down. No one had failed in the class until then. Takuma looked at the slip in his hands. He bit his lower lip to stop it from trembling. It had a breakdown of every section of the test, and on the very bottom, stamped in red ink, was large writing in all capitals, Chapter 26. The bustling streets of the Leaf Village suited one of a metropolitan in its busy residents traversing them in hordes every day to get to the next task of their fast lives. No one paid attention to the unassuming young child that sat on the roadside bench with a creaky exercise gripper in hand. Takuma watched the two shops in front of him. One was a mom-and-pop diner, and the other was a branch of the Leaf Postal Services. The sun was at its peak height, with the shade of the building above him as his only shelter. The clock had entered the lunchtime zone, meaning rush crunch time for both businesses. People rushed into the post office in the urgency to have their work done before the tellers placed lunch break signs in front of their counters and disappeared for 3/4 of an hour official break. But Takuma knew for a fact that the employees in the District 6 branch of Leaf Postal Service took breaks beyond an hour, something against policy. No one punished them, the lazy branch manager never ever arrived before lunch. As any eatery would, the small diner was busy in the lunchtime zone. It wasn't a place for families or friends to dine out together. The diner's main clientele was the working men and women who wanted an affordable lunch every day without burning a hole in their pockets. Takuma's eyes were drawn to the man who walked into the diner. He recognized the man and knew he would come walking out in a few minutes. As he knew, the man wearing a factory worker's garb walked out of the diner with a packed lunch in his hand. The diner was famous for its takeaway lunchbox service and sold many around lunchtime. Takuma counted. He counted the people who went into the shop. He counted when they entered, how long they stayed, when they left. He watched the post office to see how many people dropped off packages and how many picked something up. For the diner, he measured their lunchbox sales, their dine-in numbers, and how long it took people to eat their food. And he noted down the points of interest he saw. He didn't know shorthand or any coded language to record information yet, but knowing what to take down and how to do it was important, and note-taking was a skill in itself that needed polishing, or so Kaiba had said in class. His eyes were drawn to the post office as a group of people exited the building. All of them wore matching baby blue uniforms, the staple color for postal service employees. The group of men and women entered the diner. Takuma looked toward the storefront beside him at the wall clock and noted the time. It was precisely 1 o'clock. Now, he had to wait. Takuma took out a packed lunch of his own. It was lunchtime, after all. The minute hand on the wall clock made its way across the clock face until it reached the end of the post office lunchtime. The employees didn't exit the diner, but the people in need of the service had already started to line up in the store. Based on his past observations, Takuma knew the post office tellers wouldn't leave the diner before it was at least 1 hour, because if they entered the post office, they would have to work under customer pressure. Takuma cleaned up any mess he had made while eating and waited 5 more minutes to see if the tellers would return to their job. He rubbed his knees as he looked between the post office and the diner. "All right, let's do this," Takuma said to himself. He got up and walked into a nearby dark alley. He put his lunch bag to the side and pulled up both of his sleeves to reveal a row of 1 coins each stuck on his arm from his wrists to shoulders. On a closer look, each coin was actually a stack of 2 coins taped together. A high-risk exercise developed by Takuma to force himself to improve his chakra control. Every row was essential to his monthly budget before he got his next allowance, and misplacing money without getting to spend it made his life hell on earth. He would rather spend money on unneeded commodities than unknowingly drop it somewhere. Thus came the risk to maintain concentration on precise chakra control or lose precious money with the threat of going hungry on the last few days of the month. The results were worth the constant fear of losing money. He had gone from feather-like leaves to heavy coins. If asked, Takuma would take Marabashi's sprinting torture over his mental brand of punishment. Physical exhaustion was temporary, but money loss was permanent. Alas, that was the point. He pulled up his shorts and pulled off the slanted band of coins circling his thigh, and put his hand up his shirt to get a couple coins off his front and back. More coins, larger risk. Takuma placed upon his heart and felt its elevated pulse. He breathed in and out to calm his nerves and stared at the post office to reaffirm his conviction. He had to do it. It was the test before the test, a harder one to make the easy one a breeze. Dog bore ram poof. Smoke covered Takuma, and when it blew away, a tall man with a gaunt face and oily hair slicked to the side, closely sticking his inverse egg-shaped head, stood in his place. Takuma took out a small mirror from his person to check his new appearance. He was much taller and lean as a skeleton. His faded violet shirt and black shorts were replaced by a baby blue post office uniform. Marabashi's two-seal combination exercise had paid off. After a long month of intense practice, his chakra no longer ran out of his control while performing the transformation jutsu, which was only 3 hand seals. Muramoto Teru, the branch manager of the District 6 branch. A lazy, incompetent buffoon who had somehow been able to keep his job as a manager, who had allowed those under him to spiral out of discipline. Takuma didn't know if no one in the postal service had noticed the condition of the branch or if they knew and were ignoring it. Whatever it was, he didn't have that information. But it did make Muramoto Teru a great guilt-free target of imitation. Takuma touched his new face. He recalled the real Teru's face and judged his replication to be passable. He had seen the man plenty of times to pull off an unsuspicious imitation. As long as no one touched him, they wouldn't outright know he wasn't Muramoto Teru, or at least, that was what he hoped to be true. Ready to proceed, Takuma flexed all the muscles in his body for a few seconds before loosening up. He then slouched his back and shifted his neck forward a little to give himself a text neck to emulate the real Teru's body posture. He had practiced it in the mirror every night for today. He took out a white handkerchief and placed it on his mouth before exiting the alleyway and walking towards the post office across the street. He didn't care if people thought the post office manager coming out of a dingy alleyway was strange, because no one was going to do anything about it. The inside of the post office was familiar territory to Takuma. It was scary how easy it was to scout an understaffed place of business during rush hour when the employees had no time to pay attention to a wandering person when they had a horde of customers to take care of. There was no special reason for him to choose the post office. The grocer he shopped for his vegetables had once complained about it when he was shopping, and things had shaped from there. The moment Takuma entered the post office, the guard on duty hastily stood up. The guard stayed inside the building so he wouldn't need to stay in the hot outside, and he faced inside the building so that he was facing the ceiling fan. If Takuma wanted to knock him out, it would take one swift surprise attack, and the civilian guard would be out cold. The branch had no shinobi presence because of its small size and limited service, thus an ideal testing ground for Takuma. A manager. The guard stood up, sputtering. Takuma gave him a displeased look and then loudly coughed into his handkerchief. He said nothing and moved further in. The building's customer-facing front was relatively small compared to the similarly sized building on the street. Takuma assumed the rest of the building was devoted to storage and sorting facilities for mail. Takuma's postal service uniform was naturally noticed by the customers, and some approached him to complain. Takuma loudly coughed into his handkerchief, making it look as nasty as he could. It had its intended effects, and they backed off. He cast his eyes towards the teller counters, and they were empty. He frowned angrily and turned to the guard. "Where is everyone?" he asked, his voice hoarse and breaking. Takuma had only heard the Teru's voice once, but even if he wanted to mimic the manager's voice modulation didn't exist in Takuma's skill set. He could only pretend that he had a nasty cough and cold. "Oh, out for lunch," said the guard, gulping. "Miss Tahashi is inside." "Get her out," Takuma ordered, and the guard scurried into the back. Takuma turned to the customers and said, "I apologize on behalf of my staff. I implore all of you to be patient for a little longer while I get everything into place." The guard pulled in a plump middle-aged woman with red-rimmed glasses and the most outrageously puffed-up hairstyle he had seen on a woman. The first time he had seen the woman had been an experience. Takuma didn't give the woman a chance to speak. "Why isn't," he coughed twice, "everyone back already?" The woman tried to reply, but Takuma didn't let her speak. "Why aren't you already at the counter?" He bore down at her with a menacing gaze. The woman shriveled under his gaze. She tried to eke out, "Manager, I. Can't you see? You're wasting these people's time," he said loud enough so that everyone could hear. "Why are you still standing here? Go. Go. Do your job, or do you want me to do it for you?" The terrified woman rushed her chubby legs to her counter and immediately opened it for business. "I swear, not one of them does their job properly," Takuma grunted. He turned to the guard and scolded him, "What are you doing, standing there like a buffoon? Don't you see all these people waiting? Go and bring everyone back." The guard rushed out of the building. Takuma had scolded 2 of the post office employees while pretending to be their boss. Talked to an entire crowd while pretending to be someone else. As fun as he felt it was now time to leave. He immediately walked out of the building and saw the guard entering the diner. He dropped the handkerchief over his face and walked back into the alley. Poof! Takuma went back to his original form. He picked up his lunch bag and exited the alleyway. He watched from beside the roadside bench as the uniformed employees rushed out of the diner and ran into the post office. Takuma grinned. That was mission accomplished. From Lupin to Kaido Kid, screw everyone. I will be the best impersonator, the Grandmaster of Disguise, north of fantasy, Takuma thought. After enjoying the fruit of his labor for a moment, Takuma ducked back into the street. He put the coins back on his body. The day would be perfect if he got home with all the money still on his body. Chapter 27. Takuma stared at the result of his graduation examination's second attempt with his lips pressed into a white line. The red fail stamped on the paper glared at him, a sign of his ineptitude. Despite putting his life into training for the second attempt, he had yet again gained a second fail mark. Takuma brought his hands to rub his eyes, which had dark bags developing under them. He straightened his back and flexed his muscles, hoping it would relieve some of the stiffness, but all he got was pain. These days the only time he was comfortable was in his bed at night. Even letting the back of chairs take his weight felt like sitting on hard stone. He sighed. There wasn't a single person beside him who hadn't already passed at least one of the two attempts, thus securing their leaf headband on graduation. Only his lonesome self remained. A terrifying position to be in. It felt like he was sailing in a small wooden boat in the deep ocean with a roaring storm causing natural disasters around him, just for him. He felt sympathy for Naruto Uzumaki for being held back from passing because he couldn't perform one Academy 3, Clone Jutsu, for the Whiskered Blonde and Substitution Jutsu, for him. Even when his late-night slogs of studying at his table had paid off as a passing grade on the pen and paper test, even when the Taijutsu Invigilator remark on his result had gone from slow, weak and unskilled to needs urgent improvement, even when his Viva Voce had gone satisfyingly well, thank God for the absence of the kimono-clad bald old man, he was still declared a failure because he couldn't perform a useless jutsu. At the same time, he felt envious and even resentful toward Rock Lee, who had been promoted to Genin without being able to do even one of the Academy 3 because he caught the eye of a Jonin. Were his own efforts any less strenuous than Rock Lee's? Was he not also pushing himself to the limit every day, pulling himself thin between studying, practicing chakra, learning jutsu, sharpening his close combat skills, and the tens of little things Maraboshi deemed every shinobi should know? Why did Rock Lee get to pass while the blade of a dead end hovered above his neck? Takuma folded the half-page and stored it on his person. Looking at the result only made him feel worse. He didn't have the time to feel worse. There was only one more month till the last attempt and the graduation itself. He pushed everything he was feeling down and took out a chunky brass square padlock and a basic lock-picking kit wrapped in age-worn leather that was falling apart everywhere. Maraboshi had given him one of his old lock-picking sets so that he could practice cracking locks. He breathed out and forced himself to calm down to focus on the lock in front of him. Maraboshi apparently had an extensive collection of locks he had collected through the years to familiarize himself with the types of locks he could encounter on missions. Maraboshi gave him locks as assignments to figure out and successfully open them, then the lock would be exchanged, and the cycle would continue. Oi, Takuma. You failed again, you dumbass. Takuma had just put the tension tool into the key core when he heard the sneering voice of Hiji mocking him. Takuma wasn't surprised, annoyed, yes, but not surprised, as Hiji had done the same when he had failed the first time. The Inuzukamat had paraded the fact that Takuma had failed in his face for a week before getting bored. Hiji was easily the most annoying person Takuma had met in both lives, and he genuinely thought the world would be a better place without him barking in everyone's ears, causing noise pollution. Now, Hiji was back again. Takuma gripped the old yet sturdy and continued on with his silent shtick. If he was being honest, things had gotten much easier than before because Hiji was definitely on the ADHD spectrum, quite easy to get distracted. And after months of meeting the stone-cold wall that he was, Hiji had begun to lose interest, and when he did turn his rabid attention toward him, it didn't last long. Today, he just hoped Hiji would go away quicker. He was too tired for Inuzuka's crap. From his peripheral vision, Takuma caught Hiji clicking his tongue and turning toward friends. Takuma hid a smile as he dipped his head closer to the lock. Now, it was only time before Hiji left him alone. Hiji, are you bothering Takuma again? Takuma jammed the rake pick into the back of the key core. It was Okubo Momoe, the genius girl. The girl had a seemingly overflowing sense of justice, coming to the aid of those who could use her help, willingly providing it whenever needed. She thinks you're weak, said a voice in the back of Takuma's head, making his eye twitch. Being considered weak was an unpleasant thought, and Takuma was no different. Didn't I already tell you to stop? Momoe glared at Hiji with her arms crossed. Yeah, whatever, said Hiji, making a face at Momoe. This got boring, let's go somewhere else. He led his friends away, clearly avoiding Momoe. Takuma gave a sincere nod of thanks to Momoi. She had been a lot of help in dissuading Hiji's annoyance since her presence made him walk away like just now. He then went back to his lock-picking. "What are you doing there, Takuma?" Momoi asked, curiously peering over the lock in Takuma's hands. "A lock? Lock-picking?" she said when she saw the tools in his hands. Takuma nodded tiredly. "Why would you learn that?" she asked. What?" Takuma titled his head. He assumed that since Momoi was the genius girl, she would already know how to pick a lock. He was half expecting her to help him with how to pick the lock. He asked, "You don't know how to pick a lock?" Momoi arched her brows. "Should I?" she asked. He assumed yes. Maraboshi had said that unlocking locks was essential if a shinobi expected to be stealthy on his mission. Every building had doors, and most doors had locks, especially the important ones. It didn't have to be doors. Storage containers with complex locks and safety systems had to be picked, as any attempt to break the outer container could damage the merchandise inside, or so Maraboshi had said. "So you don't know how to pick a lock?" he asked again to confirm that couldn't be. Even he could pick poorly made locks. His classmates should know at least that, if not more. Momoi shook her head. Takuma was baffled. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Maraboshi had insisted that lock-picking was a critical skill in a shinobi's arsenal and that he needed to start learning it as soon as possible so he could be experienced when the time came to use it on the field. And it made complete sense to him. What if he was on an infiltration mission and had to keep his presence hidden? Busting down doors from their frames wasn't the way to do it. Why wouldn't a shinobi learn to lockpick? It had to be important, or why else would Maraboshi ask him to devote time to practice lockpicking when he knew how vital the graduation test was? "Do you want to learn?" Takuma offered. He thought if he showed her the bare basics, he could use the opportunity to ask her some questions in return. An equivalent exchange, he considered fair. "No, it's fine," Momoi said. One of Momoi's friends called her, and Momoi turned to leave only to briefly turn back to Takuma to say, "You shouldn't waste your time on such things." She narrowed her eyes at the lock and picking tools. "You've failed twice, the next attempt is your last chance. You should really concentrate on more important things." She left after saying that. Takuma was taken aback. He looked down at his tools, and the two fail results flashed through his mind. A seemingly all-knowing veteran shinobi and a genius girl who could do everything. Takuma shook his head off unnecessary thoughts and went back to lockpicking. It was probably for the better she refused. He didn't think he had the energy to hold a conversation with someone. It was going to be okay. He had a month. He was going to pass. Takuma gripped his tools harder. The moon had pulled a dark curtain over the sky, and the wintry winds brought down a cold shower of snow upon the village hidden in the leaves. The village was as cold in winter as it was hot in summer. People had already laden themselves in heavy wool clothing to keep warm, and the streets were emptier than in warm springs. In a training ground on the village's periphery, a figure dressed in a shirt and shorts stood in front of a thick wooden post. The sturdy post was being tortured by kicks from the figure, who relentlessly, one at a time, drilled the front of his foot into the wood. A steady rhythm sounded in the night as a thin layer of snow covered the grass. Takuma brought down his leg and waited for half a second before kicking the wooden post again. His open-toed shinobi sandals had seen better days as he rammed his foot into the same spot that turned white from the dark bark stripped away from the continuous kicking. But Takuma didn't care. He watched the spot in the wood, and then he watched his foot kicking the spot. And he repeated. He didn't know what time it was. He didn't care. Every man, woman, child, shinobi or not, genius or dead last, was given the same time in a day, no more. There wasn't nearly enough time in the day, he could only squeeze out the time he was given. With every kick, a splatter of water would twist out from every part of his body in motion. Some of it was the water from the falling snow, more of it was his own sweat. He wanted to stop, he really did. Every nerve in his body felt taut and burning. But keeping his mind on training was the only way to not think about the fact that tomorrow was the last day of the academy. And the day after that was the third and final attempt at the graduation exam. It was strange. He had been in the foreign world for nearly a year, and he could remember every single day of that year, yet time had passed too quickly. It truly felt that it was only earlier this day when he had found himself in a stranger's body, in a room full of strangers. Time had slipped through his fingers like loose sand. Why hadn't he trained harder? If he had only been training like he had been in the past month for the entire time, maybe it would have not come to this. Takuma felt his stomach twist into a knot, and his heart paced faster, not because of his physical exertion but of the crossroads he was standing at. He hadn't trained enough for this, he thought as his kick landed a little higher than the target, and a piece of bark splintered. He raised his leg to kick the post again but found the leg betraying him. He fell down onto snowed-on grass and felt a spiky cold against his burning body. He stared at the sky. He was hungry but too tired to muster any eat anything, and an empty stomach wasn't enough to keep him awake. He wanted to sleep in the training ground, buried by the snow. But he couldn't. Takuma stood up and dragged his body away from the battered post that had taken all of his fears. He had given the last year of his life to this. He was going to see it through, no matter what the result. Chapter 28. Taibe gazed at his students sitting in a circle on the academy training grounds. They were chattering away as usual, like someone would sew their mouth if they didn't keep talking. He didn't stop them like he usually would. It was their last day as academy classmates after all. He was sure they were excited to leave the academy and finally gain their forehead protector, marking them as shinobi of the village hidden in the leaves. But he knew they would look back at their academy days with a past yearning, hoping they would have cherished the simpler times more, and enjoyed living in this time more. Next week, they would receive their graduation scrolls along with their forehead protectors and their assignment details. Taibe wondered how his class would be divided into teams. He had given his recommendations and reports, but the decision wasn't in his hands. The selection committee from the Leaf Gaining Resource Command would finalize the assignments. How long had it been since he had last met his teammates? They were inseparable once, staying together the entire day, training, missions, eating, laughing, playing, crying. They did everything together. But then one of them got promoted, and the foreman cell became 3 people. They were still an official team on record, they still met regularly and even went on missions, but it wasn't like before. Then they started to go on missions with other teams that had 1 member promoted. A 4-man cell wasn't a standard for just any reason. That split them every more. More promotions followed, and time spent apart increased further. And it ended with their sensei officially disbanding their team, as it happened to every Jonin-led team that began right after the academy. After that, they were a team only in spirit or when their exact configuration suited a mission. Now, it had been years since they had been on a joint mission. Not after he had taken the instructor position at the academy, away from active field duty. He didn't think he would return to active duty until it was mandated. His girlfriend wouldn't like it if he did. Neither was he going to remain as an academy instructor. He would move on eventually, the rules would make him. Academy instructors had to be younger than a specific age limit so they could be closer in their age to their students. When that age gap increased, it was time for a younger instructor who could connect to the young children to step in. He, himself, had already started to prepare for interviews for administrative departments that he would attempt in a couple years. He raised his clipboard with sparring plans he had drawn for the week. It was the last day, and the kids had complained, but it was to be done. He scrolled his eyes over the list and found that only 2 names remained. It was going to be the last spar of the final year class. Taibe narrowed his eyes as he called the names, Amy and Takuma. Come up. Amy, the ball of never-ending energy, skipped to the center of the sparring circle. No weather could slow her down. On the other hand, Takuma was opposite in his trudge from his spot, dragging his feet through the snow. Taibe examined Takuma. His weakest student looked worse for wear. He had looked so for the past couple of weeks. Dark circles under the eyes, unkempt hair, and a general feeling of fatigue. He didn't know the reason, he hadn't asked, but he could guess after 2 fails, he would look like Takuma, if not worse. 2 fails, Taibe sighed. Takuma had never been a bright student, calling him an average student would be an over-exaggeration, for he had consistently been in last place from year 1. But this year, Takuma had taken a dive for the worse. If he was bad before, he was the worst now. Not a single thing about him expressed a Shinobi Academy student. Things changed through the year. Takuma had shown progress on all fronts, consistently performing better than before. He could hit targets now, last in spars for much longer, and even perform jutsu, something that had shocked him the first time, and the only time he had seen it. Through a look at his graduation test results showed the ability to perform transformation jutsu and clone jutsu. It also showed an above-average performance in theoretical knowledge. He should be able to pass if he can just do substitution jutsu, Taibe thought. The result wouldn't be spectacular, but it would still be a pass that should be enough for Takuma. Ready? He asked. Yes, said Amy. Takuma simply raised his hand to form the seal of confrontation. Start, Taibe declared, and Amy immediately ran forward. It took her no time to cross the distance, and she swung for Takuma's head. Takuma leapt back to evade, but Amy was faster, and it was already too late to dodge. Amy's fist closed in, but her blow crashed against Takuma's raised block at the last moment. Takuma was on the defensive and had to dance backward to avoid getting clobbered. Amy was a slender girl but fast. Her follow-up attacks pushed all the way to the edge of the ring, close to forcing him out. Taibe got ready to end the fight. Getting out of the circle was an instant loss. Even the kids behind Takuma got ready for him to be pushed out by Amy as they moved aside to clear the way. But then, like a quick snake, Takuma struck Amy's arms and shoulders in succession, breaking any upper body momentum and balance she had. It happened fast as Takuma lurched his arms forward to grab Amy's clothes and then roughly pulled her forward as he used his feet to pivot out of the way, sending an out-of-balance Amy stumbling towards the edge of the fighting circle. Kaiba's lips parted, and his eyes widened a fraction. He had just seen Takuma baiting Amy in an effort to push her out of the circle when she thought she was doing it to him. Unfortunately, Takuma was hasty in his move as the nimble Amy regained her balance, albeit on the very edge of the boundary. She immediately put herself a distance from the edge, all the while shooting a startled look at Takuma. Takuma lowered his body as he leaned forward and mimicked Amy's steps as she moved in the circle, shortening the distance between them a bit with every step. Apostrophe. He's going on offense, the thought struck Kaiba like a bucket of water on a sleeping man. It shouldn't have been surprising, but he had never seen Takuma on offense, not once. The poor boy spent his time in spars running, dodging, and blocking. It would continue until Takuma's opponent had him surrender. On cue, Takuma launched an attack of his own. He thrust at Amy, and the girl turned, avoiding the strike. Takuma darted forward, whipping his leg into a side-sweeping swing that would crash into Amy's exposed back, but she whirled, blocking the strike, and with her near arm she threw an elbow toward Takuma's temple. Takuma reeled back, disengaging at his quickest, and skipped out of Amy's range. Amy gave herself a moment to catch herself before pushing forward, attacking Takuma's shoulder, leg, and arm. Takuma blocked each attack while moving in circles. Kaiba thinned his lips. Amy was one of his agile students. She was nimble, flexible, and quick on her feet, allowing her to run circles around her opponents, getting in quick hits that annoyed them, causing them to act brashly, which Amy would then exploit. But the girl's skill in taijutsu didn't allow her to effectively use her gifts. Her choices of targets were poor and often poorly timed, wasting away precious opportunities and opening her to counter-offense. Amy lurched into a lopping attack. Takuma blocked. His arm was inside Amy's arm and Takuma lifted up and away, moving Amy's arm out of position, leaving her unable to defend as Takuma brought his fist down on her shoulder. Amy cried out and darted back, but not before Takuma attacked again, smashing his kick into Amy's upper arm. Amy yelped and jumped several paces back. Takuma followed immediately, stabbing his first that would gut her, but Amy pushed herself out of reach. She was faster, after all. Kaiba glanced at Takuma to see if he was frustrated at the opportunity to finish Amy off, but the boy had his dark eyes trained on his opponent. It was a look of sheer focus. Amy growled, her face all bunched up, and launched herself forward with every intent to attack. Takuma held his ground, his eyes hadn't Amy since the start of the fight. He pulled his leg back and kicked the ground, sending a pile of snow toward Amy. "Sensei!" One of the students yelled. "Shut up!" Kaiba silenced, his eyes stuck to the fight. Amy epped, bringing her face up to her face. Takuma moved. He drilled a low kick into Amy's knee, causing her to cry and lean down. He grabbed the smaller Amy and threw her over his shoulder, thrashing her into the ground. Amy tried to roll away, but Takuma planted a kick into her stomach. He then stood over and leaned down with raised fist to pummel where she lay. Kaiba saw Amy curl up into a ball and knew it was the end. He called. "Stop." Takuma stopped and then staggered back. His heavy breaths fogged the air as he looked down at Amy with wide eyes. Kaiba looked at the weakest student in his class and said, "Winner." Takuma. He had said that for the first time, and it indeed felt strange. There were no cheers in support or clapping that happened at the end of every spar. There wasn't a peep from the students as all of them watched the result in front of them. Takuma standing, his opponent on the ground, not the other way around. Kaiba stepped forward. "Get up, Amy," he said. The girl got up but kept her eyes down at her feet, not daring to look up. Perhaps too ashamed to have lost against Takuma. "Seal of reconciliation," Kaiba ordered. Amy, with her head down, raised her hand with her index and middle finger out. But Takuma's hand didn't come. She snapped her head up, anger twisting her expression. "You!" She didn't continue with her eyes widening. Takuma had his head raised up, his palms covering his eyes. His shoulders shook silently. Amy's face went from anger to surprise to concern. She joined her hands in front of her chest and stepped closer to Takuma. "Hey, are you alright?" Amy couldn't complete her sentence as she was suddenly pulled into a hug by Takuma. The taller boy completely enveloped the smaller girl as she yelped in shock. Kaiba looked at the weakest student in his class, who, on his class last fight, had secured his first victory. Hey, you won, you know," Amy's muffled voice sounded out from Takuma's chest as her arm stroked Takuma's back. "I know I'm great, but you shouldn't cry about it." A chuckle escaped him. Kaiba looked at Takuma and hoped the boy would show a similar performance tomorrow when it truly mattered. Chapter 29, "You look rested," Maraboshi said to Takuma, who no longer had any dark circles under his skin, vampiric pale skin, and slouched shoulders that he had for most of the last month. "I slept 12 hours straight," I couldn't be more rested, said Takuma. Yesterday, he had won his first spar ever, yet embarrassed himself in front of the class by crying. When he reached his house after, it took barely over a minute for him to get from the front door to his bed. Good, good, Marubushi looked relieved, and Takuma felt guilty. They had multiple conversations about Takuma's downhill condition, but Takuma had brushed off Marubushi's concerns. How are you feeling about today? The last attempt at the graduation test was due in a little over an hour. Takuma shrugged. I don't want to give the test, wish I had more time to prepare. But at the same time, I just want to get this over with. Finally, rest for a change, he sighed. He had a privileged upbringing. A harmonious family with loving parents who provided for him, nothing lavish, but he never allowed to feel a lack of anything. He attended good private schools with relatively good teachers and a wonderful group of friends at every stage of his life. Some of them who he considered his friends for life. Even when he entered college, he was a day scholar and commuted right from his family home and never had to adjust to dorm life. And he never had to participate in job search as it was still a couple years in the future. It was now that he realized that he had never really faced any hardships. Not a single life event had him seek his independence. He didn't have to worry about his finances, food, housekeeping, and a looming bleak future in his second life. He had faced everything all simultaneously. The wild identity crisis was the cherry on top. He was tired. He wasn't even at the starting line and was already tired. I will give it my best, Takuma smiled shallowly. If I pass, good for me, if I don't, I'll leave it to the fates. He pointed to the sky. He drew from a certain green-haired three-point basketball sniper man proposes, God disposes. Do everything humanly possible, and then let the fates decide. Marubushi gazed down at Takuma with a peculiar gaze. What? The old shinobi shook his head lightly. A light smile wrinkled his face as he said, You are going to make a splendid shinobi, young Takuma. You're only saying that because you taught me everything I know, Takuma said, but he had a big grin. Takuma sat in the classroom turned waiting room for the graduation test in the auditorium. He had his eyes closed, trying to tune out the cacophony of his classmates' voices in the room. The first time, the classroom had been a blanket of hushed conversations, with everyone worried about their performance. On the second attempt, everyone opened up a bit and participated in discussions with each other on their predictions and supposed best tactics to ace the practical portion of the testing. Both those times, there had been tension in the room. They were going into the unknown the first time, and the second time, they were aiming to improve over their first performance. However, this time, the room lacked any strain of tension. No one seemed to be worried about the ongoing testing, and even though the discussions revolved around it, the mood was casual. Takuma couldn't blame them. Everyone had passed in the room, they had passed twice over. And Kaiba's insistent talks about not pulling the foot from the gas pedal had eventually lost steam. Everyone in the room was already a shinobi, and going through the same thing twice was enough for them to be confident. Everyone except him. Takuma felt his morning's words spoken a little too early. The pre-test jitters were hitting him as hard as any other day. He tried to meditate, something Marubushi was an avid promoter of, but he wasn't very good at meditation, and it didn't seem to be working now. Takuma suddenly had an idea, and he pulled out a 1 ryo coin and slapped it on his arm. He didn't care if it felt like he was a nicotine addict trying to feed into his craving with a nicotine patch. Concentrating on the leaf concentration practice Vercoin kept him focused on his chakra control rather than his errant thoughts. If someone told him that he was using the leaf concentration practice to calm his nerves down a few months back, Takuma would have laughed first and then slapped them hard for even joking about it, as that sounded absolutely masochistic. Marubushi had forever ruined any positive association with the exercise for him. Takuma. He opened his eyes and saw Kaiba at the door. It was finally his turn. He got up from the last bench and walked down the steps. He practiced a breathing exercise to keep his dancing heartbeat down. Going for another fail, Takuma. Best of luck, I'm rooting for you. Hiji shouted snarkily over from his seat on the other side of the classroom. Shut it, Hiji. Kaiba scolded immediately. Takuma looked at number 1 on his most disliked list and thought yesterday was the last day of the academy, today was after that. Huh, I guess that's right. He raised his arm towards Hiji and flicked his middle finger up. Fuck off, mutt. The many pairs of eyes accompanied by a few gasps turned to Takuma and then toward the shocked Hiji, who opened his mouth to say something but closed it, his eyes looking at the class. Takuma passed by Hana, seated in the front rows. No offense, he said. Before anyone could say anything, Takuma was already out of the classroom, and Kaiba had already closed the door behind them. Like the last 2 times, Kaiba led him across the corridor to the testing hall. How did your paper go? Asked Kaiba. I will pass, said Takuma shortly. It had gone well, exceeding his expectations. The question set had been in his favor this time, and he was sure he would score at least an 80% grade. If he was being optimistic about the grading, He could sniff the 90% ceiling. Silence fell between the teacher and the student. It wasn't surprising, they didn't talk much. If they were in a big college class, Takuma would be a student of whom Kaibe didn't know the name. Kaibe broke the silence and started, "If your paper is decent even if I do badly in everything else, there's a real chance I could pass. I just need to successfully perform Academy 3. I know, you have told me before," said Takuma without looking at Kaibe. "I see," said Kaibe. There was another pause. Can you do all 3? They reached the auditorium entrance. Takuma grabbed the handle and slid the door open. He stared inside but didn't immediately enter. Instead, he said, "You'll know when you get my result," and without sparing a glance to Kaibe, Takuma slipped inside. The inside of the auditorium was the same as Takuma had seen the last 2 times. The length of the hall had been dived up to different portions of the testing. His eyes automatically went to the second-floor corridor from where multiple shinobi peered down the testing floor. He gave each of them a hard look, memorizing as much detail as he could. There were 10 of them. He waited for the Bucky Jutsu Invigilator to call him up. Despite having given the test twice, the Invigilator had him listen to the instructors again, going through everything in clear detail. Understood? Takuma nodded and headed towards the weapons table. He picked up the only 3 weapons he knew how to wield: kunai, shuriken, and senbon. The weapons were still off balance, and the exercise targets were similar to the last 2 times. The difference came from Takuma's performance. He still threw his weapons one at a time, but he was much quicker in his successive throws, and the consistency and accuracy couldn't be compared to his first attempt. Almost all of his throws hit the red bullseyes. The instructor nodded as he blocked the senbon. Takuma had learned his lesson and had aimed at vital spots. This Invigilator was different from the last 2 times, and this one didn't give advice like the Bucky Jutsu Invigilator from the first attempt did. Takuma moved on to the next portion of the testing, arguably the most important part of it, at least for him. Ah, the sound unintentionally came out of Takuma. The ninjutsu Invigilator looked up. The middle-aged woman with gray streaks in her hair had the same red-trimmed explosion tag-styled earrings as before that dangled when she moved her head. Her eyes flashed, and Takuma knew she recognized him. She looked down at her clipboard before speaking. "Takuma?" Takuma nodded, and the woman repeated the instructions for the ninjutsu test. She showed no sign of recognition, which made him wonder if she was pretending to not recognize him. "Let's start with clone jutsu," she said. Takuma weaved the hand seals, and 6 clones stood around the real him. They moved, changed expressions, and did various things. The Invigilator's eyes shined before she noted something on her clipboard and asked him to proceed with transformation jutsu. She gave no imitation target, so Takuma transformed into one of the shinobi on the second-floor corridor. His appearance was fresh in his mind, and he knew that transforming into the ninjutsu Invigilator was the wrong choice. Even if she was supposed to be objective in her grading, there was a chance she would be offended by something in his imitation. He didn't want that. Finally, it was time for substitution jutsu. It was the jutsu he had least practiced, as it was the last Academy 3 he had picked up. From the get-go, Takuma had came to know that Maraboshi didn't like substitution jutsu as it was a completely useless jutsu. The jutsu required the user to substitute an object in their place to take an attack, followed by getting out of the enemy's sight. It was essentially pulling up a shield to block an attack and then ditching said shield before running away. It was the running part that Maraboshi had a problem with, even though the hand seals for the jutsu were exclusively used during the running part. According to Maraboshi, the running and hiding part was inefficient as it only worked when the surrounding environment allowed it. The jutsu would work splendidly in a forest but miserably fail in a grassland. Moreover, the user needed to weave hand seals quickly for the jutsu to work seamlessly. It also failed when the attack was faster than the user's ability to procure the substitute. The only reason substitution jutsu was taught in the academy was because the chakra movement caused by the hand seals granted the user a short burst of linear speed, which allowed them to hide quickly. It would be useless if the enemy's sight could catch the fast movement. And that chakra movement was 6 points similar to teleportation jutsu, a high-speed movement technique that allowed the user to move linear distance at speeds untraceable by the untrained eye. Teleportation jutsu is a necessary jutsu that every shinobi needed to know, and thus the academy used substitution jutsu to lay the foundation. Substitution jutsu wasn't supposed to be used in the field as it was only a training tool, but for some reason no one told the students that. Well, he knew because Maraboshi had told him. The Invigilator pointed to a sandbag and asked to use it as the substitute, something Takuma was thankful for as he didn't want to use one of his precious and very limited storage ceiling scrolls that had something he could use as a substitute. The Invigilator threw a dulled kunai at Takuma, who stood several meters away. There was a puff of smoke, and the kunai was embedded into the sandbag, with Takuma standing a few feet away from it. Excellent. The Invigilator clapped her hands. You performed all 3 splendidly. You have improved so much. I knew it, thought Takuma. The Invigilator did recognize him. But he didn't say anything about it and simply moved away to the next part of testing the taijutsu portion. The taijutsu Invigilator didn't call him up immediately, and Takuma was glad about it. If he had been called, Takuma didn't know if his legs would have held up as they were trembling uncontrollably. He had passed. 3rd time's the charm. After 2 failures, he passed the hardest thing he had done in his life. Takuma felt a boulder's weight lift above his head. He tried to keep some tension in his body as the testing wasn't over, but when he knew that he was going to pass no matter what, it was tough to feel anything other than utter and complete relief. He wanted to leave the academy grounds and run to find Maraboshi so that he could tell his teacher, his one and only supporter, his rock, that he had done it. A year of struggle, 10 months of training, countless sleepless nights. His time hadn't been a waste. He had done it. He couldn't describe it, but he had never ever felt it. It was a sense of accomplishment, but it was nothing like he had ever experienced. All of his previous achievements seemed pointless in the face of what he felt right now. Takuma didn't have the time to dwell as the taijutsu Invigilator called him up. It wasn't anything special. When facing someone far superior in skill, the performance of the lesser didn't reflect any difference even when they got better. Takuma, who had just yesterday won his first spar, his performance didn't seem any different from the last time. As for what went into the clipboard, Takuma would only know when he got the result. You can exit through that door for the next part, said the taijutsu Invigilator afterward, pointing to the outdoor exit of the auditorium. Takuma nodded and walked to the exit, but before he stepped out, he looked back at the auditorium and took a moment to take in the entirety of the auditorium hall. He wanted to remember it for now and for the future. When he stepped out, his eyes widened when he found himself looking at a bald old man dressed in a kimono sitting under a big umbrella with a coal brazier lit near his feet. The entire yard was covered with snow, but a circular area around the old man was void of snow and even any moisture on the ground. Sit down, said the old man. Takuma sat down in front of the old man. The entire scene invoked a strong sense of déjà vu in him. The same events from the first attempt were repeating again. He was sitting in front of the same bald old man who was again staring at him in silence, but this time with a small smile. Takuma found the tension he had lost before returning. Something about the old man unnerved him. I only have one question for you, Takuma, said the old man, still smiling. Takuma leaned forward in his chair slightly. He was ready, no matter what the old man threw at him, he was going to answer. He was prepared this time. How many people stood in the auditorium's second-floor corridor? Takuma was taken aback. The same question? He was sure there would be another question. He leaned back into this chair and took a moment to contemplate. 9 of them, he said. One person was sitting. The old man's small smile bloomed into a full-blown one. Smart child, he said and stood up from his seat. Takuma felt a hot breeze tickling him under his ear. He frowned but didn't raise his hand to scratch the itch as he was in front of the Invigilator. It went away on its own. The old man who had stood up frowned as he looked at him. Takuma was confused at the sudden change in expression but didn't say anything. Maybe the old man was experiencing pains that came with old age. The old man's expression eased, and he stepped away from his chair, and Takuma's eyes widened when he saw an identical old man sitting in the chair. It was as if the old man had left an afterimage behind him. How? Takuma looked between the identical old men, one sitting and one standing. He glanced at both of their feet and saw that both had shadows. Not clone jutsu. Shadow clone jutsu? He thought. But there were no hand seals or the puff of smoke. The puff of smoke could be eliminated, but what about the hand seal? How did the old man make a clone appear in his chair so seamlessly? As Takuma's mind raced to find an answer, the standing old man saw Takuma's eyes going between him and his chair. His expression once again faltered. You can see through it. Already? Said the standing old man with surprise. Huh? I mean, yes. I can see the clone, said Takuma, confused. Was he not supposed to see the clone? That's not a clone, the old man pointed at his chair. Takuma's confusion deepened. His brows arched together as he gazed at the old man in the chair. If it wasn't a clone, then what was it? The answer clicked like the last piece of a puzzle. Ganjutsu, he gasped. Takuma's hand made a tiger hand seal and immediately dispelled the Ganjutsu cast upon him. Maraboshi hadn't taught him to cast Ganjutsu, it wasn't even on the table, but he had taught him how to dispel one. It was easy. The old man in the chair disappeared like a mirage, leaving only the standing old man behind. Takuma breathed a sigh of relief, but confusion still plagued him. With a little thinking, it was clear that the old man was planning to fool him through a Ganjutsu. Under the guise of illusion, he would get up, leaving behind an illusion of him still sitting, making it so that Takuma would think nothing had changed. But why was he able to see the standing old man, who he wasn't supposed to see, when the Ganjutsu had clearly been cast successfully? Had the old man made a mistake? Takuma didn't get an answer that day. The old man didn't say anything else before sending him away. Chapter 30, Takuma appeared inside the auditorium hall. Last week he was here giving his graduation test. The place looked spacious back then, spacious enough to test Bukijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu all under the same roof without interfering with each other. Today, the same hall was decorated for a formal event, jam-packed with chairs, even the raised stage in the front had a podium set up on it. All of the preparation for the convocation ceremony, seeing so many adults in the academy made the sight seem even stranger. He looked down at his clothes. He had dressed his best for the formal event, saying that, labeling a light blue shirt and black pants as formal wear was stretching it. But it was the only option he had. The rest of his wardrobe was made up of easy-to-move inactive wear. The thought of renting a kimono for the event had crossed his mind, only to cross out the idea as overdoing it, but it seems he was wrong. The hall had plenty of men and women wearing kimonos and hakamas for their children's convocation. He even spotted his classmates dressed up nicely for the day. Too late now, thought Takuma as he smoothed out his shirt before stepping inside the auditorium and making a beeline towards his seating appointment he had gotten at the academy gates. His seat was at the end of one of the middle rows. He looked to the seat beside him and sighed. Everyone else was accompanied by their parents, only he was alone. I will be there. He was the only orphan in his class. It was a wild coincidence, given how many lives had been lost in the Kyubi attack, but most of his classmates had at least one of their parents alive, and those who had lost both their parents were in the care of their relatives. He was the only parentless orphanage orphan. Unlike any other school in the Leaf Village, the Shinobi Academy had zero tuition as everything was paid by the state. It was only fair when the students were trained to become child soldiers. Free schooling meant no expense on education, which tend to be the biggest expense in raising a child. His thoughts were pessimistic, but after pinching pennies for a year, his views could be summarized well: money couldn't buy happiness, but no happiness would live without the support of money. Soon the crowd began to come together in a neat congregation. The adults were mostly shinobi, accustomed to discipline, so the ceremony proceeded smoothly. The headmaster, there was one, addressed the crowd with a winding speech that Takuma eventually tuned out in favor of gazing at the parents to see if he could see the similarities between them and his classmates. All in Yuzuka's had the red fang marking on their face. Hana's mother looked much wilder than her. Izumi looked a lot like her mother, especially her eyes, except for the hair. The mother had black hair unlike Izumi's brown. The Akimaki father and son duo looked like a pair of dumplings, one small and the other big. Momoi's parents looked uber wealthy with their composure and clothing. The Okubo parents and child looked like the perfect family set. And so, I humbly welcome Lord Hokage, said the headmaster. Everyone in the room stood up, and Takuma hurriedly followed their lead. Saratobe Hiruzen, the third Hokage of the Leaf Village, stepped into the auditorium with 3 shinobi in standard Leaf shinobi gear accompanying him. The Hokage was dressed in his traditional Hokage hawari over a full-length red kimono and the wide-brimmed red Hokage hat to complete the set. His eyes went to the second-floor corridor, and he blinked in surprise to see multiple fully hooded people that weren't there before looking down at the event. He narrowed his eyes to look when he caught a glimpse of a white mask under the light tan robes. They were Anbu Ansatsu Senjutsu Tokushubutai, Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. As Takuma looked at one of them, the Anbu operative looked at him. Shit, he caught me. Takuma turned his head immediately. He didn't look back at them. The third Hokage spoke some words about the children being the village's future and how this day, officiating the beginning careers of a full batch of new Geinin, was one of the events he looked forward to every year. This speech, Takuma listened with wide-open ears. The convocation ceremony began soon after. One by one, children were called by name to come forward with their parents to receive their graduation scroll. Those graduating with ordinary scores went first. Some had parents who were shinobi, and others were born to civilians. Takuma was thankful that the ordinary score list wasn't by scores, or he would have been called first, or maybe that would have been better. Takuma glanced beside him. Some parents sat beside him. He had been asked if he wanted to bring someone, the orphanage matron maybe, but he had refused. He looked around the hall, only to sigh. Takuma, the headmaster's voice sounded. Takuma stood up and made his way to the front, feeling nervous under 100 pairs of eyes. He told himself that even if most were looking, they weren't paying attention as he hadn't been when others went to the stage. It helped, but only a little. He climbed the steps of the stage alone and stepped towards the third Hokage to receive his graduation scroll. Takuma, the Hokage smiled down upon him, Kusoge's pupil. I see that you are doing well this time around. Gazing up at him this close, Takuma could see the same crinkles around the Hokage's eyes, the sagging skin, and the graying hair. He was at least as old as Maraboshi. It's rare, he knew, for shinobi to survive so long. At once, Takuma was struck with the realization that he was standing before someone who was really, truly strong. I know you will become a great shinobi one day. Word hard and never doubt that this village is very proud of you. Takuma stiffly nodded and focused on making sure his toes that were visible in his open-toed shinobi sandals, he really needed to buy new shoes, weren't wiggling. He didn't know how else to respond and stuck to the nod. The Hokage turned and picked up a forehead protector with a blue headband and the leaf insignia engraved on a metal plate. Takuma received the forehead and looked down at the gleaming metal to see his own reflection in it. The symbol of his status that he was now a genin, a shinobi of the leaf. He looked at the Hokage and bowed to him. As he turned to walk away, Takuma looked around the hall, his eyes scanning the faces, looking for one particular one. He didn't find it in the seating area. As he was about to stop looking and get off the stage, Takuma looked near the back of the auditorium. Near the far wall of the hall stood Murabushi. He was dressed as he always did in his mesh armor shirt under a short, brown, sleeveless kimono with a pair of gray pants. Murabushi smiled when he saw Takuma looking at him. Takuma's throat closed up. He clenched his jaw to keep his eyes in control. Clutching the graduation scroll to his chest, he raised his forehead protector over his head. He had done it, he was a shinobi now. And it was only because of the man standing in the back. He got down the stage, skipped his chair in the seating area, and made a beeline towards the back where Murabushi stood. You came, he said. I said I would come, Murabushi was smiling widely. Takuma showed his forehead protector. I got one now, he said. It shines. Murabushi pushed the folds of the cloth belt that tied his kimono to reveal his forehead protector. The engraved metal plate had hundreds of micro scratches that had stolen away all of the metal's shine. Yours is old, Takuma said. The state of the forehead protector told Takuma the difference between them as people and life experiences. After this, we should go eat out to celebrate. I shall pay, I insist, said Murabushi. Takuma smiled brightly. Today, he felt he wasn't going to refuse anything. He returned to his chair soon after, and Murabushi left the auditorium. Takuma had already received his forehead protector, there was no sense in Murabushi staying. They decided to meet at the restaurant Murabushi chose for lunch. By the time Takuma returned to his seat, they had already begun with students graduating with honors. In Yuzuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi. Hana was accompanied by her gruff-looking mother with her sharp face, glinting eyes, and spiky hair. The red fang markings on her face made it look like she was a warrior about to go into guerrilla warfare. For Izumi, her mother seemed gentle and demure type, much unlike her peppy daughter. And lastly, obtaining the highest honor in her class, Okubo Momoe, the headmaster announced with a hearty smile. In the crowd, Momoe stood up and walked to the stage with her parents walking behind her. They didn't smile, but they did look proud. If Takuma had to put their expression into words, it would be, Momoe topping her class was simply expected. Expectations. Must be tough, he thought. After the ceremony ended, Takuma made his way to the decided restaurant, where Murabushi was waiting for him. The hostess led him to the table, and Takuma was nervous because the restaurant was a fancy one. I see you have not worn your forehead protector, were Murabushi's first words when he saw Takuma. I thought it would look tacky, Takuma said after returning the hostess po. He did want to flaunt the headband, though it was like a medical student wanting to wear a doctor's white coat after graduating. I had worn mine the moment I got it, Murabushi laughed. Didn't even wait till getting back to my seat. Takuma put his graduation scroll to the side and sat across Murabushi. Between you and the Hokage, who's older? He asked. Murabushi tilted his head with an amused expression. Lord Third is a few years older than me. Why do you ask? Nothing special, Takuma grinned. Just wanted to know who's the oldest shinobi in the leaf. Murabushi sighed with a smile on his lips. They ordered food, Murabushi did for both of them, and after a year, Takuma enjoyed a meal he hadn't made. The food was much better than his home cooking. In the past year, it wasn't his shinobi skills that had improved the most, that award went to his cooking. He had gone from boiling eggs and cooking instant noodles to whipping up 3 nutritious meals a day. I have a present for you, young no, Genin Takuma, smiled Murabushi. He slid a wrapped package across the table. Oh. You didn't have to, said Takuma, genuinely surprised. Can I open it? Murabushi nodded, and Takuma tore into it. He would have carefully unwrapped it if he was frequently gifting people things, but that wasn't part of his life. This. Murabushi's gift was clothes. There were 2 identical packages in the gift, and Takuma recognized the color as a very particular shade of blue, iconic in the Leaf Village. It was the blue that the majority of Leaf Shinobi wore as part of the standard Leaf Shinobi gear. The gift was the standard Leaf Shinobi gear without the flak jacket. You are now a shinobi, and I thought you would appreciate something practical and immediately usable, said Murabushi. Takuma rubbed his finger over the red spiral symbol present stitched on both sides of the vest. Thank you, He smiled softly. He did appreciate the gift. "Tell me about your teammates," asked Maraboshi. "Do they tell you about your team leader nowadays?" "In my time, they didn't tell us that during graduation." Takuma looked up from the gift, confused. "No one told me about teammates, they just told us to assemble at the academy the day after tomorrow," he said. "Was there a meeting after the convocation he was supposed to be at?" "It should be along with your graduation scroll," said Maraboshi, looking at the scroll lying on the side of the table. "You haven't opened it yet?" The seal was still on it. "Ah no, I didn't." Takuma picked up the scroll. He was too engrossed by the forehead protector. Takuma gently clipped the wax seal over the scroll and unrolled it. There was another length of paper rolled along with the main scroll. Takuma pulled it out, and one side had printed words on it. But as he read the words, Takuma's excitement turned into confusion. He gave the paper to Maraboshi. "What does this mean?" he asked. Maraboshi looked at the paper. His eyes widened, and his lips parted as he read the words on the scroll. Chapter 31, The Hokage's office was part of an administrative building, situated on a floor heavily guarded by shinobi in charge of Hokage's protection. The entire floor was only accessible to those with certain security clearance, and every outside visitor was noted at the entrance and designated an escort to keep on with their movements. On that floor existed another entry point that worked both as a second emergency exit and an entrance for those who wanted to enter the floor without being seen. A man with dark blonde hair tied in a ponytail resting over his shoulder walked into an empty dine-in Kikoyaki deli with no signs outside. The building was narrow and short, with a counter stretched from one end to the other with only 4 bar-stool-styled chairs for customers. A short middle-aged woman with a mean look dressed in white sat behind the counter reading a fashion magazine. When she heard the door chime, she glared at the ponytailed man. 3.5 plate to go. "Make 'em crispy and see me," said the man. 175 ryo, said the woman, her voice gruff. "Wasn't it 140 before?" he asked. "Do you want it or not?" The man sighed. "Make it quick. I will be using the bathroom." The woman followed with her eyes until he disappeared into the back of the restaurant. She opened her magazine and started to read again. The back of the restaurant had 2 doors. The blue one had the lavatory sign, while the other was painted gray. The man faced the restaurant door and pulled it by the doorknob before pushing it down and turning it to open the door. The room's inside was a storage unit with all sorts of things stuffed into it. The man made his way to a wooden cabinet and pulled it open to reveal a set of stairs stretching underground. The stairs led to an underground tunnel with rough excavated walls with wooden supports, illuminated by yellow light bulbs hanging off the top. They shed just enough light to make the path barely visible enough for safely walking. At the end of the tunnel, the man found a figure wearing a white porcelain mask with a boar design and red markings sitting on a stool beside a steel gate. "Hand, before, room, white, arm, thick," the ponytailed man said to the masked man and wondered if he should have put on his own. The masked man stood up and patted the ponytailed man on the side of his arm. The hand stayed for a moment before the masked man stepped back and nodded. The man turned his back while the masked figure turned to the steel door and swung the large circular wheel on it in a specific pattern to unlock it. The man nodded to the masked figure and stepped through the door that closed behind him. The door opened to another stretch of stairs that led to an empty room, opening up through a large floor tile. The man knew that even though the room looked bare, 3 people were watching him at that very moment. He didn't try to discern their position and simply walked out of the room and tread the familiar corridors until he was standing in front of a door. He knocked on the door in a specific way and then waited. A few seconds later, he heard, "Come in." The man straightened his clothes before stepping inside the room. The room was large, somewhat oval, and filled with stacks of unfinished paperwork. There was a desk with large windows overlooking the village behind it. "Lord Hokage," the man knelt down and greeted the man sitting behind the desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his paperwork and asked the man to get up. "How was he, Raven? Anything of concern?" he asked before bringing his smoking pipe to his mouth. "Nothing out of order, Lord Hokage," said Raven. "The subject suffered a panic attack that put him into a coma." "A panic attack?" The Hokage lowered his smoking pipe. "He's but a child." "What was the cause?" Raven shook his head. "It was as the report stated, the subject's mind is muddled, and with the intense emotional distress behind the panic attack, I couldn't find the exact cause. If I could get some time and assistance, I believe I can get that information." The Hokage had assigned him a mission to pose as a doctor and use his clan's abilities to inspect the subject's mind. Takuma was the child's name. At first, he was confused about why the Hokage had asked him to infiltrate a child's mind. But after reading the report on the subject, he understood why the Hokage had been concerned by the subject suddenly ending up in the hospital. To think a child, who hadn't even graduated from the academy, would have such a past. It saddened him greatly when he saw the scars mentioned in the report present on the boy's body. the boy would carry them throughout his life. The Hokage shook his head. We have already tried to get more. It didn't work back then. He sighed. I thought his mind would heal with time, but I believe it is still the same. Raven nodded. The boy's mind was protecting him by repressing the memories of the past, and as it protected the boy from himself, it also protected him from his clan's jutsu. He couldn't pass through the blockages created by the mind. If he tried to force it, he would damage the boy's mind. If he had assistance from his clan members, he could peer through the natural blockages and get more information. But the risk of damaging the boy's mind wouldn't go away. Raven glanced up at the Hokage. He could tell the Hokage didn't want to go through with that. What about the update you were provided? The Hokage asked. Were they confirmed? Raven nodded. Even if he encountered the blockages in the boy's mind, it didn't mean he came out empty-handed. He was handpicked as part of the masks for a reason. According to the subject's memories, Maraboshi Kasuke has been teaching him for the last few months. The subject isn't performing well at the academy and has been training under Maraboshi Kasuke to resolve his grades. They meet every day. As long as Maraboshi Kasuke doesn't have a mission that renders him unable to attend even on those days, the subject goes to their meeting location and trains on his own. The broken memories, covered with dark haze, had provided him enough to confidently support his claims. Do you wish for us to investigate Maraboshi Kasuke? Asked Raven. That won't be needed. The Hokage shook his head. I have known Kasuke for long. There's no one more loyal. If nothing showed up on the preliminary search, there's no need to investigate him more. He then asked, could his condition be the cause behind the panic attack? Raven didn't offer an answer immediately. He thought about it and recalled what he had experienced in the boy's mind. I can't deny the possibility. The subject's mind is repressing memories to protect him, but the mind is as fragile as it is strong. Given a strong enough stimulus, something could have escaped the bindings that caused the boy to experience heightened levels of stress that triggered the attack. The subject was defensive when I revealed my identity. Most people would be, said the Hokage. Raven nodded. His clan's ability came with a stigma. And refused to talk about what caused the panic attack, but that doesn't tell us that it was his past that caused the attack. It could have very well been something recent that caused it. The subject has been very worried about his academy performance. But to suffer a panic attack. The Hokage tapped his wrinkly finger on his table. Very well, if the condition of his mind hasn't changed, there is no use in pursuing this any longer. He looked at Raven. Add your findings into the report and close this case. Should we add surveillance on the boy? Raven asked. No. Thank you, Raven. You may take your leave. Raven bowed and turned to leave when he stopped and doubled back. One more thing, he said. Yes. The Hokage said as he browsed the paperwork on his desk. Raven pursed his lips. When he was in the boy's mind, he felt jumpy. It wasn't uncommon. The human mind was a complex puzzle yet to be solved. Even after the generations of his clan discovering its secrets, there was so much they didn't know about. He had felt all kinds of sensations when he was inside people's minds. Every brain reacted to his infiltrating presence in its unique way. The Hokage looked up when he didn't speak. Raven? He asked. No, Lord Hokage. It's nothing. I will take my leave, he decided not to say. It must have been because of the boy's past, all that he had gone through, that had led his mind to repress his memories. Very well, said the Hokage and returned to his seemingly never-ending piles of paperwork. Raven bowed and turned to leave. By the time he was out of the door, he felt confident in his reasoning. Even if he was Anbu, the Hokage didn't need to know the functioning of his clan's jutsu. It was just that the sensation this time was the strongest he had ever felt. Chapter 32, Sitting on a bench outside an administrative office wasn't how Takuma thought he would start his shinobi career, but the reality of the situation was more different than anything he had imagined. He leaned against the bench and thought about how all of his expectations had been subverted by a single line on a slip of paper. It had been a week since his convocation ceremony. He didn't know how to feel when he didn't see the names of two of his classmates, and instead, his assignment had said 2 words, Geinin Core. Takuma had no idea what that meant. Something like that didn't exist in the manga he had read, or at least, he didn't remember reading about it. What he knew was that his 2 fails were the reason he was assigned to the Geinin Core. It's not as good as being assigned under a Jonin team leader, but if you want, it can be as good, even better. Maraboshi's words had been contradictory. How could it be not as good but still better? There was a flash of regret on Maraboshi's face that he wasn't part of a 3-man cell led by a Jonin, but that look had quickly turned into an expression of seriousness. The old shinobi had told him that as long as he put his nose down and put in the work, his efforts would be rewarded. Those words had only served to confuse Takuma more because he still didn't know what the Geinin Core was. Maraboshi had simply defined it as the general pool of leaf Geinins. But Takuma knew he was holding back something. Something Takuma hadn't been able to draw out of him. So, he went to search on his own. He couldn't whip out his phone and pull up a search engine to get the information he wanted, so he could turn to the next best source, a library. His official shinobi documentation had yet to be issued, so he could only go to the civilian library for answers. Fortunately for him, he found information about the shinobi military organization in case the civilians wanted to know more about their shinobi counterparts. Unfortunately for him, the records told him the same thing as Maraboshi and were directly led by the Leaf Geinin Resource Command. The first break had come from an unexpected source. Takuma sat outside an administrative office with an application for his official shinobi documentation and a folder of required documents in his hands, waiting to be called in, when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned his head to see a familiar face standing beside him. Taro. Oishi Taro was a classmate of his. Takuma didn't think he had talked to him in the past year. They had sparred numerous times, and Taro had beaten Takuma every time, but they had no contact other than that. Yo, Taro raised his hand in greeting. I heard you got directly shipped to Geinin Corps. How did you know that? Takuma hadn't told anyone, and he doubted Maraboshi was talking to any of his classmates. You weren't there when the Jonin sensei came to fetch us, said the boy with a man bun. Everyone except you was there. Hiji laughed that they must have failed you, but Kaibe sensei shut him down and told us that you were somewhere else. My mom told me later that you must have been directly assigned to the Geinin Corps. Ah. Taro's parents were shinobi, they weren't from shinobi clans. From what Takuma remembered, his mother was a chunin. He didn't know about the father. I guess we are in the same boat then, said Taro, sitting beside him. You're in the Geinin Corps? Takuma shifted to face Taro, surprise spreading on his face. Taro slumped against the bench like he was sitting on a couch in front of his TV. You, the Jonin sensei failed me. Takuma frowned. Aren't they supposed to send you back to the academy? Why did they send you to Geinin Corps? That's something they tell to scare us, Taro scoffed. If you fail your Jonin Sensei test, you get sent to the Geinin Corps. Our year had 12 teams, 8 of them were failed by their Jonin. 8. Takuma breathed in sharply. That was a 2/3 fail rate. It's normal, Mom told me, Taro shrugged. LE Jonin don't grow on trees, and taking a 3 Geinin team is a 4-year commitment from the Jonin side. They just don't accept anyone. Takuma's mouth turned into a no ring. He didn't know much of that. But just after a moment's thought, it made sense that the failure rate would be so high. He wet his lips before asking, Hey, what do you think about the Geinin Corps? I heard it's not a good place. Taro hummed in thought as he sunk even lower into the wood bench. It's not the best place to be. The best place would be training under a Jonin sensei in a 3-man cell. Those guys have personalized training, fast track on missions, and better pay. And most importantly, they have the backing of a Jonin. A Jonin's word means a lot in the village. In the Geinin Corps, you have no choice for your mission. The training isn't that good, the pay is lower, and of course, we don't have the backing of Jonin. So yeah, not a great place. You don't seem to be stressed about being in the Geinin Corps, though, asked Takuma doubtfully. My mom said this, Geinin Corps is the place where the shinobi career went to die. That didn't sound ominous at all, Takuma gulped. That is if you stay there. What do you mean? 8 out of 12 teams failed, which means 24 out 36 of us failed, 25 if we count you. More failed than passed, so ending up in Geinin Corps is more common than ending up in a 3-man cell. Even those who passed might end up in Geinin Corps if they don't get promoted by the end of the 4-year commitment by the Jonin. So, most Geinin end up in the Geinin Corps one way or another. It's the norm. The problem is when you stay in the Geinin Corps for too long. You either. Taro was interrupted by the sudden sharp ring of a desk bell from inside the administrative office, followed by a shrill, next. Then a person pushed the salon doors and walked out of the office. It's your turn, said Taro. What was this timing? Takuma yelled to himself as he got up and went into the office to face an annoyed shinobi who snatched the document out of his hands when he tried to offer them. Then the shinobi complained about the application and documents for 10 minutes before accepting them and sending Takuma out of the office. The entire time, Takuma's mind was on the conversation he was having with Taro. Back to the talk, he thought as he pushed past the salon doors. But then he heard a bell ring with, next. Taro stood up from the bench and walked inside the office, leaving Takuma alone to sit on the bench, feeling restless to resume the conversation with Taro. Let's get out of here, said Taro. They left the building, and Taro led them to a tea shop where he ordered a plate of dango sticks. Do you want some? He asked. No, thank you, said Takuma. He could now afford to splurge a little as the base salary of a Leaf Geinin was higher than the allowance he got from the state. That was not counting the permission pay he would earn upon completing missions. An average Leaf Geinin could live an above-average lavish life as a single person with no other commitments, They could even support an additional person if they live a smart, affordable lifestyle. Moreover, there were concessions for various commodities provided to shinobi, making the cost of living even cheaper. He just didn't want to spend money. The man in the office, he was a geinin from the geinin corps, Taro said after eating a couple dango. Every clerk, pen pusher, desk jockey, and building guard who's old like 20 is from the geinin corps. That's a fact. Takuma's sweat dropped. 20 was barely an adult. The worldview of a genuine 11-year-old was frightening. If you stay in the geinin corps for long without progress, there's an opportunity to get into clerical positions and get off active duty, but it also means you'll never go anywhere else, Taro continued as he bit off another dango. A non-combatant position doesn't sound bad, though, Takuma said. Shinobi was a dangerous occupation, and getting away from the field must sound great to many people. But you don't have to be in the geinin corps to avoid field duty, Taro said as he licked the dango stick. What do you mean? If you can't get promoted to Chunin, you can't go anywhere else, Takuma asked in confusion. There are more ways to get out of geinin corps, you know. Oh, you don't know, Taro said after looking at Takuma's expression. Takuma really didn't know. You can test for the engineer's exam to join the engineering school and later join one of the engineering divisions. Similarly, you can join the medical corps by becoming a medical ninja. It's tough, though. Dad failed the interviews 3 times before they let him in. Then there are intelligence analysts, lawyers, boring research. My uncle is a bureaucrat? Yeah, that. Whatever that is. You can do a lot after spending the 30 months of mandatory active duty. Why stay in the geinin corps? Taro shrugged, or you can retire when you're old. Takuma did know the last part. A leaf shinobi could leave after 10 years of duty and return to their civilian status and choose to pursue something else. You had to put in 20 years at least to get the minimum amount pension, though. And again, the early 20s weren't old. What about you? What do you want to do? Takuma asked Taro. Taro shrugged. I wanted to get on the Jonin team, but that's not happening now. My dad wants me to study for the medical corps, and my mom wants me to become a lawyer. I don't know what I want to do. Not thinking about it, we'll think about it later. My mom's a Chunin, so I'll be fine. So whatever. Having connections like that close to you is definitely useful, thought Takuma. Could he consider Marubushi as his connection? Yeah, he could. What was Marubushi's shinobi rank? You're pretty smart, huh, Taro, said Takuma in praise. Nah, you just stupid for not knowing it. Takuma's eye twitched at the blunt insult. He said, did Hiji pass? He did. With Amy and Sho. So you must be stupider than Demut. That made a hit. Takuma could tell from the way Taro's eyes narrowed that he had made a hit. I'm just what do they say? A late bloomer, said Taro. Kids these days were quicker than he was at their age, Takuma thought as he said, I could be a late bloomer as well. Nah, you just stupid. Does your insult vocabulary only have stupid in it? My mom says not to use curse words. Takuma sighed, remembering his conversation with Taro a couple of days back. It wasn't the best place, but it wasn't the dead ditch he had initially feared. Marubushi's words about putting in the effort made sense after hearing that geinins could get away from geinin corps and get into other divisions to improve their career. But did he want that? Takuma furrowed his brows. The reason he had been aiming to become a shinobi wasn't that he wanted career progression and better pay. Yes, those perks were great, but the main reason had been something else. Next. Takuma stepped into the office and faced another desk geinin. He handed her a slip and told his name. The woman got up from her desk and walked to a cabinet before returning to him and giving him a sealed envelope. She asked him to check it and then sign a collection form. He tore the envelope and titled it to drop a laminated card onto his palm. Leaf Shinobi Identification Card Name, Takuma Shinobi Registration, 055 to 0037 Rank, Geinin Status, Active Pay Grade, GN1. Takuma stared at his picture on the card. It was a bad picture, on the level of a driving license ugly. He knew it would stick until the ID card's expiration date before he would need to renew it or when there was a need for a change. He hadn't chosen to become a shinobi to have a career progression and nice pay. He had chosen because he knew what was waiting for him out there. He didn't even need to cross the village walls. The dangers lurked in the supposed safe village. He had chosen to become a shinobi because he didn't have a choice. He had chosen it because it was essential. Takuma gripped the card harder. He was going to see to it that the rank of the card would someday say Jonin on it, the elite, someone harder to kill off. Because it was essential for his survival. Chapter 33, the next day, Takuma found himself in a large field. Unlike the grassy fields with Marubushi, every step on these yellow fields would kick up dust. Situated in one of the shinobi cantonments of the Leaf Village, the field was the site for the first meeting of the newly minted rookies joining the Geinin Corps. After completing his morning training, Takuma arrived early on the field to be safe on his first day. So here he was, waiting for the other rookie Gainans to arrive. His classmates began to arrive in groups as if they had decided to meet somewhere else before coming to the meeting site. He didn't greet them and stood by the side, watching them mingle and taking note of everyone who had failed the Jonin test to end up in the same position. They may have acted like they were better than him in the academy, but now they were on the same level as him. He did wave to Taro, who gave him a sup nod. Unlike the day they had met, his messy man bun was made tight and clean. Even he, himself, had cut and combed his hair, clipped his nails, and had his clothes ironed, all to make an excellent first impression. Takuma noticed someone he didn't recognize walking into the field. He immediately straightened up, thinking it was someone senior from the Geinin Corps, only to notice that the person was young. The new arrival looked about the same age as him. Soon after, more young people began trickling into the field, and Takuma recognized none of them. They all looked to be his age, and all of them had shiny plates on their forehead protectors. "Hello," one of the strangers walked to him and greeted him with a smile with a gap between the front two incisors. "Where are you from?" Takuma furrowed his brows a smudge. The person spoke in an accent he had never heard before. He had only one accent in the Leaf Village, which was the one he spoke in, but this one was different. He did understand it, though it took a second to process. "My name's Takuma. Who might you be?" he introduced. "Oh. Nice to meet you, Takuma. I'm Ando Masaaki," said the boy as he shook Takuma's hand with both his hands. "I came from Inaho," he said with a grin. "You're from, where, again?" "Inaho, it's down south, beyond the Kyoen, near the Shuin fields," Masaaki rattled off the words like a Gatling gun. Takuma took a moment to separate the joint sentence into individual words. Land of Fire's political landscape with its various regions, provinces, and cities had been part of the academy curriculum. He didn't know Inaho, but he did know Kyoen. It was one of the two great mountain ranges that ran through the Land of Fire. The Hidden Leaf Village, itself, was located 200 kilometers from the Kyoen Ranges mountains. He also knew about the Shuin fields, the rice bowl of the Land of Fire. As much as 70% of the nation's rice came from Shuin fields. "So, you're not from the Leaf Village?" Takuma looked at Masaaki's forehead protector wrapped around his head. "You were a rookie, right? Gave the exam back at home, passed last month. Came here last week with my pops. He went back home yesterday," said Masaaki. His 100-watt smile dimmed a little bit. Takuma digested the information in his mind. He wanted to ask the obvious question but decided to bite it back and went with, "So, how was the academy back at home?" "We didn't have one back in Inaho. Kawanishi had one. Inaho, Kawanishi, and 3 other villages shared that one academy." He knew it. Takuma had no idea that there were shinobi academies outside the Hidden Leaf Village, but from Masaaki's words, he had one near his home. And it was safe to assume that similar shinobi academies existed across the Land of Fire to recruit more people as shinobi. It made sense, didn't it? Why only use children from one village when you have an entire nation's youth to choose from? Takuma felt he had learned something important. He wet his lip before posing his second question. "Did you give the Jonin test?" If Masaaki had dog ears, they would droop down. "Yeah, me, and Nero gave the test, but she failed us," he said, sounding. "Of course, or else you wouldn't be here," thought Takuma. "The others back home will make fun of us even though we bragged so much." "Others, fun? What do you mean?" Then Masaaki told Takuma something that made him realize how privileged his classmates not him were by attending the Shinobi Academy in the Leaf Village. According to Masaaki, every year, only the top 3 to 6 of the academy graduates, the very best, would be selected to travel to the Leaf Village to be tested by a Jonin to be part of a 3-man cell. The rest of them would be directly conscripted to the Geinin Corps, and serve around the regions near their academy. They didn't even get to come to the Leaf Village. "No, I'm privileged as well," thought Takuma. Even though he didn't get a chance to test for the Jonin-led 3-man cell, he was at least in the Leaf Village and not in some remote place. "So, you're from here, huh?" Masaaki said. Takuma, who had been lost in thought, focused back on his new companion. "Yeah, I'm from Leaf Village." "Why?" Masaaki looked towards the only large group in the field. It was made up of Takuma's classmates. "You're not standing with them or not dressed like that, so I thought you'd be the same as me," he said. Takuma peered at his classmates, and all of them were wearing their own clothes unlike Takuma and Masaaki, who wore the standard blue vest and pants. In fact, Takuma's classmates, along with a couple more, were the only ones not wearing the standard gear. Everyone else was dressed in the same blue attire. "Did they tell you to dress in uniform?" asked Takuma. He was wearing one of the sets Maraboshi had gifted him. He was also issued 2 extra pairs yesterday after getting his ID card. Though, Maraboshi's gifts were of higher quality fabric. Izaki-sensei, The Chunin who came with us told us to wear the standard gear to put a good impression because we're not from here, said Masaaki, still staring at Takuma's classmates. You don't get along with them? Takuma shrugged. Can't say I do. They're not bad people, though. If you want to make friends, go ahead, he said before asking, what about your other two friends? I don't see them. You didn't come with them. Oh no, they're there. Masaaki pointed to a pair standing on the other side of the field. The boy and girl were, similarly, dressed in the standard gear and stood awfully close to each other, and upon a longer look, they were holding hands. Oh my, are they? Yuck, Masaaki stuck out his tongue in disgust. They're always like that. One day, I swear, they will merge into one blob. Takuma laughed. He didn't know if it was natural physiology or because of Chakra, but the children in this world were more mature than the children back in his world. It was good that they matured quicker because being a child soldier wasn't nothing to sneeze at. After a while, there were around 100 Gainans gathered in the field in small groups, with Takuma's classmates forming the largest group. Soon after, two older men dressed in the standard shinobi gear with flak jackets strolled into the field. One of them looked like a bodybuilder with a buzz cut, while the other looked shady with his dark shades and forehead protector covering his entire head. Get into a 10x10 grid now, said a bulky man in a naturally loud, gruff voice. There should be 97 of you here. Quickly, said the shady man in a breathy voice. The rookie Gainen followed the orders and formed a 10x10 grid with the last 3 places empty. The bulky shinobi waited until everyone was silent and looked at them and then raised one of his hands to reveal an analog stopwatch. It took you 2 minutes and 17 seconds to stand properly. He stared down the Gainen in front of him before sneering. Pathetic. Takuma narrowed his eyes at the venom in the bulky man's voice. He glanced around, and others were showing varied expressions reflecting the same emotion. At least all of you on time, the shady guy snickered. All of you, whatever filth you crawled from, are here because you were deemed unfit by an elite jonin of their time and guidance. In other words, they marked you as useless garbage. Due to that, you were conscripted to the Gainen Corps because this is the only place that would take you in, the bulky guy said apathetically. Takuma could feel the tension rise around him. He could see Masaaki beside him clench his fist recalling what he had told him. Masaaki was sent to the Leaf Village for being the best in his class, and now, he was being told that he was useless. He could understand the reaction. I am Chunin Yoshio, said the bulky man. But you don't call me that. Call me by name, and I'll make you regret being born. If you want to address me, do it by sir. As a matter of fact, any shit that comes out of your mouth should be followed by a sir. Does everybody understand? There was an unchorused mumble of yes, sir from the Gainans. You guys can't even respond properly, the shady guy shouted at them. I have perfect hearing, and I didn't hear it. Do you understand? This time, the group chorused with a loud yes, sir. We will see about that, Yoshi glared at everyone. I don't know what I did, but I was unfortunate enough to be handed the duty to whip you failures into shape so that you won't embarrass Leaf Shinobi. No, all Shinobi across the lands. In front of our patrons. I will try to accomplish this task, no matter how unlikely I think it is, because those are my orders and every word that comes out of my mouth will be your orders. Understood? Yes, sir. Good, now tell me which one of you is the shitstain named Takuma. Takuma, who had been staring straight ahead like in a military movie, flinched. Me, sir. He hesitantly raised his hand. Yoshio walked through the grid until he was standing uncomfortably close to Takuma, who could feel his warm breath over his face and smell the scent of deodorant that the larger man had worn. Takuma didn't blink or look at Yoshio and simply started ahead in the back of the skull of the person standing in front of him. Listen, everyone, dear boy Takuma here failed his graduation test twice before he somehow lucked out on the 3rd try. I don't know how he passed the 3rd time, and if the Invigilator were Chunin, who is not even on the same planet as him, I would have thought he cheated. I think he still did something fishy to pass because there's no way this stupid twig could be a shinobi. He was so bad that, unlike all of you, they didn't even let him test for a 3-man cell. Hearing Yoshio's voice this close rattled Takuma's heart in his chest. Yoshio leaned forward, his nose almost touching Takuma's temple. I don't know whose ass you licked to get that headband, but make one stupid mistake, and I swear to God that there will be no luck helping you here. Yes, sir. Takuma said loudly, his eyes trained straight. He had taken the judging eyes of his classmates until they had grown desensitized and had grown to see it as normal. A little bit of yelling in his face, while new, didn't really affect him. He was prepared for it. The announcement of his failure to people who didn't know did get to him, even though he knew the rumor would leak his result through his classmates. Yoshio, who was leaning away from Takuma, froze when he heard the shout and stared at Takuma with a hard stare that only broke because someone in the assembly scoffed. It was one of Takuma's classmates, and while Yoshio missed it, The shady guy caught it. He briskly walked to the guy and yelled into his face. Is there something funny, Gainin? Tell everyone so they can also laugh. Do you think you're better than him? Do you? At least he wore his uniform, you didn't even have that common sense. We gave you the gears for a reason. Goddamn wear them. The classmate who had laughed flinched and looked down at his feet. Everyone who didn't wear the provided uniform will stay back today, said Yoshio. He walked to the front of the group before addressing them again. You're hereby part of the Gainin Corps basic training. If I do my job properly, you'll enjoy hell after you die. Takuma straightened and up clenched his fists. If life was going to be hard, then so was he. Chapter 34, Takuma could hear his breathing inside his head as he observed his team in various states of exertion. On the first day, the rookie Gainins had been apportioned into teams of 5 each. Any group activity was to be done with the team. His new team was interesting, to say the least. You're a monster, Masaaki, said the girl with the bub cut and a lock of hair braided violet ribbon just in front of the ear. She was huffing heavily with her hands on her knees as she looked up at Masaaki. She wasn't wrong. After sprinting for the better part of half an hour, Masaaki looked like he could do it for another hour without breaking a sweat. Masaaki's laugh was boisterous. You don't train enough, he said with his arms crossed over his chest. I train enough. You're the deviant one. Masaaki laughed more. I's right, Masaaki. You're just something else, said the guy standing beside I with his hands resting on his waist as he caught his breathing. Takuma could confidently say that he hadn't seen a more handsome 11-year-old in both of his lives. Nenro, Masaaki's classmate from the academy, was strikingly good-looking with his blonde hair, blue eyes, and tall stature. Takuma had noticed many interested eyes from girls in the rookies lingering at Nenro, and many had even come to talk to him over the number would have been higher if I hadn't staked her claim in public. Takuma wondered if it was a coincidence or deliberate that Masaaki, I, and Nenro were placed together on the team. That left the last member of his team. Takuma turned to look at the ground behind him, where Taro wheezed on the ground as if there wasn't enough oxygen in the world. I never noticed you have such low stamina, Takuma said to Taro. Taro stared up at him and looked like he wanted to say something but closed his eyes. Takuma, you also seem to be doing well, Nenro's voice made Takuma turn towards the handsome blonde and chuckle. I run a lot, he smiled wryly. I'm sorry, should I've not asked? Nenro asked with a worried look on his face. No, it's nothing, Takuma waved him off. It was more like he was forced to run by Maraboshi during the leaf coin concentration practice. He wasn't as sunny as Masaaki, but he had already caught his breath and could go again. How's the search for the apartment going? He asked. I perked up as a starry look appeared in her eyes. We found the perfect place. It's only a couple streets away from the main road. The market and bathhouse are like 5 minutes away. And you won't believe how nice the apartment is. It's better than my home back in Kawanishi, she said in glowing praise. We're going to finalize the lease today, Nenro smiled softly. Well, congratulations on finding someplace you like. We're going to have a housewarming party or something when we get some time. Come visit us then, said Masaaki. Takuma nodded. He still lived in the same place. The state previously rented the place, and the rent was paid directly by them without Takuma needing to do it himself. But after Takuma graduated, that stopped like the allowance. The landlord had come asking the very first day if Takuma wanted to rent, and he had agreed. Even though his house was nowhere near the main streets or the market, the apartment was excellent in shape and had 24 hours of electricity and water, and even though the neighborhood didn't house great characters, it was quiet, something Takuma appreciated. Plus, he was comfortable with his place, and that's what mattered most. And it wasn't like he could afford a place in a nicer area like the trio. Even they could only afford it because they were splitting the rent 3 ways. The landlord had drawn a new lease after a long round of negotiation in which Takuma dragged the price down as much as he could. On the downside, he had to give 3 months' rent in advance, which had put a dent in his savings. Though, I'm surprised that we found the place so quickly. The landlord didn't even try to negotiate the price much and looked happy to rent the place to us, said Nenro with concern. I fear that there must be something wrong with the place. Don't jinx it, Nenro, I lightly kicked Nenro on his leg. Shinobi make great tenants. Everyone turned to Taro, who had now sat on the ground. Or to be precise, Gainin makes for great tenants. Shinobi are paid more handsomely than most professions out there, and Gainin are only assigned D and crank missions where the risk of dying is lower than the higher grade missions that aren't assigned to Gainins. There's rarely any downside to renting out to Gainins. Chunin and Jonin, on the other hand, are a completely different story. B-rank missions anticipate combat with other shinobi, and the risk of casualty spikes up like a mountain. I don't even need to speak about A-rank assignments. And owners don't really prefer tenants who can die one random day, leaving them responsible for cleaning out the place, contacting the next of kin, and doing additional paperwork, thus making Chunin and Jonin terrible tenants. My dad said that he and Mum were forced to take out a loan to buy our house because they couldn't find a good place to rent. That made sense. Takuma didn't know how much his status as Geinin contributed to his landlord from keeping the apartment for the ever-reliable state to renting out his property to an 11-year-old. The landlord had visited the apartment for regular checkups and had never complained about anything as Takuma kept his place clean, and he never had any complaints from his neighbors as he wasn't at home for most of the day. Maybe that contributed as well, he thought. Gather up. Yoshio's voice boomed in the field. No one wasted one movement and hurried to gather in front of the instructor as if the last one would be strung up dead. In less than half a minute, 25 Geinins had placed themselves in a neat 5x5 grid that they had learned to form in the past 2 weeks. The 97 Geinins had been quartered into 3 groups of 25, one of 22, made up of teams of 5 or 4. Takuma's group had the fortune or ill fortune, as Taro put it, to be taught by Yoshio, while some other Chunins took the other groups. To be tired by running a few steps. Pathetic, said Yoshio as he walked the ample space between each Geinin. He had a baton in his hand to strike them whenever someone did something he didn't appreciate. Yoshio walked behind Taro and smacked him on his back to make him stand in rod-like attention or whenever he found even the slightest of mistakes. As you losers are right now, you're going to be mauled by drunkards and filthy bandits, and while I don't mind that happening, the higher-ups don't want to see the money spent stitching your uniforms go to waste. I warned them not to pay you little shits, but they didn't listen, so I have to make sure you don't die in some random ditch while on missions. Takuma felt insulted at the remark. He didn't know about a bandit, as he hadn't met one, but he could wipe the floor with the drunkards he had said in his neighborhood. He glanced at his taijutsu proficient classmates, and they looked more displeased than him. We're going to remedy that, but before that, I need a volunteer. A mocking smirk surfaced on his face. Which one of you sorry doormats think they can take me on? Anyone who thinks they're better than me? A hand was immediately raised, and Takuma recognized it was one of his classmates, one with higher taijutsu proficiency. Sir. I think I can do that, sir. He said loudly. Yoshio grinned and threw the baton away. He beckoned the guy forward. The Geinin walked out of the grid with an angry look on his face and immediately darted toward Yoshio without warning. The Chunin instructor's grin widened as he effortlessly caught a kick from the Geinin. Yoshio's muscles bulged under his vest as he used the caught leg to swing the Geinin and thrash him into the ground face first. There was a sickening gah from Takuma's classmate. Yoshio raised his foot and stomped it down on the guy's calf. Even though it wasn't audible, Takuma could hear the bone crack in his mind. His breath caught for a second. Are you alright, Geinin? Yoshio asked, unbothered by what he had just done. Takuma's classmate was holding his leg and shaking. His body had shrunk slightly into a fetal position. He said in a croaky voice, Sir. Yes. Sir. However, I think I broke my foot, sir. Nothing serious then, smiled Yoshio.